Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 5 of What If Naruto Was the Chosen Undead. And before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto and Solaire walked into the castle, their footsteps echoing faintly against the stone floor. Solaire's gaze immediately shifted to the unlit bonfire in the center of the room. Ah, this will do nicely, he said, moving to light it. Naruto, meanwhile, took in his surroundings. The room was vast, filled with long, broken benches and barrels scattered about like remnants of some forgotten gathering. To his left, a massive arched entryway led to a staircase, but the path was blocked by a heavy metal gate reinforced with wicked-looking spikes at the base. But what really caught Naruto's eye was the fountain. It stood at the far end of the room, worn and weathered by time, yet still impressive. At its center was a statue. A woman draped in flowing robes, her features serene and regal, a crown resting atop her head. In her arms, she cradled a small child, and in her other hand, she held a straight sword. Something about the sword tugged at Naruto's memory. The sudden whoosh of the bonfire lighting broke his thoughts, and Naruto turned to see Solaire sitting comfortably by the flame, its warm glow dancing across his armor. Naruto sighed, flopping down beside him. You know, he started, staring into the fire. I actually came here planning to fight that Taurus demon again. Thought I'd see how strong I've gotten. But instead, he threw his hands up in mock disbelief. I ended up fighting a damn dragon. Solaire raised a finger, correcting him almost instinctively. A wyvern, my young friend. Naruto gave him a flat look. Seriously? That's your takeaway from this? Solaire chuckled. Precision matters, even in matters of beasts. Naruto grumbled but couldn't help smirking. Yeah, but still, I wonder why that is. Why stuff comes back, like it resets after a while, but some things don't. Like the Taurus demon, it hasn't come back. Do you think the wyvern will? No, it won't. What makes you so sure? The flow of time here is weakened, Solaire explained, his gaze fixed on the fire. Lordran is a world caught in a slow collapse. The passage of time erodes, and the world begins to resist change. Events loop back, repeating as if trying to return to a state of stillness, of stagnation. Naruto frowned, trying to piece that together. So that's why stuff comes back. Like a broken clock rewinding itself. Precisely. Then what about the exceptions? Solaire tilted his head thoughtfully. Creatures or beings that are new to Lordran don't yet belong to its cycle. When time pulls back, it resets to a state before they arrived. That is why such things disappear. But older beings, the ones tied deeply to this land, return, again and again. Oh, Naruto said. He could feel his brain struggling to keep up with the logic of it all. So, why now? Why's all this happening now? Solaire's voice softened, almost somber. The first flame is weakening. As it fades, the age of fire, the age of light, nears its end. And what happens when it ends? Solaire shrugged, his armor clinking faintly. That, my friend, is a question even the gods cannot answer. A beat of silence passed, heavy and still. Well, I wouldn't worry about it, Naruto said suddenly, breaking the tension. I mean, I've always lived by one rule: worry about the present. Future's just gonna do its thing whether you stress about it or not. Spoken like someone with their whole life ahead of them. But for us old-timers, the future is a weight we can't ignore. Naruto rubbed his chin, quickly searching for a way to lighten the mood. Hey, Solaire, are you someone important or something? Important? I wouldn't say so. Naruto grinned, pointing dramatically at the fountain. Oh, come on. You're telling me you're not important when there's literally a statue of you as a baby over there. You have the same sword, it's you. Solaire let out a deep, hearty laugh that echoed across the room. That is quite the jest, my friend. But I assure you, I am no god or someone important to be immortalized in stone. Naruto squinted at him suspiciously. You sure? Look at that sword. It's just like yours. Solaire glanced back at the fountain, shaking his head. Ah, the statue depicts none other than Queen Rosaria and her child. A far cry from me, I assure you. Naruto scratched his head. Huh, so you're not royalty, but you carry that same sword. Why? Solaire's tone grew a touch softer. I was once part of the Way of White, as many aspiring knights are. But my path led me elsewhere. I discovered the covenant of the Child of Sunlight, the Warriors of Sunlight. I swore my loyalty to that covenant. Wait, Sunbro, you were part of that scammer cult. Naruto blurted. No offense. Solaire paused, then let out a soft, amused chuckle. None taken, my young friend. The way of white is the predominant faith in Astora, so joining its ranks was simply expected. A man often walks the same path as his forefathers. Doesn't change the fact that they're kinda shady. I mean, those undead hunts. Naruto stopped mid-sentence, his stomach twisting at the thought. I almost became one of their victims. Yes, the undead hunts. They speak of honor and duty, but I could not see it. The light of Allfather Lloyd, once brilliant, had grown weak, sad, and given up. In their fear of the curse, they hunted those who needed guidance most, and I found I could not call it justice. Naruto opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came. But, Solaire continued, standing up and motioning for Naruto to follow, that was only the beginning of my path. Come, there is something I would show you. Naruto frowned but stood, trailing behind Solaire as they walked through a doorframe to the right of the bonfire. The broken sunlight altar stood as a worn-out relic of a forgotten age, its stone surface cracked and weathered. Overgrown grass and creeping vines had begun to swallow the area, nature slowly reclaiming what had been left behind. Scattered across the ground were fragments of what Naruto guessed used to be a statue, broken stone spread out like pieces of a shattered memory. His eyes lingered on the remains of a pair of stone boots, still anchored to the altar, and a strange, fractured spear embedded nearby. The strangest sight, however, was to the sides of the altar. Two hollows knelt in silent prayer, their withered forms bowed low, utterly still. They didn't attack or even acknowledge Naruto and Solaire's presence. This place, Solaire began. It is here that I once knelt, lost and alone, seeking purpose. You've been here before. Solaire nodded, stepping forward. Yes. Long ago, when I first ventured into Lordran. I had no direction, no light to guide me. And then I saw it. Saw what? Solaire stopped a few paces from the altar, his gaze fixed on the broken stone. I knelt here, just as those hollows do now. I do not know why, perhaps some primal instinct or a whisper of fate. But when I closed my eyes, I saw it. The greatest light of my life. What did you see? The sun, Solaire said simply, his voice filled with warmth. And in that moment, I was granted the power to wield lightning. Naruto's eyes widened. So that's how he does it, he thought, recalling the brilliant lightning spear Solaire had hurled against the wyvern. His mind buzzed with questions, but one stood out most. Wait, so what is this place, exactly? This altar. This is the altar of sunlight, Solaire said. Once dedicated to Lord Gwyn's firstborn. Naruto frowned, glancing at the eroded inscriptions as if trying to decipher a name that no longer existed. Firstborn? Huh, what happened to him? Solaire exhaled, his usual brightness dimming ever so slightly. His name was erased from history, he said after a pause. Why? For the first time since they met, Solaire hesitated. Then, quietly, he spoke. He cut out his mother's tongue. Naruto stiffened. He turned sharply to face Solaire, expecting some kind of indication that this was a joke. You're kidding. This is no laughing matter, Solaire said, his voice unusually solemn. The god of war cut out Queen Rosaria's tongue, and so the gods decreed it. If his mother could not utter his name, then history itself would never speak it again. A punishment befitting the crime. Naruto turned back to the altar, staring at it with fresh unease. A god, stripped from memory. A nameless king, cast into oblivion. Not even the sun could reach the place history had buried him. Why the hell would he do that? Naruto murmured, his voice lower now. I am afraid only the nameless king knows the reason. Silence settled between them. Naruto exhaled sharply, rubbing the back of his neck. You know, every covenant I learn about just gets more insane. First, the way of white and their undead hunts. Now, the leader of your sunlight bros cut off his own mother's tongue. What's next? A group that worships eating humanity. Solaire chuckled. You jest, but I fear the truth of Lordran may be darker than even that. Naruto grunted, turning back to the altar. Despite everything, despite the nameless king's sins, the sunlight still called to him. Hey, can I join this covenant? You wish to join the warriors of sunlight. Why not? Naruto shrugged. Even if I'm a little wary of this nameless king guy, it still seems better than the way of white. Plus, you're in it, and I figure if I can learn lightning spear, just imagine how much that'd piss off Sasuke. Solaire let out a deep, hearty laugh, the kind that echoed through the ruined land like a bell tolling in the wind. Ah, your spirit is bright, my friend. Very well. Kneel before the altar and offer a prayer. If the covenant accepts you, you shall know the brilliance of our sun. Naruto didn't need to be told twice. He hurried up to the altar, dropping to his knees in a posture of prayer. He pressed his hands together and squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for some sign, some surge of power, anything. Several silent minutes passed. Naruto cracked one eye open, frowning. Nothing. No lightning, no warmth, no message from the heavens. Just silence. Naruto looked back at Solaire. Is this thing broken, or what? It seems your faith was not strong enough, my friend. But do not be discouraged. Faith is not simply granted. It must be cultivated, like the warmth of the sun itself. Naruto's shoulders slumped. Man, I really thought I had that one. Solaire clapped a hand on his shoulder. You have a fire within you, young squire. A fire that shines in its own way. You may not wield the sun's lightning yet, but your journey is far from over. Wait, I have an idea. Naruto said. I'll just level up my faith stat real quick, and then I can join the warrior of sunlight covenant. Genius, right? Solaire didn't respond. Sunbro. You aren't from this world, are you? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, I guess I never really got around to telling you that. But that doesn't matter right now. I'll just boost my faith and... Don't. The quiet weight of Solaire's voice made Naruto pause. Why not? Solaire sighed. My friend, the faith required to join the warrior of sunlight covenant is no small feat. You will waste precious souls on a path that may not suit you. After this point, Lordran grows harsher, deadlier. Choose wisely where you invest your strength. Naruto crossed his arms, deep in thought, the realization sinking in. So, I shouldn't level up faith. Not unless it calls to you, Solaire replied. As they walked back toward the bonfire, Naruto shot Solaire a curious glance. Hey, Sunbro, can I ask you something? Of course. If the nameless king showed you the sun, why are you still looking for one? Solaire stopped mid-step, his gaze drifting toward the pale sky. Because that sun is not truthful. It is but a pale imitation, a reflection of what once was. The god of war's sun is a replica of Lord Gwyn's, forged in the shadow of the original light. So, you're looking for a real one. Solaire nodded. Yes, I became undead to pursue this truth, to seek out a son of my own. But sometimes, when I gaze upon the pale light of this world, I wonder, am I a fool? Chasing a dream that does not exist. That's kinda depressing, Naruto muttered. Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am a blind fool, laughed at by the world for seeking something beyond my reach. But what is life without purpose, my friend? Without a light to strive for? Naruto scratched his cheek awkwardly. I mean, if it keeps you going, it's worth it, right? Wise words, indeed. Back at the bonfire, Naruto plopped down and opened up his system menu, ready to distribute his souls. Any recommendations on what I should increase? Vitality, Solaire said without hesitation. Why that? Lordran is an unforgiving place. Strength and power mean little if your body cannot survive its trials. Naruto nodded thoughtfully but still glanced at his intelligence and dexterity stats. He had plans for those, too. Then something clicked in his head, and a grin split across his face. Wait, I can use that. He quickly opened his inventory, rifling through it until his eyes lit up. Bingo. Item. Soul of Shisui Uchiha. Description. Soul of Shunshin no Shisui, who was betrayed by Konoha's Anbu commander. The truth of his death at the hands of Itachi told half of the story. It seems that even in death, he left behind the safety of Konoha and his greatest weapon to Itachi Uchiha. Naruto squinted at the text, rereading it for what felt like the fifth time. The description didn't add up, not with what Sasuke had told them. It was like trying to fit two jagged pieces of a puzzle together that just wouldn't connect. If the system said this, though, Naruto trusted it. Whatever had happened to Shisui Uchiha, it was more complicated than anyone let on. And the truth behind Itachi's actions. It's always something with Konoha, isn't it? He thought bitterly. First his parents, and now this entire shadowy mess about the Uchiha clan massacre. His fist clenched involuntarily as frustration bubbled up. Something wrong, my young friend. Sunbro, have you ever been in a situation where, I dunno, everything you were told turned out to be a lie? Like there's always something bigger going on in the dark, and no one ever tells you the full story. More times than I can count. Naruto blinked. Seriously. Indeed. Solaire leaned back slightly, his gaze fixed on the flames of the bonfire. There are always those who work in shadows, young squire, be it for power, for survival, or for reasons they believe are noble. Often, the truths you uncover are but fragments of a larger picture, twisted by the agendas of others. Naruto frowned, staring at his hands. That's what I hate. Everyone's got some stupid agenda, and the rest of us are just stuck in their schemes like pawns on a board. And what makes you think you cannot be the one moving the pieces? Naruto looked up sharply, meeting Solaire's steady gaze. Listen well, my friend, Solaire continued. When you find yourself caught in the machinations of others, you are faced with a choice. You can play their game, dancing to their tune, fighting on their terms, or, he paused. You can choose to play your own game. My own game. The world may scheme, lie, and twist the truth. But your path, your choices, are yours alone. If you let others dictate the rules, you'll forever be at their mercy. Instead, carve out your own rules. Decide what matters to you. Then act, not as a pawn, but as one who holds the board. Naruto fell silent for a moment, the firelight reflecting off his thoughtful expression. So, I should just focus on what I want to do, huh? When you fight for your own convictions, you take power away from those who would seek to control you. Solaire gestured toward the broken sunlight altar in the distance. Even here in Lordran, the echoes of gods and heroes are twisted by time, by stories, by agendas. Yet their actions endure because they walked a path they believed in, whether others understood it or not. Naruto mulled over the words, the weight of them settling in his chest. He thought of Konoha, of Team 7, of everything he'd been told and everything he'd learned on his own. Then he thought of the Bells of Awakening, Lordran's brutal trials, and the legacy of his master, Oscar. Guess I'll just have to make my own moves, then. Solaire clapped him on the back with a hearty laugh. Well said, young squire. A knight must always walk his chosen path, no matter how twisted or uncertain it may seem. And who knows? In time, your truth may outshine even the darkest of lies. Naruto smirked, the fire in his eyes reigniting as he reached into his inventory and grabbed Shisui's soul. The greenish flame flickered faintly in his palm, radiating an eerie yet oddly calming energy. The moment his fingers closed around it, the flame surged into him, and a wave of warmth pulsed through his body. You have absorbed 12,000 souls. Naruto's eyes widened as he nearly choked on air. T-12,000. The glowing number hovered before him. Souls. 23,000. Naruto blinked, processing the amount. No way, he muttered under his breath, already doing the math in his head. If I've got 23,000, that's, what, 6 level ups? He paused, counting on his fingers for reassurance. Yeah, 6. Maybe more if the next levels aren't too expensive. He glanced back toward the bonfire and sat down, rubbing his hands together as he navigated the level up screen. Alright. I'll split it up evenly. 2 points for vitality, 2 for intelligence, and 2 for dexterity. Status. Name. Naruto Uzumaki. Covenant. Way of White. Level. 21 right pointing arrow 26. Souls. 23,000 right pointing arrow 641. HP. 573 570 thirds right pointing arrow 616 616. Stamina. 93. Equip load. 45.8, 51.0. Attributes. Vitality. 10 right pointing arrow 12. Attunement. 12. Endurance. 11. Strength. 24. Dexterity. 11 right pointing arrow 13. Resistance. 12. Intelligence. 11 right pointing arrow 13. Faith. 12. Humanity. O. Defense stats. Physical defense. 141, 46 right pointing arrow 150, 55. VS strike. 138 right pointing arrow 146. VS slash. 156 right pointing arrow 164. VS thrust. 141 right pointing arrow 149. Magic defense. 104, 47 right pointing arrow 111, 54. Flame defense. 107, 47 right pointing arrow 114, 54. Lightning defense. 81, 46 right pointing arrow 89, 54. Leveling up vitality brought a subtle, invigorating rush, like a second wind at the end of an exhausting battle. His muscles felt denser, his breathing steadier, and his heart thudded with renewed vigor, as though he'd shed some invisible weight holding him back. Intelligence, on the other hand, left a faint hum in his mind, like the gears of a well-oiled machine turning smoother. Dexterity, though, Naruto flexed his fingers, swiped at the air a couple of times with his sword, and frowned. Still feels the same, he muttered, but a quick check on his stats showed a minor boost to his damage. He grinned. I'll take it. Well then, Solaire, Naruto said, I think it's time I head back to my world. You can go back. Yeah, Naruto replied casually. I die, and then I pop back in my world like nothing happened. Weird, huh? Interesting, Solaire mused, his voice trailing off as he reached into his satchel, rummaging around. Naruto, I have a proposition, if you have a moment. Sure. Solaire pulled out a small shard, white and crystalline, with a delicate golden cloth wrapped around its base. The crystal seemed to pulse faintly, as though holding a heartbeat of its own. Remember when I mentioned that the flow of time in Lordran has become convoluted? Naruto nodded, not quite catching the weight of those words but intrigued nonetheless. Well, Solaire continued, this disturbance has caused people from the past to appear in the present, as if flickering like embers in a dying fire. His voice took on a more solemn tone. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. Naruto's brows furrowed. Take this. Use it to summon me, or others, as spirits, cross the gaps between our worlds, and we shall engage in jolly cooperation. Naruto blinked, his jaw slightly slack. Wait. Summon you. Like. You can come to Konoha. Of course, Solaire said. Though I will appear in the form of a phantom, merely a spirit in your world, bound to aid you. A wide grin spread across Naruto's face. Oh, man, Sunbro, you have to come to Konoha. I'll show you my world's sun and, trust me, the food of the gods. I'll look forward to it. Item acquired. White sign soapstone. Description. Dimensional travel item. Use summon sign. Be summoned to another world as a phantom through a sign. But, how do you use this thing? It's not exactly self-explanatory. Solaire unfastened his gauntlet and removed it, revealing a surprisingly human hand, flesh unmarred and unblemished by hollowing. He held the crystal shard up and let a single drop of blood fall onto it. The shard seemed to absorb the blood instantly, pulsing once like a heartbeat. You must be in the form of a human, Solaire explained, tucking his gauntlet back on, and when you call upon my name, deep in your heart, I shall answer. Got it. Sunbro on demand, that's awesome. Solaire let out a good-natured laugh. Naruto smiled as he tucked the item into his inventory. Well, I guess this is goodbye for now, Sunbro. Solaire responded in kind, stepping back and lifting his arms to form a familiar Y shape. Farewell, my friend. I look forward to our next meeting. Praise the sun. Naruto froze mid-step, his breath catching in his throat. That pose. It was exactly the same as the one the Black Knight had struck after he'd taken it down. His brow furrowed, questions flooding his mind. He opened his mouth to ask, but at that moment, a sharp alarm began buzzing from his pocket. Naruto groaned. The alarm, a glaring reminder of the real world and the mission that awaited him back in Konoha. Ah, man, I don't have time for this, Naruto muttered, shoving the alarm back into his pocket. Mimicking Solaire's stance, Naruto raised his arms into the same Y shape. Praise the sun. And with that, Naruto threw himself off the bridge. Solaire stood quietly at the edge of the broken bridge, his gaze lingering on the spot where Naruto had thrown himself into the abyss. He waited patiently, fully expecting the boy to respawn at the nearby bonfire. And yet, he didn't. Solaire's brows furrowed beneath his helmet, an unusual unease creeping into his thoughts. In the Age of Ancients, when the furtive pygmy first called upon souls from distant worlds, none of them could return to where they came from. They were bound to Lordran. That was simply the nature of this world. And yet, Naruto was different. The boy came and went freely, tethered to another existence beyond Lordran's broken reach. It defied everything Solaire knew about this realm's laws of time and space. Was this a sign? Has the world distorted so much that it has called upon an invader who can bring balance? Solaire mused aloud. Or, is this the scheme of some unseen entity? There were no answers here, only questions, stretching endlessly like the cursed cycle itself. Solaire sighed, the weight of uncertainty settling on his shoulders like an old friend. Whatever the truth, he couldn't help but feel there was something extraordinary about that young squire. Something that perhaps even the gods had not accounted for. Shaking his head, Solaire turned toward the rusted lever embedded in the wall. His gauntleted hand gripped the handle, and with a heavy pull, he brought it down. The grinding of gears groaned through the ruins as the portcullis began to rise, its ancient metal screeching in protest. Solaire watched the gate open, sunlight spilling faintly through the broken arch beyond. Wherever you go, my friend, may your flame never falter, Solaire said quietly to the empty air. His voice carried a deep warmth, as though the boy could somehow hear him across the veil of worlds. Until next time, Naruto. I hope we will fight side by side once more, in Lordran or beyond. And with that, Solaire disappeared into the sunlight, leaving only the gentle hum of the bonfire in his wake. Author note. The case for Rosaria as Gwyn's wife and the Nameless King's punishment. A thorough examination of Dark Souls lore. Dark Souls lore is infamously vague, often leaving much up to interpretation. Many theories exist regarding the identities and connections between various figures in the series, and while some may argue that Rosaria is Guinevere or a descendant of Gwyn, I am here to present a compelling case that Rosaria was, in fact, Gwyn's wife and that her firstborn son, the Nameless King, was erased from history not for betraying the gods, but for cutting out her tongue. If you're not well versed in Dark Souls lore, don't worry, I'll provide all the necessary context. But for those familiar with the series, I'll be presenting item descriptions and in-game evidence that support this theory. WHO is Rosaria. Rosaria, Mother of Rebirth, is an NPC in Dark Souls 3. She serves as the leader of the Rosaria's Fingers Covenant, a group of invaders who collect tongues in her name. She can be found in the Cathedral of the Deep, where she offers rebirth, allowing players to reallocate their stats or change their appearance in exchange for pale tongues. Rosaria herself never appeared in Dark Souls 1, which makes her identity somewhat mysterious. However, various item descriptions provide clues about her past, particularly her connection to the Nameless King. 2. The first piece of evidence, the Obscuring Ring. The Obscuring Ring, an item in Dark Souls 3, provides the first direct connection between Rosaria and the Nameless King. Item description. Ring bestowed upon the fingers of Rosaria, invaders who seek tongues for their goddess. Hides the presence of the wearer when far away. It is said that Rosaria, the mother of rebirth, was robbed of her tongue by her firstborn, and has been waiting for their return ever since. Let's break this down. 1. Rosaria's firstborn cut out her tongue. 2. Her firstborn has never returned. 3. She still waits for them, meaning they are alive. Now, let's compare this with what we know about the Nameless King. 1. He is the firstborn of Gwyn. 2. His name was erased from history. 3. He never returned to Anor Londo or the gods. See the connection. Most people assume the Nameless King's name was erased because he betrayed the gods and sided with the dragons. Why erase his name from history instead of simply condemning him as a traitor? The crime must have been more personal. If the Nameless King cut out his own mother's tongue, then the gods may have decided that since she could no longer speak his name, no one else ever would, either. His name would be stricken from history, just as his mother was stricken from speech. A punishment fitting the crime. 3. The second piece of evidence, the ring of the son's firstborn. The ring of the sun's firstborn provides another crucial clue. Item description. Ring of the sun's firstborn, who inherited the light of Gwyn, the First Lord. Greatly boosts miracles. The sun's firstborn was once a god of war, until he was stripped of his stature as punishment for his foolishness. No wonder his very name has slipped from the annals of history. Let's focus on the key phrase. Punishment for his foolishness. Most assume this refers to the nameless king siding with the dragons, but think about it. Betrayal is not foolishness, it's treason. Would Gwyn truly erase his own son from history just for switching sides? If foolishness was the reason, then the crime must have been personal, emotional, something rash and impulsive. Cutting out his own mother's tongue. That would be foolish. And the punishment fits perfectly. A son silences his mother, and so his name is silenced in return. IV. The third piece of evidence, the red eye orb. The red eye orb in Dark Souls 3 suggests a link between Rosaria and the Dark, and this may explain why the nameless king did what he did. Item description. Online play item. Invade other worlds at will. Defeat the host of embers of the world you have invaded to gain the strength of fire. The red eye orb is rooted in a tiny land swallowed by darkness long ago. Some choose to put the orb to other uses. To embark on this path, enter the service of Rosaria in the Cathedral of the Deep. The important takeaway. 1. The red eye orb is explicitly linked to the dark. 2. The covenant dedicated to Rosaria is tied to dark-based invasions. 3. An item of the dark explicitly name drops Rosaria. Now, let's take a step back and consider the larger implications. If Rosaria was affiliated with the Dark, and if she was Gwyn's wife, this would have huge consequences. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, despised the Dark. His entire reign was about delaying the Age of Dark. His own son, the Nameless King, was a god of war, raised to fight against threats to the gods. Now, what if he discovered that his own mother had ties to the Dark? What if, in a fit of rage, betrayal, or fanatic loyalty to the gods, he cut out her tongue to keep her from speaking heresy or spreading her influence? That would be foolish. That would be a crime against the gods and against his own bloodline. That would warrant his name being erased from history. Evidence v. The thematic connection between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. To fully understand the weight of this argument, we must look at the narrative patterns between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. The latter heavily leans on the theme of history repeating itself, with major figures echoing the past, sometimes consciously, sometimes as unwitting reincarnations of their predecessors. This is crucial because if Dark Souls 2 tells us that history echoes itself, then we must ask, who does Rosaria parallel? A. The cycle of repeating history in Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is built on the idea of history looping in imperfect cycles. Many characters and bosses in DS2 mirror those from DS1, either through soul inheritance or direct thematic parallels. Some of the most notable examples include 1. The Rotten Bears the Old Dead One Soul, strongly reminiscent of Gravelord Nito. 2. The Duke's Dear Freya carries the soul of Seath the Scaleless. 3. The Old Iron King is widely theorized to be a reincarnation of Gwyn. Each of these figures represents a fragment of the past, distorted and doomed to repeat its mistakes. Now, let's apply this pattern to Rosaria. Bnashandra, a Dark Queen who reflects Rosaria. In Dark Souls 2, King Vendrick, the ruler of Drangleic, took a queen, Nashandra. Who was Nashandra? She was the daughter of Manus, father of the Abyss, a being of pure dark. She manipulated Vendrick, leading him down a path of destruction. She served the darkness, seeking to usher in the Age of Dark. Now, let's examine the parallels between Nashandra and Rosaria. 1. Both are powerful, influential women tied to the dark. 2. Both are associated with major ruling figures, Vendrick and Gwyn. 3. Both have connections to rebirth. In a twisted sense, Rosaria literally offers rebirth, while Nashandra brought to Drangleic a dark-like peace. 4. Both represent the continuation of an endless cycle, Nashandra in Drangleic, Rosaria in Lothric. If Nashandra represents the echo of a past event, then who does she mirror from DS1? The logical answer is Rosaria, the queen of the previous age, Gwyn's wife, who, just like Nashandra, was aligned with the dark. And what does that mean? It means that Gwyn's wife, Rosaria, was a force that the gods themselves sought to silence. It means that the nameless king was not simply a traitor to the gods, he was a son who, in an act of blind loyalty, silenced his own mother. And as punishment, the gods did the same to him. Sasuke leaned against the Hokage gates, arms crossed, basking in the rare moment of quiet. Kakashi stood nearby, flipping through his little orange book with the ease of a man who had perfected the art of slacking off. Tazuna, gripping a beer bottle like it held the meaning of life, stared at it with a look of existential dread. Meanwhile, Sakura was hunched over their supplies for what had to be the third time, mumbling curses under her breath. Her eye twitched. Where the hell is Naruto? Give it a minute, Sakura, Kakashi murmured, still engrossed in his book. Sakura let out a frustrated groan. 3 hours late. This is our first real mission. How can Naruto mess this up already? Sasuke scoffed. I blame Kakashi. Oh, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi sighed dramatically. You wound me. I'm nothing if not a shining example of punctuality. Sakura scowled. Sensei, Naruto definitely picked up this terrible habit and those ridiculous excuses from you. Tazuna, watching their banter, let out a long, weary sigh. I hope I'm not killed. Boom. A blur of silver and dust barreled down the road, skidding to a stop so fast that pebbles shot out in every direction. Naruto stood there, grinning. But no one was looking at him. They were staring at the massive wooden crate strapped to his back. It was fastened with a chaotic mess of ropes, half-assed knots, crisscrossed straps, and what looked like a shoelace. Sorry I'm late, Naruto said cheerfully, scratching the back of his head. You won't believe it. I was fighting this huge dragon. Well, actually, it was a wyvern. And I teamed up with this really cool guy who's looking for his own son. Silence. Sasuke squinted. Looking for his own son. Sounds legit, Kakashi muttered, still not looking up from his book. Sakura, however, was done. Naruto. What is that? She demanded, pointing at the suspicious crate. Naruto patted the wooden box proudly. Oh, this. It's got all my important supplies. Sakura's eye twitched harder. Then why not use a storage scroll like a normal person? Nah, Naruto said dismissively. This works better for training. Translation. All his supplies were in his inventory. The crate actually contained Oscar. From inside, the little lizard scratched the wood. Scritch, scritch. Naruto elbowed the crate. Shush. The activity was suspicious, but Sasuke didn't care. Sakura just wanted to get moving, and Kakashi. Kakashi let Naruto be Naruto. Whatever was in that crate, it would be revealed sooner or later. Kakashi sighed, snapping his book shut. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's get started. We've got a 3-day trek to the Fire Nation's border. From there, we'll catch a boat to the Land of Waves. Stay sharp. Team 7 and 8 gave a collective nod. But Tazuna shuffled over to Naruto, holding out the beer bottle. Here, kid, just like you asked for. Oh, thanks, old man. Wait, Naruto, Sakura interjected. You can't drink before an important mission. Kakashi waved a hand lazily. It's fine, Sakura. One sip won't hurt. Naruto took a hearty swig. His face froze. His eyes widened. His mouth twisted. The bitter, burning liquid hit his tongue like liquid regret. He coughed, smacked his lips, and grimaced. Huh, is this what being an adult tastes like? Then a notification flashed in his mind. Poison bar. 4%. Naruto stared at the bottle. Sensei. He said, voice tight. Is this poison? Silence. All eyes slowly turned to Tazuna. Whoa, kid, relax. Tazuna yelped, holding up his hands defensively. It's just alcohol. Nothing dangerous. Kakashi plucked the bottle from Naruto's hand. Let's not take any chances, he said, inspecting the liquid with mild amusement. With a swift series of hand seals, his fingers blurred into motion. A faint blue glow enveloped his palm. Ninja art. Poison detection. Sensei, what does that jutsu do? It's a basic medical technique, Kakashi replied. I send a controlled pulse of chakra through the substance. If there's poison, the chakra reacts and changes color. Red, black, or something equally ominous. Naruto watched intently as Kakashi's chakra rippled across the liquid. The bottle remained clear. The glow faded. Looks like you're in the clear. Naruto frowned harder. Then why did my system say it's poison? Sakura squinted. Your system. Naruto ignored her. Wait, is alcohol a poison? Kakashi tilted his head. Technically, yes, alcohol is a mild toxin. But in small amounts, it's not harmful. Naruto went still, then he chucked the bottle into the woods. Hard. It vanished into the trees, sending birds screeching into the sky. Hey, Tazuna yelled. That was good booze. Naruto crossed his arms. First cigarettes, now alcohol. Adults have such sad lives. Kakashi chuckled. Sakura sighed. Sensei, can you teach me that poison detection jutsu? Of course, Kakashi said. After this mission is over. Naruto grinned. This mission was already turning out to be way more fun than he expected. Team 7 and Tazuna trudged along the path for hours, the quiet broken only by the rhythmic crunch of their footsteps on the dirt trail. The journey had been uneventful so far, except for Tazuna getting tired midway. This led to an impromptu rotation system where each member of Team 7 had to carry the old man on their back. As night fell, they set up camp, with Naruto taking the lead using shadow clones. Just like they'd been taught in the academy, he started by selecting an appropriate location. They chose a spot off the main path, higher ground, surrounded by dense foliage. The elevation gave them a vantage point to detect enemies, and the foliage provided much needed cover. Sasuke was tasked with covering their tracks, ensuring no one could trace them. Meanwhile, Sakura began digging a Dakota fire pit, a concealed and efficient cooking setup where two holes were dug, one for the fire and another for ventilation, connected by a small tunnel. It minimized smoke and ensured the flames weren't easily visible. Kakashi, on the other hand, took the least effortful task, protecting Tazuna. The old man was sleeping, and their sensei, ever nonchalant, had his nose buried in his book. Naruto, focused on their sleeping arrangements, laid out some sheets and foil blankets for warmth. While everyone else worked, he wasn't particularly thrilled about dinner. They only had rice and a bland, water-based soup to prepare. No spices, no oils, and nothing that might leave a lingering scent for enemy shinobi to track. Let me guess, Naruto, you have some ramen on you, Sakura teased as she worked. Yeah, but I'm not going to eat it. Why not? It's just a C-rank mission, Kakashi said, his tone light. Tazuna, half awake now, asked, can eating this ramen really cause any problems? Well, yes, Kakashi replied. The smell could linger and attract enemy shinobi. It's standard protocol to avoid fragrant foods on the field. But you don't need to worry about it. It's just a C-rank mission. Tazuna began to sweat as Kakashi's one visible eye narrowed. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken implication. Kakashi knew this mission was more dangerous than Tazuna had let on and wanted the old man to come clean. Feeling a nudge from Sasuke's foot, Naruto grinned. Sensei, I'm not going to eat it. Gotta act like a ninja on the field, right? Tazuna sighed in visible relief as the tension eased, though his shoulders remained slightly hunched. Kakashi glanced at the trio, his tone flat. As that's so. The group felt the weight of his gaze, their nervousness growing. Sensing the need to break the tension, Naruto decided on an unconventional approach. He loudly farted. Sakura and Sasuke immediately took a step back, grimacing. Naruto. Anyway, Naruto said casually, stretching as though nothing had happened, nature calls. He grabbed his crate and disappeared into the shadows, leaving his teammates and Tazuna to deal with the awkward silence that followed. Naruto walked a little distance away from the camp, his movements deliberate. They'd been taught in the academy to relieve themselves far from the campsite and to bury the evidence afterward to avoid attracting wildlife or enemies. The night was quiet, the only sounds the distant chirping of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves. He arrived at a small clearing with a puddle of water reflecting the moonlight. It seemed unremarkable, so he thought nothing of it. He crouched down, opening the box he had brought with him. Inside were a few essentials. A couple of small blankets, some raw meat wrapped in leaves, a water bottle, and, nestled atop it all, a crystal lizard. All right, Oscar, Naruto said with a grin, gently reaching in. Let's get you out for a bit. The lizard squirmed slightly as Naruto lifted it out, its legs stretching out stiffly before it clung to his hand. Naruto chuckled as he set Oscar down on the ground, watching as the little creature hesitated for a moment, sniffing at the air. Slowly, it started to move, its claws scratching faintly against the stone as it explored the area. Naruto leaned back, watching Oscar's slow, deliberate movements as the lizard paused to flick its tongue out at a stray leaf. It crouched low, shifting its weight carefully as it tested the terrain. At one point, Oscar stopped and tilted its head, staring intently at a rock as though it were the most fascinating thing in the world. "What are you up to now?" He watched as the lizard nudged the rock with its snout, pushing it aside before scurrying back toward him. It paused a few steps away, turning its head to look at him expectantly, its tail curling slightly. Naruto extended his hand, and Oscar scurried up his arm, its claws lightly gripping his sleeve. It perched on his shoulder, still as a statue for a moment before flicking its tongue against his cheek. The pair sat in comfortable silence, Naruto occasionally petting Oscar's smooth, cool scales as the lizard seemed to relax completely. It adjusted its position a few times, curling its body closer to his neck for warmth. Then Naruto heard it. A faint sound, like water shifting unnaturally, as though something alive had disturbed it. His body tensed, his way of focality flaring as his eyes darted toward the puddle. Suddenly, with a wet gurgle and splash, two figures erupted from the ground, water dripping from their forms. They struck fast. No hesitation, no words. The chain lashed out like a viper, its razor-edged links glinting faintly in the misty light. It coiled around Naruto in an instant, the pull so fierce it threatened to crush him where he stood. The claws on the other end gleamed with venom, hungry to sink into flesh. But as they pulled, the chain snapped taut on nothing. Naruto flickered out of their grip, reappearing several feet away, his massive Zweihander already in his hand. The demon brothers froze for half a heartbeat, their instincts sharp enough to recognize the danger of that blade. The memories of Zabuza's brutal massacres surfaced unbidden. Yet hesitation had no place in their craft. They melted into the terrain as the nearby stream churned unnaturally. Mist exploded outward like an avalanche, consuming the forest in seconds. Thick, wet, and clinging, it devoured everything, reducing the world to a suffocating white void. Even the faint rustle of leaves seemed swallowed. For most, it would be the end, a grave made of silence and shadow. But Naruto wasn't most people. His grip tightened on his sword. He used Shadow Clone Jutsu, 8 of them erupting into existence and scattering. Yet no sound came. No sign of movement. Gozu and Maizu had spent their lives navigating the shadows, working as assassins who always struck when their targets were at their most vulnerable. But this boy, this child, had upended all of their expectations. At first, they had assumed he must be the son of the Fire Daimyo or some other noble, apprenticing under one of Konoha's renowned jonin. That would explain the absurdity of his sword, his armor, and his unnerving combat prowess. But when the boy summoned an army of shadow clones, their shock turned to alarm. The shadow clone technique wasn't just a jutsu, it was a major tactical advantage of Konoha's elite. It was the kind of secret the leaf wouldn't risk leaking, not even to its strongest genin. Yet here was this boy, a samurai no less, wielding it effortlessly. But it didn't matter. He was just a boy. A dangerous boy, yes, but still inexperienced. And more importantly, he was a boy with a sword and armor that could fetch a king's ransom. That's why Gozu and Maizu had chosen to attack at night rather than waiting until morning. They would kill him quickly, take his gear, and disappear before the jonin or his team could react. Within the mist, Gozu and Maizu moved like predators, their forms invisible even in close proximity. They had perfected their craft, silent, precise killers. With a sharp clap of his hands, Gozu dropped into a low stance, his fingers weaving through a rapid sequence of hand signs. The ground beneath Naruto and his clones began to shift and churn, the once stable earth turning slick and treacherous. Water style. Mud terrain. The earth beneath them transformed into a sludgy mire, sucking at boots and threatening to drag anyone who wasn't quick or light-footed into its sticky grasp. Gozu smirked, his dark eyes narrowing as he watched Naruto and his clones step into the trap. A heavily armored samurai, he'd never be able to maintain balance on such unstable terrain. But Gozu's smirk faded almost instantly. Naruto and his clones moved across the mud with an unnatural ease, their heavy boots seeming to glide over the mire as though the terrain wasn't even there. The mud that should have sucked them down and stalled their movements might as well have been solid stone beneath their feet. What the? Naruto grinned, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Thanks, iron rusted ring, he thought. The magic ring on his hand faintly pulsed, its passive effect subtly stabilizing him and his clones. Its magic ensured their footsteps were steady even on uneven, treacherous terrain, and now, it turned Gozu's carefully laid trap into nothing more than an inconvenience. Gozu's smirk faltered as the first of the clones reached him, their massive Zweihanders raised high for the kill. Gozu jumped back, narrowly avoiding the first downward swing as the blade cleaved into the mud, sending a spray of muck into the air. Gozu's eyes widened as he watched the massive blade swing toward him, its edges glowing with a deadly swirl of wind chakra. His instincts screamed at him to dodge. There was no way a direct clash would end well. How is a genin using the legendary vacuum blade? The thought struck Gozu like a kunai to the skull. It was impossible. That technique wasn't just some simple chakra flow, it was vacuum blade, a technique even the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist spoke of with respect. Even he and Maizu, with over a decade of experience, had never encountered such a technique. Few ever did. It was an art reserved for the most elite of swordsmen. And yet, this brat, a genin, was wielding it like it was second nature. That could only mean one thing. That sword had to be chakra metal. A blade like that, priceless. If they got their hands on it, they could sell it for a fortune, enough to retire, to live like kings, to never take another bloody contract again. But that begged an even bigger question. Who the hell was this kid? But before he could fully retreat, the boy's clones surged forward, their movements impossibly fast and unnervingly coordinated. They came at him from every angle, their massive blades flashing in deadly arcs. Gozu twisted and dodged, narrowly avoiding one blade that came so close it grazed his shoulder, the sheer force of the swing sending a cold rush of air past his face. Too close, Gozu thought, his heart hammering. He backpedaled again, his mind racing. I need to get out of this. His focus slipped for a split second, and that was all it took. One of the clones fainted low, forcing Gozu to sidestep. Another came from the side, its Zweihander carving a wide arc that drove him directly into the path of another clone. The massive sword descended, glowing with a razor-sharp aura of wind chakra, and Gozu had no time to think. Pure instinct took over, and he raised his clawed gauntlet to block the strike. He shouldn't have. He knew he shouldn't have. The moment the weapons met, Gozu felt it. The raw, overwhelming power of the wind chakra surged through the blade, cutting through his gauntlet like it was paper. The crack of metal shattering echoed through the mist, followed by the sickening sound of flesh tearing. Gozu's gauntlet and hand separated cleanly from his arm, spiraling through the air before splashing into the mud below. His forearm burned as a guttural scream ripped from his throat. He staggered back, clutching the jagged stump of his arm as the pain overwhelmed him. His footing faltered, and he dropped to one knee, his vision blurring as the clones pressed forward, their glowing blades promising no mercy. Maizu emerged from the mist, his chain coiled in one hand, dripping with chakra flow, slicing through 2 more clones with a savage arc. Smoke filled the air as the decoys were obliterated, but it did nothing to ease his tension. He darted to Gozu's side, his sharp eyes narrowing as his brother clutched his bloody stump, crimson pooling thickly in the mud beneath him. This isn't normal, Maizu growled under his breath. What kind of genin fights like this? Gozu grimaced through the pain, his teeth clenched as blood oozed uncontrollably from the jagged edge of his severed arm. This kid, he's nothing like the marks we've taken before. The armor, the clones, that sword, the vacuum blade. Maizu didn't waste time. He knelt beside Gozu, jamming the Senbon needles he held into the bloody stump. Ninja art. Pressure point jutsu. Chakra pulsed faintly along the Senbons as they sank into critical points along Gozu's arm. The bleeding slowed almost immediately as Maizu's quick application of the jutsu stabilized the injury. Gozu sucked in a sharp breath, his vision swimming as the pain dulled slightly. He glanced up at Naruto, who still hadn't moved from his position in the mist. The boy stood there, calm and calculating, his massive Zweihander resting on his shoulder. He hadn't pressed the advantage, hadn't rushed forward to finish them off. Maizu's brow furrowed as he followed his brother's gaze. What's he waiting for? He hissed, his voice laced with confusion. Does he think we'll just give up? Is he some naive brat who believes in fighting with honor? But before the thought could settle, Gozu's tone hardened, cutting through the silence. Maizu, drop the mist. Maizu hesitated, his hand hovering over the senbon still embedded in Gozu's arm. Are you crazy? If we drop it, we'll. Drop it, Gozu growled through clenched teeth. Something in his tone, a primal edge of fear, made Maizu obey without question. As the battlefield cleared, both brothers froze. The clearing was filled, completely surrounded, by hundreds of shadow clones. They stood in perfect formation, stretching in every direction, their identical faces all turned toward the demon brothers. But the worst part wasn't their sheer number, it was their demeanor. The clones weren't tense, weren't poised for an attack. Instead, they stood there with a bored nonchalance, as if waiting for a signal. One clone yawned exaggeratedly, while another lazily scratched the back of its head. A few even looked like they were chatting amongst themselves, as if this was a casual game rather than a life or death battle. One of the clones stepped forward, a sly grin on its face. It glanced back at the others and said in a mock-serious tone. All right, whose turn is it next? I'm getting bored. The brothers' hearts stopped. This wasn't a fight anymore. This was an execution waiting to happen. Gozu, you have to run. Maizu's voice was low, steady, and final. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a command. Gozu clenched his jaw, his hand shaking as he clutched the stump of his severed arm, blood still trickling down his wrist despite the senbon needles holding the worst of it at bay. He knew what his brother meant. Gozu locked eyes with Maizu, his lips trembling slightly before he nodded. Goodbye. Maizu's expression didn't waver. There was no fear, no hesitation. He straightened his posture, his chain coiling loosely in one hand as his fingers began to blur through dozens of hand signs. The water in the nearby stream rippled unnaturally, rising like a living thing, coiling and twisting around his body. The liquid surged upward, forming an elaborate water construct, a ceremonial lion costume. The water flowed unnaturally, thick and heavy, shaping a massive lion's head that engulfed his upper body. The head was wide and jagged, its mane flowing like liquid flames, with hollow, glowing eyes made of compressed chakra. Maizu's body was encased within the lion's jaws, his movements hidden inside as the construct roared with unnatural energy. The translucent construct pulsed, its surface rippling as if alive, shimmering faintly under the moonlight. Naruto's eyes narrowed, and a strange memory flickered in his mind. The New Year festivals back in Konoha, where two performers would dance under a lion costume, its massive head bobbing and weaving to drums and cheers. But this wasn't festive. This was deadly. The lion head let out a guttural howl as Maizu surged forward with the liquid construct, the stream feeding into it with every step. His speed was incredible, the water roaring around him like a whirlpool given legs. He leapt high into the air, the construct twisting and expanding around him, now twice his size. Water style. Dance of death. The construct reached its peak as he dove downward, aiming directly at Naruto. The lion's head opened wide, its teeth elongating into massive water blades glowing faintly with chakra. The moment it hit, the entire construct would detonate, a deadly explosion designed to obliterate anything in its radius, tearing apart enemies with compressed water and chakra. Gozu didn't hesitate. Tears streamed down his face as he activated Shunshin no Jutsu, his body vanishing in a blur of speed. He sprinted through the forest, each step like a dagger to his heart. He didn't want to leave his brother behind. They had dreamed of returning to their homeland, of helping Zabuza-sama kill the tyrant who oppressed them. They wanted to be remembered, not as nobodies, but as warriors who fought for a cause. And now, Maizu was giving his life to make that dream possible. You were my hero, brother, Gozu whispered, his vision blurred by tears as he leapt from tree to tree. There was no time to hesitate. Naruto shifted his grip and summoned the Drake's sword. The weapon shimmered in his hands, its sleek, dark blade humming faintly as it absorbed the wind chakra around him. The air spiraled toward the blade, creating a violent vortex along its edges, the sword now vibrating with raw, deadly energy. As the water lion construct descended, Naruto raised the Drake's sword and swung downward with all his strength. The impact was cataclysmic. The blade unleashed a massive shockwave of wind chakra, a crescent-shaped arc of slicing air that roared upward. It collided with the water construct midair, and for a moment, everything froze. The lion's head split open, the compressed water struggling against the overwhelming force of the wind chakra. Then, the shockwave detonated. The wind chakra tore through the water jutsu, shredding it apart. The compressed water exploded outward in a violent torrent, sending massive, spiraling streams of water in every direction. The ground beneath shook as the shockwave carved through the forest, leveling trees in its path. A howling roar echoed through the battlefield as the shockwave blasted through the surrounding area, its force uprooting ancient oaks, splintering trunks into shards, and carving deep gouges into the earth. The mist that had lingered in the air was ripped away in an instant, replaced by a deafening silence. When the dust settled, the battlefield was unrecognizable. The stream had been obliterated, reduced to scattered puddles amidst the devastation. Dozens of trees lay felled, their trunks shattered like brittle twigs. Deep gashes scored the earth where the wind shockwave had passed, the ground itself torn apart as if by a giant's blade. Naruto stood at the center, the drake's sword still humming faintly in his grip. The air around him crackled with residual energy as the last remnants of the water jutsu dissipated into harmless mist. Gozu glanced back as the roar of destruction reached him. His heart sank when he saw the aftermath. His brother's jutsu, their ultimate trump card, had done nothing. The boy had countered it like it was nothing more than a nuisance. Despair filled his chest, but he didn't have time to process it. Suddenly, the sound of Shunshin crackled behind him. He barely had time to turn his head before Naruto appeared at his side, his expression hidden behind his helmet. Gozu's eyes widened in horror. How is this monster a genin? That was his last thought before Naruto's leg shot upward, an axe kick descending like a guillotine. The blow struck Gozu squarely on the back, the force of it slamming him into the ground with a sickening crunch. Pain exploded in his spine as the bones shattered, the impact carving a small crater into the dirt. Gozu's body convulsed briefly before going limp, the pain overwhelming his senses. You have killed hostile enemy, Maizu. Dropped items Tekko Kagi, Shuriken chains, 500 soul. Konoha was not reckless. Missions weren't handed out like cheap festival trinkets. Every assignment underwent extensive scrutiny. Behind every mission stood an entire department. Analysts, intelligence officers, and strategists, combing through reports, weighing risks, predicting possible threats. When the assignment to escort Tazuna reached Kakashi, Gato's name had already been flagged. There was a high probability that Gato would send mercenaries. Maybe even rogue shinobi. The likelihood of combat was undeniable. And yet, the mission was approved. Because the reward outweighed the risk. A completed bridge meant a new trade route to the Fire Nation. New trade routes meant commerce. Commerce meant missions. More missions meant money for Konoha. And for a shinobi village that thrived on the economy of war, that was an opportunity too good to ignore. As for the danger, that was why Kakashi was sent. The instant the demon brothers attacked, Kakashi didn't react, not at first. He had a shadow clone grab Tazuna, assigned Sasuke and Sakura to provide support, and vanished into the shadows. The real him had moved unseen, poised to strike the enemy down the second things went wrong. But that moment never came. Instead, he found himself watching in complete disbelief. He had planned to let Naruto handle the fight, to gauge his progress, to see how far the boy had come. But what Kakashi saw went beyond anything he had expected. Brutal efficiency. The speed. The sheer force behind each attack. The way Naruto cut through the enemy like a seasoned warrior, not a fresh genin. As he analyzed the fight, his Sharingan traced every movement, every technique. He measured Naruto against the standard shinobi ranks in his head. In terms of technique and experience. Chunin level. But in terms of raw power. That was Tokubetsu Jonin level. Minato sensei. The way Naruto moved, the way he dominated the battlefield, it was almost eerie how much it reminded him of his late teacher. Kakashi exhaled slowly, forcing himself to remain still. If this was how much Naruto had grown in a few weeks, what would he be like in 6 months? A year. And yet, despite the pride welling in his chest, there was something else. Something that didn't sit right. Mysteries. Because power wasn't the only thing Naruto had gained. His Sharingan burned, memorizing every detail. The iron-rusted ring on Naruto's finger. At first glance, utterly mundane, worn down, unimpressive, easily dismissed as a cheap trinket. But in the heat of battle, it glowed. Not with chakra, but with something else. Something his Sharingan couldn't trace. Chakra had a flow, a rhythm, a natural movement that his dojutsu could read like a book. But this didn't flow. It didn't move like chakra. It just was. And not just was, it did. Even subtler than Fuinjutsu, the ring's power didn't act like chakra but still created effects. Like an artifact. Kakashi's mind whirred. He had seen the small, invisible platforms forming beneath Naruto's feet as he sprinted across unstable mud. Gozu's mud swamp terrain should have slowed him down. But it didn't. Naruto ran across it like it wasn't there. And then there was another unknown ring. Where the hell did these come from? And then, there was the sword. It was unlike anything Kakashi had ever seen. It wasn't steel. The surface was organic. Faint, muscle-like threads woven into the blade, as if it were a living thing. The closest thing Kakashi could compare it to was the 7 ninja swords of the mist. Artifacts from the Warring States era. Weapons created from a fusion of master blacksmithing and Fuinjutsu. Each sword a national treasure. Had Naruto stumbled upon an Uzumaki vault, that would explain the sword. Maybe even the rings. But not the rest. Not the other strange energy surrounding him. Not the impossible growth. Not the sense of otherworldliness Naruto had started to carry. Kakashi forced himself to breathe. He catalogued everything. Hiruzen's words echoed in his mind. It would be foolish to dismiss mysteries just because they involve Naruto. But from now on, we separate the two. Naruto and his mysteries are not the same. Treat them as such. Kakashi had agreed. Back then. But now, he wasn't so sure. We're supposed to be subtle, Naruto, Kakashi said dryly as he flickered into the clearing, his voice calm despite the battlefield that looked like a small-scale natural disaster had occurred. You're slow, sensei. That's because I trust you, Naruto. I believe in you. Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence. Naruto gestured toward the battlefield, the unconscious form of Gozu sprawled in the dirt. Well, I killed one ninja and captured the other. Mission accomplished, right? Kakashi nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on the destruction. He crouched down and picked up Gozu's limp body with one arm, easily slinging the unconscious man over his shoulder. All the while, his mind was racing. Kakashi's visible eye studied Naruto briefly, noting the boy's calm demeanor, though Kakashi didn't miss the slight nervous twitch in his fingers. Something was on his mind. Sensei, Naruto started. Do you want to meet Oscar? Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. His thoughts immediately derailed, his mind going utterly blank for a moment as questions flooded in. Oscar. Did that mean Oscar was here? Now? When? How? Kakashi's grip on Gozu tightened slightly, his expression unreadable, though his mind was racing. Wasn't Oscar supposed to be dead? Did Naruto somehow have some kind of connection to him? But before Kakashi could process any of it, Naruto brought 2 fingers to his lips and whistled. A faint digging sound broke the silence. Kakashi's eye flicked to the ground, where a patch of mud began to shift. Slowly, a small, glittering creature emerged. A large crystal protruded from its back, glowing faintly with a pulsing energy. The crystal lizard scurried forward, leaping onto Naruto's leg and climbing up to perch comfortably on his shoulder. It chirped softly, tilting its head as the crystal on its back shimmered like a prism. And what is that? Kakashi asked flatly, his voice as monotone as he could muster despite the growing headache he felt brewing. Naruto beamed, proud as could be. This is Oscar. The lizard chirped again, its crystal pulsing faintly as if responding to its name. Kakashi stared at the strange creature, then at Naruto, and then at the utterly destroyed clearing. His mind made the connection immediately, this wasn't the Oscar. Clearly, Naruto had named the creature out of remembrance for the man. But as Kakashi studied the crystal lizard perched on Naruto's shoulder, he couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was this thing? It wasn't a summon. That much was obvious. Summons bore the distinct signature of chakra, and this creature radiated none of that. It wasn't a normal animal, either. The glowing crystal embedded in its back wasn't natural, not in the slightest. The lizard chirped again, and Kakashi's Sharingan shifted instinctively beneath his forehead protector, his trained reflexes compelling him to analyze the creature further. Yet, even with his heightened perception and years of experience, he couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. The crystal lizard didn't have a chakra network, not in the traditional sense. Instead, there was something else, something foreign pulsing through its body in regular, rhythmic bursts. The energy wasn't chakra, it didn't flow like chakra did. It moved differently, almost mechanically. It was subtle, but Kakashi's trained eye could see how the creature's presence interacted with the environment. Tiny ripples of the same strange energy spread outward from the crystal on its back, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. It wasn't disruptive. It didn't damage the surroundings or influence chakra flows, but it was there, like a faint hum of static in the air. The boy seemed completely at ease with the lizard, scratching under its chin as it trilled happily, the sound almost soothing. To Naruto, this was clearly nothing unusual. He acted like it was just another part of his strange, ever-growing list of mysteries. Kakashi felt even more exhausted. He pinched the bridge of his nose, closing his visible eye for a moment as he exhaled deeply. For a brief second, Kakashi understood why so many shinobi turned to alcohol. Maybe I should have become an alcoholic, he muttered under his breath before shaking his head. Hell no. Jiraiya-sama's masterpieces are better than alcohol. A few minutes later, Naruto stood proudly, holding his crystal lizard high like a prized trophy. Sakura and Sasuke looked at him, their expressions ranging from mild disbelief to quiet resignation. Isn't he the cutest? Sakura leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. Where did you find him? She asked, reaching out a hand to pet the strange creature. Before she could touch it, Oscar hissed, his small mouth opening slightly to reveal tiny, sharp teeth. Sakura recoiled with a startled yelp. Oh, I found him injured in some barrels while I was fighting this damn flea-ridden cow, Naruto said matter-of-factly, releasing a long sigh through his nostrils, as if reliving the memory was exhausting. What happened to the cow? Oh, it burned itself to death, I think. Naruto said it so casually that Sasuke immediately regretted asking. He shook his head, muttering something about how talking to Naruto never made sense. Meanwhile, Tazuna stood off to the side, sweat dripping down his brow. He watched the scene nervously, his gaze darting between the tied-up assassin and Kakashi, who had just finished securing Gozu to the tree. Tazuna-san, it seems your C-rank escort mission is far more dangerous than we were led to believe. Tazuna swallowed hard. I apologize, he said. I didn't lie to deceive you. It's just, I couldn't afford anything more than a C-rank mission after months of saving up. I have no choice but to beg for your help. The old man pulled off his hat and bowed low. Please, protect me until I can complete the bridge. I'll pay you the appropriate amount once it's finished. My daughter, my grandson, my village is counting on this bridge. It's our only chance to free ourselves from the greed of that tyrant. I beg you, O great Konoha shinobi. Kakashi hummed, rubbing his chin as he considered the man's words. Tazuna-san, Naruto just fought 2 Chunin-level assassins. Shinobi specializing in killing, no less. We might face even stronger enemies ahead. Sasuke's eyes lit up at the thought. Naruto's grin widened. He stepped forward, raising his Zweihander slightly. Precept the first, he said, his voice steady. A knight's purpose is to serve, to protect those who cannot protect themselves. As if on cue, Oscar raised his small arms, as if mimicking Naruto's sense of grandeur. Kakashi quirked an eyebrow. Precept. Naruto turned to him, still grinning. It's a thing I follow. You wouldn't understand, sensei. Sasuke spoke. We're more prepared than a normal genin team, Kakashi. You can't coddle us forever. We need to face the real world. Sakura nodded, though she looked less certain. Sensei, he's right. If we don't face these kinds of missions now, we'll never grow. We're ready. Kakashi let out another long sigh, though there was a faint trace of pride in his expression. Fine, he said finally. We'll continue the mission, Tazuna-san, but you'll be charged the appropriate amount once the mission is over. Thank you, he said, his voice heavy with emotion. If you had declined, you would have left my daughter and grandson heartbroken. The words hung in the air, and though the team smiled faintly at his gratitude, Kakashi noticed something deeper in Tazuna's tone. Those words weren't meant to guilt them, nor were they a plea for sympathy. No, those words were for himself. A quiet mantra, a way to reaffirm his own resolve. All right, Kakashi said, clapping his hands lightly to gather their attention. But first, we need to prepare. Prepare how? Are we training tonight? Naruto asked, casually setting Oscar near the fire where the lizard curled up happily, basking in the warmth. No. It's something more important. During this mission, you'll likely be exposed to your first kill. And most shinobi freeze up when it happens. Kakashi turned toward the unconscious Gozu. The weight of his words sank into the air like a stone, the casual atmosphere of the camp dissipating instantly. Sakura covered her mouth. Sasuke's expression hardened, while Naruto's grin faded into something more serious. Sensei. Sakura stammered, can't we extract information from this guy? Interrogate him. No, Kakashi said. We can't take that risk. Even if we tried to interrogate him, he could lie, mislead us, or give us just enough false information to waste our time. People like him are trained for this. The most efficient way is to end it here, remove the head and send it back to Konoha. The Yamanaka clan can extract the truth directly from his memories, no lies, no risks. Sakura froze. Naruto broke the silence, stepping forward and casually drawing his massive Zweihander. Alright, I'll do it. This should be easy. Not you, Naruto, Kakashi said sharply. You've already killed before. This isn't about you. Naruto hesitated, then stepped back, sliding the blade onto his shoulder with a nod. I don't freeze at the sight of blood, Sasuke said simply. I've seen enough of it. This won't bother me. I know you won't, Sasuke. That's not the point. Sakura's breath hitched as Kakashi's gaze shifted to her. That leaves you, Sakura, Kakashi said, his tone gentle. Her hands trembled at her sides as she stared at Gozu, her breathing uneven. Me, she whispered, her voice barely audible. But, sensei, I can't. Kakashi stepped closer, crouching slightly to meet her eyes. Sakura, you wanted to face the real world. This is part of it. The first kill is always the hardest. But you have to push through, or when the time comes and there's no one else, you'll freeze. And freezing in battle gets people killed. Sakura's lips trembled as her gaze flicked to Naruto and Sasuke, both of whom were watching her silently. She could feel the pressure mounting, the weight of expectation crushing her. She clenched her fists, but her legs refused to move, her body frozen in place. Kakashi stayed quiet, giving her the space to decide, but his presence loomed, steady and unmoving. The decision was hers to make. Sakura's hands trembled as she reached into her pouch, pulling out a kunai. The polished metal caught the faint glow of the campfire, but her grip on the weapon was unsteady. Her knuckles had turned white from the effort, and her breathing came in shallow, uneven gasps. It felt like her chest couldn't expand fully, as though the weight of what she was about to do had wrapped itself around her lungs. Each step toward Gozu felt like dragging iron weights behind her. Her heart pounded so loudly she was sure everyone could hear it. The kunai trembled in her hand as she stared down at him. This man, this assassin, who had tried to kill Naruto and her team. His face was slack in unconsciousness, his head slumped forward against the ropes binding him to the tree. This is right, she told herself, her thoughts spiraling. He's dangerous. He would have killed us if he had the chance. This is what shinobi do. But no matter how much she tried to convince herself, her legs kept shaking. Her grip on the kunai felt fragile, like it could slip at any moment. Behind her, Kakashi's calm, steady voice broke through the storm in her mind. Take your time, Sakura. But remember, it's him or us. People like him won't hesitate. If you freeze when it matters, you're not just putting yourself at risk, you're putting your team at risk. Her fingers tightened instinctively around the kunai, but it felt heavier now, like it was pulling her down. Her throat was dry, and she realized she hadn't taken a proper breath in several seconds. She forced herself to inhale, the sound shaky and uneven. Crouching slowly, she brought the blade to Gozu's throat. The sharp edge glinted in the firelight, and her eyes darted over his features, the rough lines of his face, the blood crusted at the corner of his mouth, the faint rise and fall of his chest. He looked human, and that made it so much harder. Her hand froze. Do it, Sakura, Kakashi said softly, his tone firm but not harsh. This man is a killer. If you hesitate now, what happens when the next one comes after your teammates? What happens when it's Naruto or Sasuke on the ground because you froze? Her stomach churned violently. She clenched her teeth, tears brimming in her eyes as she pressed the blade against his neck. It's him or us, she repeated in her head, over and over again. Finally, she pushed. The blade pierced his throat, but her angle was wrong, hesitant. Blood spurted from the wound, warm and sticky against her hands. Gozu's eyes snapped open, wide and panicked, and Sakura froze in horror. His body jerked violently, a horrible gurgling sound escaping his throat as he struggled against the ropes binding him to the tree. His wild eyes locked onto hers, and in that moment, her fear surged into full-blown terror. He thrashed, the ropes creaking under the strain, his mouth opening and closing as he tried to speak, but all that came out was a wet, choking sound. Sakura! Move! Kakashi barked, his voice sharp like a kunai slicing through the tension. Her body moved on pure instinct, her mind blank as she raised the kunai again. With trembling hands, she plunged it into his neck, this time driving it deep. Gozu's body spasmed once, then slumped forward, completely limp. Sakura stared at him, her breathing ragged, her hands locked around the bloodied kunai. Her vision blurred as tears spilled freely down her face, and she let the weapon fall to the dirt with a soft thud. I didn't mean for him to wake up, she whispered, her voice trembling. I didn't mean for it to happen like that. Kakashi crouched beside her, placing a firm hand on her shoulder. His voice was low and steady. It's never clean, he said quietly. It's never easy. That's the truth of this life. But you acted. You didn't freeze when it mattered, and because of that, you're still here. Your team is still here. She stared at her bloodied hands, her body trembling. He looked at me, sensei. Like he hated me. Kakashi shook his head. That wasn't hate, Sakura. That was instinct. The moment he woke up, he was thinking of how to kill you. He wouldn't have hesitated. He gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. This wasn't about him. It's about you and your team. It's us or them. And you made the right choice. Sakura sniffled, wiping her face with the back of her sleeve, smearing blood across her cheek. Her legs felt like they would give out, but Kakashi's hand kept her steady. You'll carry this with you, he said softly. We all do. But that weight, it means you care. And as long as you care, you'll be stronger for it. Sakura nodded shakily, though her tears still flowed freely. I think I'm going to be sick. Kakashi gave her a faint smile, helping her to her feet. That's normal. It gets easier with time. Naruto and Sasuke watched silently from a distance. Sasuke's expression was impassive, but there was a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Naruto's face, however, was softer, his usual energy subdued. He stepped forward and wrapped Sakura in a firm hug. Don't feel guilty, Sasuke said bluntly, stepping closer. They wouldn't, if it were you in their place. Sakura nodded against Naruto's chest, her tears breaking into quiet sobs. Naruto glared at Sasuke but said nothing, just holding Sakura tightly. After a moment, Sasuke sighed and placed a hand on her back, awkwardly joining the embrace. From a distance, Tazuna watched the scene with wide eyes. He took a shaky swig of his alcohol, muttering under his breath, ninjas are scary. Meanwhile, Kakashi finished sealing Gozu's head into a scroll and summoned a Ninken to carry it back to Konoha. Standing, he glanced back at his team. All right, you three, let me teach you how to hide a body. The land of waves was a place of contrasts, hidden beauty drowning in creeping despair. Deep within the dense forest, a hideout had been constructed like a nest, a labyrinth of wooden walkways and rope bridges winding through towering trees. From the outside, it seemed to blend seamlessly into the forest, an extension of the canopy itself. Gato strode through the main chamber, his stubby legs carrying him with an air of false confidence. His shaggy brown hair was slick with the humidity, and his small, circular black glasses slid down his sweaty nose. He tugged at his purple tie, his yellow shirt already stained with damp spots. Behind him, two towering bodyguards followed silently, their hands resting on the hilts of their weapons, eyes scanning for any unseen threats. The interior was lit by lanterns crafted from polished iron and thick glass, their light flickering across the rough wooden walls. In the center of the room, lounging on the most expensive couch Gato could buy, was Zabuza Momochi. The demon of the mist was a towering figure of muscle and menace. His light grayish skin seemed almost ghostly in the low light, and his spiky black hair cast jagged shadows across the walls. Dark brown eyes stared half-lidded at nothing in particular, and the bandages covering the lower half of his face hid whatever expression might have been there. Yet the aura he radiated left no doubt. This was a predator resting between kills, calm and utterly lethal. Zabuza, Gato said, forcing a smile as he stepped closer. I assume you've been enjoying my hospitality. Zabuza didn't even glance his way. The silence stretched, and Gato's forced grin began to twitch. His irritation bubbled beneath the surface, but before he could speak again, a soft voice interrupted. Zabuza-sama. The voice was calm, almost gentle, yet carried an undertone of quiet strength. From the shadows emerged Haku, moving with an elegance that made his every step seem deliberate. His long black hair shimmered faintly in the dim light, gathered neatly in a white bun holder, while two loose strands framed his delicate face. His large, dark brown eyes, pale skin, and slender frame gave him an ethereal beauty, but there was a sharpness in his gaze, subtle, but unmistakable. Haku carried 2 candles crafted from dorian wax, a rare substance created by blending the oil of sea-slicked reeds from the coastal marshlands of Karigakure with the blood of the person they were bound to. The wax was carefully infused with yang chakra, creating a tether between the candle and the life force of its owner. As long as the person remained alive, the flame would burn steadily. Zabuza-sama. The flames have gone out. Maizu and Gozu are dead. Zabuza sighed, his broad shoulders rising and falling in a motion that felt more dismissive than mournful. Tch. Those fools couldn't even stay alive long enough to be useful. What do you mean? Gato snapped. Are you saying your subordinates were killed? By who? Zabuza's gaze locked onto the tycoon with enough weight to make him falter. By the shinobi guarding that bridge builder. Gato's face flushed red with anger. What the hell am I paying you for if you can't even handle? The room changed. Zabuza's killer intent seeped into the space like a creeping fog, clinging to their skin and filling their lungs, heavy and inescapable. It was the presence of a predator, not coiling like a snake but stalking like a shadow, a demon born of the mist, silent and suffocating. Gato took a stumbling step back, his face pale, sweat pouring down his temples. His bodyguards stiffened behind him, their hands twitching toward their weapons, but the unspoken truth in the room was clear. No weapon could protect them from the man in front of them. What are you going to do now? Zabuza rested his hand on the hilt of his blade. The faint scrape of Kubikiribocho against the floor filled the silence. What I always do. He rose to his full height, towering over the room as the lantern light cast jagged shadows across his bandaged face. His grip tightened on the hilt of the executioner's blade, its massive form glinting faintly in the dim light. They're just another obstacle. Just more corpses waiting to fall. He took a step forward, the weight of his presence suffocating. I'll silence them, Zabuza said. Swiftly or painfully, it doesn't matter. By the time I'm finished, the only trace they'll leave behind will be the blood-soaked mist that carries their screams. The small wooden boat creaked as it pushed through the mist-shrouded sea, the soft splash of the oars barely audible against the dense fog. Naruto sat cross-legged near the bow, his arms folded as he let out a long, exaggerated sigh. It had been 2 days since he'd left the campsite with no sign of Lord Rendu to his mission, and the thought gnawed at him. Solaire must have left by now, he thought gloomily, fake tears welling up in his eyes. Looks like I can't talk to my sunbro. The soft murmur of voices drew his attention, and he turned to see Tazuna speaking with the helmsman. How's the situation looking back home? The helmsman adjusted his wide, worn straw hat, a hand calloused from years of labor brushing against its frayed edges. His name was Kojira, a thin, wiry man with sun-weathered skin and deep-set eyes that seemed permanently narrowed from decades of squinting against the sea's glare. He wore a tattered blue yukata tied at the waist with a faded rope belt, and his sandals were held together by thin strips of cloth. Kojira's voice had a distinct cadence to it, a low, gravelly tone that dragged slightly. The same as it's always been, Tazuna-san, he said, his eyes fixed on the mist ahead. Gato's men are everywhere, taking what they want, killing who they please. Your bridge, it's the only chance we've got left. That's why I agreed to this. Team 7 took a collective breath, the weight of the helmsman's words settling over them like a heavy fog. They had known the mission was important. It had been drilled into their heads since the beginning. But hearing it from someone who lived it, someone who carried the scars of Gato's tyranny, made it real in a way no briefing or strategy ever could. People are starving. Some have already started fleeing to the mountains. The rest, they're holding on for your bridge. If you can finish it, Maybe, just maybe, we'll have a future that isn't owned by Gato. The boat glided forward, the mist beginning to part, revealing the skeletal outline of the unfinished bridge. Massive stone pillars rose from the water, their surfaces marred by moss and the elements. The framework of wooden scaffolding stretched across its length, incomplete and precarious, as if frozen mid-construction. To Naruto, it was as impressive as the bridge back in Lordran. Tazuna-san, you made this? Sakura asked. No, kid, I'll have made it when it's done, when my people can sleep, eat, and breathe without fear. Then, maybe, I'll call it mine. The boat drifted into a series of arched stone tunnels, their curved ceilings damp with condensation, glistening faintly in the light that filtered through cracks above. Above the arches, the muffled sounds of a bustling fish market echoed faintly, voices haggling over prices, the sharp clatter of fishmongers, knives, and the occasional splash of discarded water. The air carried a peculiar mix of scents: salt, decay, and the tang of fish. Naruto wrinkled his nose. What is this place? This is the dock for people like us, common folk. The real docks. Gato owns those. This is all we've got left. He gestured to the mangroves. I'll use the cover of the trees to sneak you in. Once we hit land, move fast. The roads aren't safe. Kakashi nodded. Team, we're going off the road. Stay alert. This is dangerous territory. The boat slowed as Kojiro guided it into the dock. The wood groaned under their weight as they began to disembark. Around them, the mangroves stretched out like a natural fortress, the water stained with the muck of rot and salt. Small figures moved in the shadows, fishermen and children hauling what little they could, their faces gaunt and wary. They all look so. Naruto trailed off, unsure of how to finish. They're surviving, Kojiro said simply. That's all the people of the wave can do. But then, Naruto froze. His body tensed, every instinct screaming as he felt it. A shift in the air, the ripple of danger closing in. Get down, Naruto shouted, shoving Tazuna to the side. The rest of Team 7 ducked instinctively as a shadow tore through the air. A sharp whistle of wind cut across the dock, and then came the sickening sound of flesh and bone being severed, a single, brutal thud. Jiro's body stood motionless for a heartbeat, as if frozen in time. Then, with a grotesque inevitability, his headless torso collapsed onto the dock, blood spraying across the weathered planks. His straw hat fluttered to the ground, landing beside his lifeless body as crimson pooled beneath it. No! Tazuna cried out, his voice breaking. The head tumbled into the murky water, sinking quickly, leaving behind ripples that spread out across the blood-streaked waves. Above them, the massive blade of the Kubikiribocho was embedded into a mangrove trunk, its bloodied edge glinting in the light. Then came the sound of footsteps, followed by the faint hum of shunshin. Zabuza Momochi appeared atop the blade of his sword, his tall, muscular frame silhouetted against the pale mist. His bandaged face was calm, his dark eyes scanning them like a predator sizing up its prey. So, these are the shinobi guarding Tazuna. Let's see if you're worth the effort. Naruto growled low in his throat, his hands instinctively moving toward his sword. His fingers itched for action, for vengeance after the helmsman's death. But before he could take a step, Kakashi outstretched his hand, blocking him. This isn't your fight, Naruto, Kakashi said firmly. Protect Tazuna. I'll handle this. Naruto obeyed, stepping back as Kakashi reached up and pulled his headband up, revealing the crimson Sharingan. The air around Team 7 shifted as they realized their sensei was taking this fight seriously. Without a word, the team snapped into formation. Naruto and Sasuke flanked either side of Tazuna, their weapons ready, while Sakura stood directly in front of the bridge builder, driving kunai into the rotting dock planks. Tazuna glanced nervously at the team, his hands trembling slightly. Wouldn't it be better if we ran? He suggested, his voice tight with fear as he noticed the last few villagers fleeing into the mist. No, Kakashi replied. You wouldn't make it far. Then it must be over for the villagers, Tazuna muttered as he took a swig from the battered bottle in his hands. His eyes tracked the silhouettes of men, women, and children darting into the mist, running as far from the conflict as they could. They know, Tazuna said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. His weathered face turned down slightly as if in prayer, his hand gripping the bottle like it was the only anchor he had. The moment you spot a ninja, you run, even if they're not after you. Their collateral can kill you just the same. Naruto watched the villagers disappear into the fog, their figures fading like ghosts. His jaw clenched, and without a word, he formed a dozen shadow clones with a single hand sign. The clones appeared in a flash, nodding to him before they flickered, vanishing into the mist with quiet efficiency. Don't worry, old man, Naruto said. No one's dying on our watch. Tazuna's lips pressed into a thin line, his hand tightening around the bottle. For a brief moment, he felt something unfamiliar, and then he noticed something in Naruto's body language. Naruto felt the memories of something killing his clones in the mist. Konoha Shinobi, is that really what you're like? From atop the massive Kubikiribocho, Zabuza snorted. Soft, he sneered. That's what Konoha Shinobi are, idealists playing at being warriors. Zabuza's posture was relaxed. Is this what you've taught your team, Kakashi of the Sharingan? To hold the hands of civilians. To play hero. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied Zabuza's form. He knew immediately that the man standing on the massive sword was just a water clone, a decoy meant to distract, and his words were meant for psychological warfare. He's trying to unnerve them, to get into their heads before the fight begins. I think I've taught my brats well enough. Zabuza's eyes darkened. You think you're raising shinobi? No. What you've made are children pretending to be warriors. A ninja isn't someone who protects, Kakashi. A ninja is a weapon. A tool forged to kill, again and again, until there's nothing left. His gaze shifted to Naruto's clones as they vanished deeper into the mist, ushering the few remaining villagers to safety. You're wasting your time, kid. I've already popped your little toys. Hearts, kidneys, throats, those poor civilians are bleeding out as we speak. You should have stayed with your client instead of playing hero. Naruto's fingers tightened on the hilt of his Zweihander, his jaw clenching as fury rippled through him. Stop. Kakashi's voice cut through the tension like a knife. Naruto, calm down. Don't let him get into your head. Naruto froze in place, his breath heaving, but he didn't lower his weapon. That's right, boy. Listen to your teacher. You're not ready to face someone like me. Before he could say more, Kakashi moved. Lightning style. Senbon. A flash of light cracked through the mist as Kakashi's jutsu shot forward, piercing Zabuza's chest in an instant. The figure on the Kubikiribocho froze, then dissolved into a splash of water, the remnants falling back into the sea. As the ripples faded, Zabuza's voice echoed through the mist, low and mocking. Good shot, Kakashi. But that wasn't me. The fog thickened, rolling over the dock like a living thing, swallowing the area in a dense, suffocating white. The world grew eerily quiet, the only sound the faint lapping of waves against the mangroves. Naruto tightened his grip on the Zweihander, adjusting his stance. He let the blade drop into the fool's guard, but his senses extended outward, feeling every minute shift in the air, every vibration in the water. Sasuke crouched low to Naruto's left, his Sharingan spinning as he scanned the mist for even the faintest movement. Sakura remained close to Tazuna, her hands ready, her eyes darting between the shadows. The team waited, their breaths shallow, their nerves taut like bowstrings. Somewhere in the fog, the demon of the mist waited too. Watching. Hunting. And then the silence broke. Without warning, Zabuza appeared like a phantom from the fog, his massive Kubikiribocho slicing through the air in a deadly, sweeping arc aimed to decapitate the entire team. Naruto's Zweihander shot upward, the blade catching Zabuza's massive sword with a metallic crash. The sheer force of Naruto's swing stopped the executioner's blade in its tracks, sparks flying as the two weapons met. To Zabuza's surprise, Naruto's raw strength pushed him back. The force was enough to make him skid across the slick dock, his feet digging into the wood as he regained his balance. That's strength. But before Zabuza could recover, Kakashi appeared behind him in a blur of speed. A kunai gleamed in the faint light as Kakashi's hand moved like lightning, slitting Zabuza's throat. Or so it seemed. Zabuza's body melted into water, splashing harmlessly onto the dock as another figure emerged from the mist behind Kakashi and swung his massive sword in a deadly horizontal arc, the blade slicing through the air toward the older man's back. Kakashi twisted his body at the last moment, jumping into a backflip that carried him out of harm's way. As he flipped through the air, his hands came together in a blur of motion. Wind style. Ryulo triangle. A blast of wind, shaped like a rotating circular triangle, burst from Kakashi's palms. The jutsu spun with razor-sharp edges, cutting through the mist with a high-pitched screech. It slammed into Zabuza with enough force to send him crashing into the water below, only for his body to splatter into a puddle, another water clone. A low, mocking laugh echoed through the mist, chilling and cruel. You're good, Kakashi. But not good enough. From the fog, standing atop the water like a shadow of death, Zabuza formed a series of rapid hand signs. His voice rang out, commanding and sharp. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. The water surrounding him surged, rising and twisting as it molded into the shape of a massive dragon. Its serpentine body writhed, and its gaping maw snarled as it roared toward Team 7. Sasuke. Kakashi shouted. I'm on it. Sasuke took a deep breath and released his fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive sphere of fire shot forward, colliding with the water dragon in an explosion of steam and mist. The air sizzled and hissed, but Zabuza's mastery of water proved too strong. The dragon pushed through the fireball, its momentum barely slowed as it barreled toward the team. Sakura. Now, Kakashi commanded as he landed on the dock. Sakura clapped her hands together, her palms glowing with chakra. Ninja art. Barrier formation. The kunai stabbed into the dock floor glowed brightly, and chakra threads surged between them, forming a translucent wall that shimmered like liquid crystal. The water dragon crashed into the barrier with a deafening roar, the impact shaking the entire dock. Water splashed everywhere, the force so intense it sent ripples through the mist. The dragon shattered into massive torrents, its energy breaking into countless streams that fell harmlessly around the team. The chakra barrier flickered but held, its glow illuminating the dock. Zabuza clicked his tongue in annoyance as the mist began to thin. The sight of the shimmering chakra wall protecting his targets was enough to make him scowl. Smart. But clever tricks won't save you for long, he muttered. Before Zabuza could form another jutsu, Kakashi appeared in front of him with a flicker, his kunai clashing against the Kubikiribocho. The force of the clash sent a shockwave rippling outward, shaking the water beneath their feet. Zabuza's sword was massive, but Kakashi's speed and precision made up for the difference in weight. Their weapons locked, the two shinobi glaring at each other, their killing intent palpable. Zabuza pressed the attack, swinging his massive blade in a series of brutal arcs. Each strike was precise and deliberate, the weight of the Kubikiribocho enough to split the dock in half with a single misstep. Kakashi moved with fluid grace, dodging and parrying with his kunai. Zabuza feinted high, forcing Kakashi to block, only to sweep low with a spinning kick aimed at Kakashi's legs. Kakashi jumped, flipping midair to avoid the strike, and retaliated with a kunai aimed at Zabuza's ribs. Zabuza twisted his body, the blade narrowly missing him as he brought his massive sword down in a crushing overhead swing. Kakashi sidestepped, his kunai scraping against the massive sword as sparks flew. The two broke apart, each assessing the other as the mist swirled around them. Here's the thing, Kakashi, Zabuza said, you never fight a shinobi of Kirigakure in the water. Without warning, Zabuza released his chakra control, plunging into the depths below with a splash. His form disappeared beneath the surface, leaving only ripples in his wake. Look at your team, copy ninja. Kakashi turned sharply, his Sharingan spinning as his gaze snapped to Team 7. From all sides, multiple water clones of Zabuza rose from the sea, their features identical to the original, their massive swords gleaming with the promise of death. Naruto's Zweihander swept through the Zabuza clones, cleaving them cleanly in two, while Sasuke's ninja wire shot out like gleaming threads of silver, wrapping tightly around the remaining clones. The wires glowed with crackling lightning chakra, the electricity coursing through the clones and shattering them into bursts of water. Sakura, meanwhile, remained rooted near Tazuna, her hands pressed together in concentration. A pyramidal chakra barrier shimmered around them. But then, the real Zabuza exploded from the water with terrifying speed, his Kubikiribocho slicing downward. Naruto met him head-on, his Zweihander raised. The clash of steel rang out like a thunderclap, the sheer force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. Naruto was sent hurtling backward, his body smashing through the wooden walls of the dock far away. Sasuke's ninja wires shot out, wrapping tightly around the massive sword. With a surge of chakra, he sent electricity coursing through the wires, aiming to disable the blade. But Zabuza barely flinched. Amusing. With one swift motion, he closed the distance, driving his knee into Sasuke's stomach. The impact sent the boy flying backward, slamming him against Sakura's barrier. The wall trembled, cracks spider webbing across its surface. Zabuza raised his sword high, aiming to cleave Sasuke in two. The blade descended only for Kakashi to appear in a blur of speed, substituting himself for the boy at the last second. But Zabuza was already one step ahead. The swing of Zabuza's Kubikiribocho seemed destined for Kakashi's throat, but the blade veered off course at the last moment, embedding itself into the dock with a resounding crack. Before the white-haired Jonin could react to the feint, Zabuza twisted his body into a spinning tornado kick. The strike connected squarely with Kakashi's chest, the force of the blow like being hit by a battering ram. The white-haired man hit the surface with a splash, his body already twisting to recover when he felt it, a massive surge of chakra beneath him. Water style. Venus flytrap. The water around Kakashi churned violently, rising into the shape of a massive maw. Two halves of the watery trap snapped shut around him, the jaws locking him in place. The Venus flytrap shifted, its watery surface twisting and reforming into a sphere that encased Kakashi entirely. Water style. Water prison jutsu. Zabuza's voice rang out from the mist. Kakashi felt the weight of the water pressing in on him, restricting his movements and making it difficult to breathe. The heavy sphere glimmered with Zabuza's control, an unrelenting force designed to crush both body and spirit. From the water, 4 Zabuza clones leapt into the air, maintaining the water prison. You lose, Konoha Shinobi, the original Zabuza said, his voice filled with cold certainty. On the dock, Tazuna trembled behind Sakura, his weathered hands clasped tightly together as if in prayer. Sakura, her pink hair clinging to her damp forehead, stood resolutely in front of him, her hands pressed together in concentration. Despite the strain of maintaining the glowing pyramidal barrier surrounding them, she held firm. Then it came. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. From the water's surface rose a monstrous serpentine dragon, its twisting body made entirely of water. The creature reared back, its jaws snapping as it surged toward the dock, its massive form casting an ominous shadow over Sakura and Tazuna. The force of the jutsu roared in Sakura's ears, the water dragon's sheer size and power shaking the dock as it closed in. Kakashi's voice rang out, sharp and desperate. Run. But Sakura didn't move. Fear flickered in her eyes, raw, unfiltered, and undeniable. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach, clawing at her resolve. But there was something else, something far stronger that burned in the depths of her heart. Determination. Trust. Even with the suffocating weight of Zabuza's killing intent pressing down on her, making her hands tremble, she held her ground. She didn't run. She didn't falter. Her duty was to protect Tazuna, and she would not abandon her post. Because that was her role. And because she trusted. No, she knew, that Naruto and Sasuke had her back. The water dragon lunged forward, its massive maw open wide, ready to crush everything in its path. The dock groaned beneath Sakura's feet as the beast bore down on her, its sheer presence suffocating. But before it could reach her, 2 blinding attacks cut through the mist from opposite sides. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A massive fireball, larger than anything Kakashi had seen Sasuke produce before, roared across the dock. The flames illuminated the mist, casting long shadows as they surged forward. From the opposite side, a gale of slicing wind shot out, a crescent-shaped slash of air that tore through the fog. The 2 attacks collided with the water dragon Zabuza had summoned, shattering it in an explosion of steam and raw energy. Water sprayed in every direction, the remnants of the dragon dissipating into harmless ripples. Zabuza's eyes narrowed as he saw the 2 boys standing tall atop the water. Naruto held the Zweihander in one hand, his Drake sword in the other. Hey, Zabuza, Naruto called out. How hard is life with no eyebrows? Zabuza felt a vein pop in his head. Sasuke smirked. And how ugly do you have to be to wear bandages as a mask? The 2 boys stood on opposite ends, the water beneath them rippling slightly with their chakra control. Kakashi, trapped in the water prison, watched them with a mixture of pride and disbelief. Sasuke. He must have copied it with his Sharingan. His gaze shifted to the boy covered in armor and splinters. How did Naruto figure out water walking so quickly? Run. Kakashi shouted. Zabuza is not someone you can fight. But neither boy moved. Zabuza chuckled, low and guttural. The mist around him seemed to grow thicker, darker, as his voice cut through the silence, each word laced with malice. You think you can stand and fight me? He growled, his grip tightening on the Kubikiribocho. His voice dropped lower, almost a whisper, yet somehow louder than the mist-shrouded battlefield itself. Do you know what it takes to survive as a shinobi of Kurigakure? To earn the right to wear this headband. His eyes gleamed with cold amusement as he began to step forward, his boots splashing lightly against the water. When I was your age, I had to kill my entire class just to graduate. Hundreds of my peers, all desperate, all promising, all eager to live. His words dripped with venom. And I slaughtered them. Every last one. His mouth curled into a sadistic grin beneath his bandages. Their screams, their tears, their pathetic begging, I felt nothing. Because that's what it means to be a shinobi. No rules, no bonds, no mercy. I didn't hesitate, and because of that, I survived. I became a demon. And now. Zabuza stopped, his bloodlust rolling off him in waves, suffocating the air like a vice. You tell me, you little brats, what makes you think you can stand against me? Zabuza unleashed the full weight of his killer intent. It hit like a tidal wave, invisible but crushing, crashing over the battlefield with such intensity that Tezuna's body crumpled to the dock, unconscious before he even realized what had happened. Kakashi's mind raced, panic rising in his chest. He needed a plan, needed to find a way to escape and keep his team safe. They were too young, too inexperienced, and Zabuza wasn't bluffing. This was a monster in human form. To Kakashi's shock, Zabuza's killer intent barely fazed his team. Wow, Naruto replied. Not only do you have no eyebrows, but you're a loser who thinks killing his classmates makes him strong. You climbed over a pile of corpses to get where you are. Naruto pointed his blade toward Zabuza. I guess that's the difference between you and us. You're just a monster who fought alone. But we're a team. Sasuke's voice followed. We were taught something you'd never understand. Team 7 spoke together, their voices resolute, like a mantra etched into their very souls. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat as their words echoed in his mind. Words he'd once lived by, taught to him by someone he'd never forget. Zabuza paused for a moment, as if weighing their words. Then, he laughed as he stepped back, dissolving into the swirling mist. His voice followed, slithering through the fog, disembodied yet suffocatingly close. Run if you want to live, brats, he hissed. But if you choose to stay, you'll learn the hard way. Demons don't play by your rules. The fight was about to begin, and Team 7 knew one thing for certain. This wasn't just a battle for victory. It was a battle to survive. The mist thickened further, swallowing the world in dense, impenetrable white. Naruto and Sasuke flickered into position beside Sakura, her hands steady as she reinforced the pyramidal chakra barrier. We're at a disadvantage, Sasuke said, his voice quiet but grim. Naruto and Sakura nodded. From power to experience, to the very environment itself, everything worked in Zabuza's favor. The demon of the mist had the upper hand in every possible way. Sasuke, use Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sasuke stiffened at Naruto's suggestion, fully aware of the toll it would take. However, through their training and countless D-rank missions, he had come to understand that Naruto was an extremely crafty combatant. His tactics were often unpredictable but goddamn effective. Without hesitation, Sasuke formed the hand seals and pushed his chakra to the limit. Two clones materialized in front of him in a puff of smoke, their red Sharingan glowing faintly through the mist. The original Sasuke dropped to his knees, his breaths labored as sweat poured down his face. His vision blurred for a moment, and his muscles screamed in protest, trembling under the strain. Every ounce of chakra he had left felt like it had been ripped out of him. Drink this, Naruto said, shoving the Estus flask into Sasuke's mouth. Before he could question it, Sasuke drank from the glowing golden liquid. Instantly, his body felt reinvigorated. The burning ache in his muscles faded, his chakra reserves replenished almost entirely. Even the lingering pain of old wounds, scars buried deep from years of training, vanished. What the hell? Naruto, just what did you make me drink? Sasuke thought, his hand tightening around the flask as he stared at Naruto in disbelief. But there wasn't time to ask. Focus. We've got work to do, Naruto said, already stepping forward as he gestured for the clones to take position. Naruto quickly outlined the plan, his voice low but filled with urgency. Sasuke's clones moved swiftly, crouching on the water's surface as they placed their hands into the rippling depths. Sasuke poured every ounce of chakra he had into the technique, channeling pure lightning into the water. The effect was immediate. Lightning arced and surged through the surface, illuminating the mist with brilliant flashes of blue and white. The water crackled and hissed, small explosions ripping through it as though a storm had descended upon the battlefield. The sheer intensity of the move made the water undulate violently, forcing Zabuza to react. From within the mist, the demon of the mist emerged, leaping high into the air to avoid the electrified surface. His plan to attack from beneath the water was thwarted. Naruto moved. His body flickered as he shot toward Zabuza with his Zweihander in hand, the massive blade aimed for a decisive strike. Zabuza raised the Kubikiribocho, using the flat of the weapon like a shield. The two blades collided with a deafening crash, wind chakra surging along Naruto's blade as it clashed against the water chakra flowing through Zabuza's. The force of the collision sent both combatants hurtling back, their feet skidding across the surface of the water as waves rippled outward from the impact. Naruto raised his sword into the high guard position. Zabuza's lips curled beneath his bandages into a cold grin. He shifted the Kubikiribocho slightly, holding it low and parallel to the water, a stance built for sweeping strikes and counters. Impressive sword for a kid, Zabuza said. Let's see if you know how to use it. Naruto didn't respond with words. Instead, he surged forward, his boots barely skimming the water as he swung the Zweihander in a crushing diagonal arc, the blade slicing down with brutal speed. Zabuza stepped back, pivoting smoothly as the blade grazed past him, kicking up a splash of water. You're quick, Zabuza remarked as he spun his massive blade in a sweeping horizontal arc, aiming low to take out Naruto's legs. Zabuza underestimated Naruto and intended to give him a painful death rather than a quick one. Naruto shifted immediately into his low stance, bringing his sword down to meet his opponent's. The clash of steel rang out across the water as Naruto angled his blade to deflect Zabuza's strike upward. The force of the parry created an opening, and Naruto surged forward, aiming a thrust at Zabuza's chest with the tip of his sword using an extended grip. Zabuza twisted his body at the last second, letting the blade skim past his ribs. His blade came up in a short, brutal cut aimed at the boy's torso. Naruto stepped back, switching fluidly to his forward-pointing stance directly at Zabuza, creating a defensive barrier that kept the older swordsman at bay. Zabuza tested the distance with a quick feint, but Naruto's tip followed his movements, controlling the range and keeping him out of reach. Not bad, Zabuza muttered. His movements shifted, becoming looser, almost lazy, as he began circling Naruto. It was clear he was trying to bait Naruto into overextending. Naruto recognized the tactic immediately. He dropped his blade into the fool's guard. You think you can trick me with that amateur stance? Zabuza sneered, lunging forward with a vertical slash aimed at Naruto's exposed side. Naruto's trap snapped shut. With a sudden burst of movement, he pivoted on his back foot, his grip sliding along the pommel in a smooth motion as he brought the Zweihander up in a brutal diagonal cut. The sheer force of the counter knocked Zabuza's blade off course, forcing him to stagger back. Zabuza grunted, his grip tightening on the Kubikiribocho as he adjusted his stance. He shifted low, 1 foot forward, the blade angled for a precise, slicing attack. He darted in, closing the distance with assassin-like speed, his sword coming down in a quick, calculated strike aimed at Naruto's weapon arm. Naruto used a sliding grip to whip his greatsword across his body, the massive blade parrying the strike with a sharp clang. The two swordsmen circled each other, their boots creating faint ripples on the water's surface. Naruto and Zabuza's swords locked together, grinding against each other in a brutal bind. Sparks flew from the clashing steel as their feet danced across the rippling water, each fighter adjusting their stance. Naruto gritted his teeth, pushing hard against the sheer weight of Zabuza's blade. His arms strained, but he shifted his grip into the standard lever position, using the pommel for extra control to redirect Zabuza's force. Zabuza responded immediately, twisting his blade and stepping to the side, forcing Naruto to adjust and maintain the bind. They moved in a deadly waltz, neither giving an inch as their swords remained locked together. Water splashed beneath their boots as they twisted, pivoted, and pushed against each other for dominance. Zabuza pressed forward, forcing Naruto back toward a deeper part of the river. You like playing with your food? Zabuza snorted. No, he said simply. I was interested to see what you'd do. A great sword like yours is barely, if ever, used by shinobi. You could say this was a moment of interest. It allowed you to live this long. Naruto smirked, stepping to the side as he broke the bind with a quick pivot, resetting into his forward-pointing stance, the Zweihander aimed directly at Zabuza's centerline. Well, thanks for the chance, I guess, he said. But, honestly, look, despite having no eyebrows, you seem like a cool dude. So why don't you just, I don't know, leave? Or something? Zabuza barked a short, humorless laugh, bringing the Kubikiribocho into a horizontal guard. Not how this works, kid, he said, stepping forward with a sharp, measured swing. Naruto parried, sliding his grip up the pommel for better control. Their swords locked again, the bind forcing their faces close enough for Naruto to see the faint glimmer of amusement in Zabuza's eyes. I'm a shinobi, Zabuza said, pushing hard into the bind. As long as we get paid, we kill. That's what it means to be a shinobi. Naruto remained quiet, his blue eyes narrowing slightly as he absorbed Zabuza's words. What? Not going to spew some idealistic nonsense about how shinobi aren't supposed to be like that? Naruto shrugged, breaking the bind with a sudden push and sliding into his low stance, the Zweihander pointed forward like a spear. He said. I don't really care. I prefer the role of a knight anyway, or a squire. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto grinned, the tip of his sword steady as he moved to keep Zabuza in range. Precept the 7th. A knight does not barter his blade, for his sword is sworn to those who cannot defend themselves. To trade life for coin is to weigh the worth of one's soul in silver and find it gravely lacking. What? My master taught me that, Naruto explained. Your master, Zabuza said quietly, his voice losing some of its edge. He must have been someone worth respecting. There aren't many like that left in this world. Naruto blinked, surprised. How about this, kid? Zabuza said. If you want to honor your master so much, here's an offer. Kill your team, kill that bridge builder, and walk away. Do that, and I'll let you live. Guess you really did lose your brain along with your eyebrows. You're young. Foolish. Still clinging to your lofty ideals, Zabuza sneered. But let me tell you something, boy. You don't know what it means to live in this world. Not yet. He took a step forward. Tell me, back on that dock, when the helmsman was about to be killed, why did you move to protect that builder? Why did you care about him? Naruto said nothing. It wasn't because of some knightly precept, or your so-called honor, was it? He tilted his head mockingly, his voice turning sharp. It was because you were hired to protect him. You were paid. You did it for the same reason I kill. Naruto remained silent as Zabuza took the opportunity to glance at the other two. Sakura and Sasuke were in a hushed discussion, their expressions flickering between shock and wariness. Did they really think a genin could stall me? Zabuza thought. He sometimes forgot how fast shinobi battles were to outsiders. What had felt like an eternity of exchanged strikes with Naruto had barely lasted a minute in real time. What? Sasuke's voice cut through the mist, his tone sharp and taunting. Did our weakest member actually give you trouble? Zabuza rolled his eyes, recognizing the bluff for what it was, a cheap attempt to unsettle him and make him cautious. Thankfully, before the demon of the mist could act, Naruto finally broke his silence. I couldn't save Kojiro-san, the boy said suddenly, his voice quiet but heavy with emotion. Because I was weak. Not because I was like you. Naruto unequipped it, the massive blade vanishing in a shimmer. Honestly, Naruto continued, it was my mistake to let you get into my head. Precept the 8th. Speak no words to the wicked, give them no chance to justify their deeds. The only language a monster understands is the cold bite of steel. Zabuza's eyes widened, and then he felt it, a massive buildup of chakra radiating from Naruto. The demon of the mist felt it, killer intent stronger than his own. It struck like a tidal wave, brief but devastating. For a fraction of a second, Zabuza wasn't on the mist-shrouded battlefield. He was standing in the middle of a broken asylum, the air thick with decay and despair. The walls were cracked and stained, the flickering light casting long, jagged shadows. At the far end of the asylum, two massive doors rattled violently, the sound of frenzied banging echoing through the empty halls. Whatever was behind those doors wanted out, and the sheer force of its presence made Zabuza's chest tighten. And then, just as quickly as it came, it was gone. Zabuza found himself back on the battlefield, the oppressive mist swirling around him. That should be impossible, Zabuza thought, his mind racing. He knew that weak killer intent could induce the sensation of fear, a primal unease. But strong killer intent, that could create visuals, break the mind's defenses, and drag someone into their own subconscious horrors. And Naruto, this brat, this loudmouth genin, had unleashed killer intent strong enough to do just that. Even if it was only for a second, Zabuza had felt it. Seen it. It made no sense. Naruto's shout shattered the man's thoughts. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen shadow clones lunged at Zabuza with reckless abandon, their Zweihanders swinging in wide, heavy arcs. The demon of the mist cut them down effortlessly. The water exploded around him with each swing, mist and chakra residue mingling in the air. But it was all a distraction. From the mist, Naruto appeared with 7 clones flanking him. Each one raised a glowing, flickering flame in their hands, the pyromancy flame. The heat was immediate and oppressive, cutting through the chilled dampness of the mist like a knife. Steam hissed and rose, obscuring the battlefield further as the mist began to warp and shift under the intense heat. The faint, choking coolness that had clung to Zabuza moments before was now replaced by a dry, suffocating heat. 8 fireballs launched forward, streaking through the dissipating mist like comets. The flames roared, their heat pulsing with every rotation as they flew toward Zabuza. He didn't hesitate. Letting go of his control over the mist, Zabuza dropped into the water below, vanishing into the depths like a phantom. Beneath the water's surface, Zabuza's form blurred as he moved with practiced ease. The water was Akiri Shinobi's domain, and here, he was a predator in his natural habitat. The currents around him shifted unnaturally as he manipulated the water itself with chakra to propel him forward, his movements near silent. Suddenly, Zabuza saw Naruto leap high into the air. The boy's shadow moved against the dissipating mist, outlined by the flames still hanging in the air. Why? The thought barely passed through Zabuza's mind before he felt it, a massive buildup of chakra beneath the water. His eyes snapped downward, and he saw Sasuke crouched on the riverbed, holding the glowing Drake sword in his hands. Floating beside him was an empty Estus flask. With a single swing, Sasuke brought the sword down, releasing its innate power. The water exploded in a massive arc, a shockwave parting the river with a deafening roar. Water style. Geyser Jutsu. The water beneath him erupted, launching him upward at incredible speed, away from Sasuke's strike and toward Naruto, who waited midair. But Naruto wasn't alone. 20 shadow clones formed around him in perfect unison, each holding a talisman. The clones surrounded Zabuza in a circle as they activated the Force Miracle. A shockwave rippled outward, slamming into Zabuza from all directions. The attack was designed to stunlock him, freezing him in place long enough for Sasuke's Drake sword to finish the job and free Kakashi from his prison. But Naruto's confident smirk faded as Zabuza's form melted into water, dissipating harmlessly into the air. A water clone. The real Zabuza burst out of the water near the edge of the battlefield, directly in front of Kakashi's water prison. He had used the water style, sailfish jutsu to propel himself at incredible speeds through the water, bypassing Naruto and Sasuke's carefully laid trap. Water style. Tidal wave jutsu. Zabuza slammed his palm onto the surface of the river. The water surged and swelled unnaturally, rising into a massive wave that towered over the dock. The shockwave from the wave's impact split the river, shattering the remaining mist and sending planks of the dock, debris, and Naruto's clones flying in all directions. The sound was deafening, a cacophony of roaring water and cracking wood. When the wave subsided, the battlefield was a chaotic mess of floating wreckage and broken waterlines. Zabuza's breathing was heavy, his chest rising and falling as water dripped from his form. But before he could act, a massive Fuma shuriken spun toward him. As the weapon flew toward its target, Sakura clapped her hands together and shouted with confidence, "You lose. I'll trap you in my barriers." Without hesitation, he swung his Kubikiribocho, and the moment steel met steel, the Fuma shuriken erupted in a violent explosion. Zabuza's eyes widened as the hidden explosive tag Sakura had carefully planted detonated, the force of the blast engulfing him. Before he could recover, the second shuriken followed. In truth, Sakura couldn't have activated her barriers at such a range. It was all a calculated bluff to make Zabuza focus on defending against the shuriken. And it worked. But the dissipating smoke revealed Zabuza's silhouette, bloodied and battered but still standing. The burns and cuts across his body told the story of just how much damage the explosions had inflicted, but his gaze remained as sharp as ever. Naruto landed on the water's surface, his body flickering as he surged forward with incredible speed. The momentum from his shunshin combined with the lack of air resistance turned Naruto into a blur, his blade poised for a devastating stab at Zabuza's chest. The sheer velocity of his attack sent a shockwave across the water, parting it briefly as he closed the distance in an instant. Water style. Pressure dome jutsu. Water surged upward, surrounding Naruto in a massive sphere that compressed inward from all directions. The weight of the water was immense, pressing against Naruto's armor and restricting his movements. He struggled to lift his arms, but the crushing force pinned him in place. The only thing saving Naruto was his armor and his innate damage resistance, but even that was beginning to waver under the relentless pressure. Sakura's eyes widened in horror as she saw Naruto trapped. Without hesitation, she started sprinting across the water toward him, chakra flowing to her feet. "Hang on, Naruto," she shouted. But before she could reach him, a clone of Zabuza emerged from the water, cutting her off. Sakura skidded to a halt, panic flashing across her face. Suddenly, from beneath the water, Sasuke burst upward, his blade slicing cleanly through the clone and dispelling it. The water pressed in from all sides, crushing, suffocating. Naruto's limbs felt like lead, every inch of his body pinned under the immense pressure. The dome was heavy, unnaturally so, as if it carried the weight of the ocean itself. He couldn't breathe properly, every gasp taking in more water than air, his lungs burning as he fought to stay conscious. "This thing is going to kill me." The thought pierced through the fog in his mind, clear and undeniable. He wasn't strong enough to break this. His Zweihander was useless in this cramped, crushing space. But Naruto wasn't one to give up. He immediately unequipped the Zweihander, the sudden absence of its massive size creating a small gap in the dome for a fleeting second. In that moment, Naruto raised his pyromancy flame, trying to cast a fireball. But nothing happened. His heart sank as he realized he had used up all his fireball spells. Damn it! Desperate, Naruto clung to the pyromancy flame, forcing chakra into it. He didn't know if it would work, but he didn't have another choice. He poured everything he had into the flame, huge amounts of chakra feeding the flickering ember. The pyromancy flame burned brighter and brighter, the heat radiating through the water like a tiny sun. But it wasn't enough. The dome fought back, compressing harder, and the flame began to sear his hand. The pain was excruciating, but Naruto gritted his teeth and kept going. Outside the dome, Sakura stood frozen for only a moment. The water swirled violently, shimmering with the chakra Zabuza poured into it. "Sasuke," she shouted. "Tell me where the jutsu is weakest." Sasuke's crimson Sharingan spun furiously as he analyzed the dome, his eyes locking onto the faint chakra fluctuations in the water. "There." Sakura focused her chakra, pouring it into her arms and legs as she enhanced her strength. She pulled out a kunai, wrapped it with explosive tags, and hurled it. The kunai flew straight and true, embedding itself into the weak point of the dome. The explosion sent a shockwave through the water, shattering the dome and releasing Naruto in a surge of broken waves. Naruto lunged forward like a beast unleashed. His pyromancy flame still burned brightly in his hand, the flickering fire twisting and coiling like it had a mind of its own. Chakra radiated off him in waves, oppressive and suffocating, and with it came his killing intent. Zabuza froze for a fraction of a second, his instincts flaring as the scene before him shifted. It wasn't Naruto he saw lunging at him. It was the Hellkite Wyvern. For the briefest moment, Naruto's flaming hand morphed in Zabuza's mind, becoming the gaping maw of a massive wyvern, flames licking at its jaws. Its roar echoed in his ears, primal and terrifying. No, something far greater than a wyvern. In that moment, Naruto was a dragon. Zabuza jumped back just in time to avoid Naruto's blazing strike, the flames grazing his throat as he retreated across the water. But before he could regain his footing, Sasuke appeared out of nowhere, his leg swinging in a sharp tornado kick aimed at Zabuza's side. Zabuza blocked the kick, the Kubikiribocho meeting Sasuke's leg with a sharp clang. But instead of feeling resistance, the boy exploded into a puff of smoke. A clone. Zabuza snarled, spinning around just in time to see the real Sasuke erupt from the water, his body propelled by Zabuza's own water-style, sailfish jutsu. The drake's sword gleamed as it tore through several water clones, dispelling them in a cascade of droplets. The water prison holding Kakashi shattered, and the copy ninja emerged from the depths, his white hair plastered against his face, his expression dark. Kakashi stood on the water's surface, his chest heaving as he took in the battlefield. His visible eye scanned the scene, lingering on his students, Sasuke on his knees, Naruto clutching his burning hand, Sakura rushing toward them. His heart swelled with pride at how far they had come, but it was immediately followed by a surge of fury as his gaze locked onto Zabuza. His students had risked everything, and Zabuza had pushed them to the brink. First gate. The gate of opening, open. Second gate. The gate of healing, open. A surge of chakra exploded from his body, rippling outward in an almost visible wave. A sonic boom cracked through the battlefield as Kakashi appeared directly in front of Zabuza, his foot swinging in a brutal, lightning-fast arc. The impact was devastating. Zabuza's body launched like a cannonball, skidding across the water's surface, creating ripples and waves in his wake. The demon of the mist coughed as he pushed himself up, his body aching from the force of the blow. He didn't hesitate, forming rapid hand seals. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. The river churned violently as a massive dragon made of water rose from the surface, its serpentine body towering high into the air. With a guttural roar, it surged toward Kakashi, the sheer force of its movement splitting the water in its wake. But Kakashi was faster. His hands blurred as he performed his own set of seals. Water style. Water Hydra Jutsu. The river erupted violently, splitting apart as three massive Hydra heads burst from the surface. Each head was larger and more monstrous than Zabuza's water dragon, their jaws filled with swirling torrents of water that mimicked teeth. The Hydra roared as it lunged forward, each head moving in perfect synchronization. The first head clamped its jaws around Zabuza's water dragon, crushing it instantly. The second head coiled around the remnants, scattering them into harmless droplets that rained down on the battlefield. The third head surged forward, slamming into Zabuza and the dock. The dock shattered under the Hydra's immense force, the wooden planks exploding into splinters and debris. Waves rippled outward, swallowing the remains of the platform as the Hydra continued its rampage. The sight was apocalyptic. The sheer power of the technique left the battlefield in ruins, the once calm river now a chaotic sea of swirling currents and broken wood. Zabuza was nowhere to be seen. Kakashi's Sharingan scanned the battlefield, his instincts sharp. The demon of the mist could have been obliterated by the Hydra, or he could be hiding. Either way, Kakashi wasn't about to take chances. He moved toward the area where Zabuza had last stood, ready to decapitate the body to ensure the kill. But before he could act, a scream cut through the silence. Kakashi's head snapped toward the sound. A scream, raw and agonized. His Sharingan caught it instantly. Naruto, writhing on the ground, his body convulsing as Sakura desperately tried to hold him down. Flames engulfed Naruto's right hand, their glow unnatural, wild, and insatiable. They burned with a searing intensity, not like ordinary fire, but something far worse. A hunger. Kakashi could feel the heat even from where he stood, like standing too close to a forge at full blaze. The acrid stench of burning leather and flesh thickened the air, stinging his nostrils. His Sharingan pierced through the chaos, revealing the truth. The flames weren't just consuming Naruto's hand. They were devouring him. Kakashi moved in an instant. A blur of motion, two fingers pressed against Naruto's bicep. He didn't have the precision of the Hyuga, but he had copied enough of their techniques to replicate their chakra suppression in an emergency. His chakra surged, cutting off the flow to Naruto's arm. The flames sputtered, hissing, twisting, resisting, before finally dying, leaving behind only curling wisps of black smoke. But the damage was done. Kakashi barely hesitated as he grasped Naruto's arm, peeling away what remained of the scorched leather gauntlet. Even with chakra shielding his hands, he could still feel the lingering heat seeping into his skin. Naruto's hand was ruined. Blackened, charred, cracked. The flesh was burned away so deeply that raw, exposed muscle gleamed beneath brittle, flaking skin. The damage was unnatural, as though the fire had seared through not just his body, but his very being. Smoke still curled from his fingers, faint and ghostly, as if reluctant to release its hold. Naruto gasped sharply, his entire body quivering with pain. His breaths came in ragged, shallow gulps, his vision swimming, the agony so overwhelming that the edges of consciousness blurred. A flicker of something foreign in his mind. A notification. Warning. Player has been burned by pyromancy flame and afflicted by the curse of the witch. Player's right hand is severely burned and unusable. The words felt distant, like an echo carried through water. Naruto barely had time to process it before the pain crashed over him again, threatening to drag him under. As Naruto's body went limp, Kakashi immediately moved into action. He knelt beside the boy, quickly removing the helmet from Naruto's head to help him breathe more easily. Beads of sweat clung to Naruto's forehead, his face pale beneath the streaks of soot and blood. Kakashi's sharp eyes moved to Naruto's burnt hand, the charcoal-like flesh glistening faintly in the light. He grimaced but stayed composed. There wasn't much he could do to heal it now, but he could at least ease the pain. He pulled a small pouch from his medical kit, retrieving thin, gleaming senbons. Hold on, Naruto, he murmured. With precision, he inserted the needles into key pressure points around Naruto's shoulder and arm, numbing the nerves that connected to the damaged hand. He worked quickly, his Sharingan spinning faintly as it guided his movements, ensuring no missteps. One by one, the senbons slid into place, dulling the pain radiating from Naruto's injury. Kakashi exhaled, satisfied with his work, and gently lifted Naruto into his arms, holding him bridal style. The boy's chest rose and fell faintly, his breathing shallow but steady. Sensei, is Naruto going to be okay? Don't worry, Kakashi said softly. Everything is going to be okay. Sakura nodded, though the fear in her eyes remained as her gaze flickered to Naruto's burnt hand. The sight of it made her stomach churn, but she forced herself to be strong. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi said. Go get Tazuna-san. The two genin nodded in unison, their eyes lingering on Naruto for a moment longer before they turned and ran toward the collapsed old man lying near the edge of the destroyed dock. Reaching into his pouch, Kakashi pulled out a small container of chakra pills. He tossed 2 into his mouth, chewing quickly. The bitter taste was harsh, but the surge of energy that followed was enough to keep him standing. It wasn't a permanent fix. Chakra pills were a crutch, not a solution, but right now, his team needed him functional. Kakashi turned to look at the destroyed dock, the shattered wood and rippling water painting a grim picture of the battle. He would have loved to find Zabuza's corpse, to ensure the man was dead and take his head back to Konoha as proof, but that wasn't the priority anymore. Setting Naruto down gently on the least damaged section of the dock, Kakashi formed a quick hand seal. Summoning Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, Pakun appeared. The sharp-nosed Ninken sniffed once, his eyes immediately landing on Naruto's unconscious form. Kakashi, what happened here? And what happened to the brat? I don't know, Kakashi admitted, glancing at Naruto's burned hand before shaking his head. He pulled a scroll from his pouch, unrolling it and scribbling a message. Pakun hopped closer, reading over Kakashi's shoulder. Get this to the Hokage immediately, Kakashi instructed. Don't give it to anyone else. Team 7 requests backup and medical assistance. Understood. The small dog bit down on the scroll, securing it in his mouth before disappearing in another puff of smoke, heading straight for Konoha. Kakashi turned back to Naruto. The boy's head rested against his chest, his body still trembling faintly from the aftershocks of pain. Sasuke and Sakura returned moments later, Tazuna leaning heavily on Sasuke's shoulder. The old man's face was pale, his hands clutching his chest as he looked at Naruto in Kakashi's arms. Sensei, Sasuke said, his voice trailing off as his eyes fell to Naruto. Don't stop now, Kakashi said. We need to move. Get to Tazuna-san's house. I'll explain everything when we're safe. The team nodded, the weight of the battle still heavy on their shoulders. Kakashi led the way, his steps steady despite his chakra exhaustion, as Team 7 disappeared into the mist, heading toward the safety of Tazuna's home. When the coast was finally clear, a faint shimmer rippled through the air as a mirror of ice materialized amidst the broken dock and swirling mist. From its smooth, reflective surface, Haku and Zabuza emerged, though Zabuza nearly collapsed the moment his feet touched the ground. Haku immediately moved to his side, catching him before he fell completely. Zabuza-sama, Haku said softly, concern lacing his voice. He removed his Hunter Nin mask, his breathing heavy from the effort of using the ice mirror to extract them unnoticed. You were slow in getting me out. I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama, Haku replied. I had to ensure Kakashi Hataki's jutsu was fully executed before moving, so no one could trace my actions. He glanced at Zabuza's damaged body. But I failed. I wasn't able to protect your beautiful body from injury. Zabuza let out a rasping chuckle that ended in a cough, blood flecking his lips. You talk too much, Haku, he said, though his voice lacked its usual sharpness. His gaze drifted toward the mist-covered battlefield, his brows furrowing as his mind lingered on what had transpired. The enemy this time was. He trailed off, his frown deepening. Something wrong, Zabuza-sama. That boy, Zabuza said quietly, his voice distant. The memory of Naruto lunging at him burned in his mind, the overwhelming chakra, the terrifying killer intent, and the vision of the Hellkite Wyvern. Even now, the image sent a faint chill through him. Not just that boy, Haku said softly. Zabuza's frown deepened as he begrudgingly acknowledged the truth. The other two genin had been more trouble than he wanted to admit. Haku glanced down. My apologies, I forgot to check all corners. If I had been more thorough. You're not the only one, Zabuza cut him off gruffly. I made the same mistake. Got too caught up in my own damn hubris. Haku noted the rare, unsettled expression on Zabuza's face. From my assessment, your injuries will take 2 weeks to heal completely, provided you rest, Haku said. You'll need to stay immobile for most of that time. Zabuza remained silent. Look at the bright side, Zabuza-sama. Once this mission is over, you'll have quite an expensive armor set, not to mention enough funds to move closer to your dream. Zabuza opened his eyes. A mission, he said. Always remember this, Haku. Dreams have no place with us. Only the mission matters. Of course, Zabuza-sama. After a moment, Haku added, so, next time, you'll be fine. Zabuza let out a strained chuckle, his lips twitching into the faintest ghost of a smirk. Next time, he rasped, I'll make sure the mission is completed. One way or the other. Haku nodded again, though his eyes lingered on Zabuza's weakened form for a moment longer. Then, without another word, he wrapped his master's arm around his shoulders and helped him limp deeper into the mist, leaving only faint ripples in the water where the ice mirror had stood. The Judgment Hall, as it was unofficially known, was unlike any other space in the Hokage's building. It had been constructed decades ago, during the first generation of Konoha, when most shinobi occasionally needed to answer for their actions. It was a room of absolute authority, designed to strip away pretense and enforce the gravity of accountability. The chamber was vast and oppressive, its walls swallowed by an endless, pitch-black void. No windows, no decoration, nothing to distract or comfort those brought before the Hokage. At its center, a single podium stood illuminated under a harsh, pale light that poured down like judgment from the heavens. This was where the accused stood, alone and fully exposed. Above and behind the podium, the Hokage's desk loomed like a throne of shadows, flanked by 2 smaller seats for his senior advisors. Kaharu Utatane and Homura Mitokado sat there now, their faces lit faintly by the same sterile light that illuminated the podium. Today, however, the seat of the Hokage felt heavier than it ever had. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat rigidly, his hands folded before him, his expression carved from stone. Today, they would not be advisors, they would be witnesses to the fall of their comrade. The heavy doors at the far end groaned open, their deep, resonant creak cutting through the chamber like the turning of fate's own gears. The sound lingered, bouncing off the high stone walls, marking the arrival of those who now stepped through. King Enma entered first. His fur bristled with quiet tension, his sharp, golden eyes scanning the room. He moved with the deliberate weight of a being who had lived through wars, his presence both regal and watchful. Behind him, flanking either side of the entrance, came Shibi Aburame and Sum Inuzuka. Their expressions were unreadable, but the air around them was thick with the scent of calculation and barely restrained aggression. And between them, caught in the eye of the storm yet unmoved by its presence, walked Shimura Danzo. His posture was rigid, controlled, his steps measured and deliberate. His bandaged face revealed nothing, the single visible eye peering forward with the detached scrutiny of a man who had already weighed the worth of every person in the room. The chamber felt smaller as he entered, the weight of his presence pressing down like a vice. The air grew stifling, not from heat, but from the sheer gravity of the moment. Danzo moved with the confidence of a man who was never unprepared. He stopped before the podium, pausing just long enough for his eye to adjust to the light. From his place near the center, King Enma glanced toward Hiruzen, his gaze unreadable. And then, with a slow, deliberate nod, the Monkey King vanished, departing for Mt. Wagwa without a word. But the message was clear. Be careful. This man is dangerous. Shibi and Sum melted back into the shadows, their presence lingering like the weight of unsheathed steel. They did not speak. They did not move. Yet their silence was a threat all on its own. Now, Danzo stood alone in the light. Exposed. But not vulnerable. His gaze swept across the chamber once, pausing only briefly on Hiruzen before continuing, measuring, calculating, adjusting. This is not the reunion I was expecting. You will speak with respect, Kaharu snapped at Danzo's informal tone. You are standing before the Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and you will remember your place. Danzo's lips twitched, almost forming a smirk, though it disappeared as quickly as it had come. He inclined his head slightly. My apologies, Hokage-sama, he said smoothly. To what do I owe the honor of being summoned from my long and quiet stay at the Fire Zen Temple? My pumpkins are in season, you know. It would be a shame to let them go untended. Hiruzen said nothing. Shimura Danzo, Kota began, you stand accused of conspiracy against Konoha, of engineering the downfall of the Uchiha clan, and of treasonous acts that have undermined the safety and stability of this village. How do you plead? Oh, Danzo said softly, almost musingly, so this is to be a trial. He let the word hang in the air. How quaint. Normally, trials require witnesses, evidence, a formal process, and yet here we are. His eye settled on Hiruzen. This seems rather unorthodox, even for you, Suru. You know why you are here, Danzo. I'm afraid I don't, Danzo said. Perhaps you could enlighten me. Hiruzen's gaze didn't waver. Shisui Uchiha's corpse has been recovered, he said. And a post-mortem analysis has revealed many things. Among them, evidence of your betrayal. Evidence that you conspired to steal his Sharingan and eliminate him to further your own ambitions. Evidence that your actions directly led to the circumstances that necessitated the Uchiha massacre. Interesting, Danzo said finally, his voice as calm as ever. And you've brought me here to what? Confess. Explain myself. I've brought you here to answer for your crimes. There are no crimes for me to confess to, Danzo began. I assure you, I was not the one who attacked Shisui Uchiha and took his eye. But, he paused, letting the word linger in the room. Seeing as you've given me no time to prepare, no chance to gather evidence or even make my case, it seems you've already decided that I'm the culprit. His voice cut through the room like a scalpel. Tell me, Hiruzen, what would Tobirama-sensei say about this? About a trial where judgment is rendered before evidence is presented. The trio remained silent. Well, the War Hawk said finally, it's most regrettable what happened to the Uchiha, but I assure you, I am innocent. His words hung in the air with a cold certainty. And, should you allow me, I can prove it. Kaharu's and Kota's eyes widened faintly at his statement, but it was Hiruzen who replied. Go on. First, Danzo said, I would like Hiashi Hyuga to step forward. For a moment, the room held its breath. Hiruzen tapped his finger lightly on the armrest of his chair, a deliberate gesture that caused the darkness at the edges of the hall to ripple and shift. Hiashi Hyuga emerged from the shadows, his long black hair flowing loosely over the traditional robes he wore. His pure white eyes glimmered faintly as he approached, his Byakugan already analyzing every detail of Danzo's form. Danzo's expression remained unreadable. It's good to see you again, Hyuga Dono. Suddenly, a shadow stretched unnaturally from the darkness, as the tendrils of the shadow possession jutsu latched onto Danzo, freezing him in place. Shikaku, the ex-elder said softly, it seems Hiruzen has chosen to share his greatest shame with yet more people. Neither Hiashi nor Shikaku responded. Hiruzen had selected Shikaku Nara and Hiashi Hyuga for this trial for one crucial reason. Koto Amatsukami. This insidious ability terrified Hiruzen on a level few jutsu ever had, to the point that, after the plan to stop the Uchiha coup d'etat was over, he would have commanded Shisui to destroy his Mangekyo. Shisui Uchiha had once explained its nature to him. The Mangekyo Sharingan's power manifested differently in each eye. The left eye, which Shisui called Koto Amatsukami's Amatsu no Mi, Heavenly Eye of Truth, was undetectable and unbreakable, a perfect, untraceable genjutsu. However, it could only be used once every 10 years. The right eye, known as Koto Amatsukami's Yomi no Mi, Underworld Eye of Control, was a weaker variation. Its effects were detectable by extremely powerful sensory shinobi, and with effort, it could be broken. Unlike the left, this eye could be used once a year. Though weaker, Yomi no Mi was still dangerous enough to influence critical events. The forensic analysis of Shisui's body had confirmed traces of Yomi no Mi in the chakra residue surrounding his mutilated eye socket. Danzo likely wielded the weaker eye now. It explained why he hadn't simply enthralled Hiruzen or the daimyo to seize control of Konoha outright. Hiruzen glanced briefly at Shikaku. He was there to counter Danzo's subtle maneuvers, his brilliant mind anticipating deception at every step. Hiyashi Hyuga was there to make sure Koto Amatsukami wasn't cast. Proceed, Danzo. If you would allow Hiyashi Dono to examine my body with his Byakugan, he will find no trace of Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. I assure you, whatever suspicions you have, they are baseless. Hiyashi's expression remained stoic, though his Byakugan flared as he focused on Danzo. His sight pierced through layers of muscle and bone, scanning for the chakra network abnormalities that would indicate the presence of the Sharingan. There is no Sharingan in Danzo's body. The revelation sent a ripple of doubt through Kaharu and Homura. Hiruzen, however, remained calm. We never spoke of any suspicion about you possessing the Sharingan. No, Danzo admitted, you didn't. But it is something you would think, isn't it, Hiruzen? In your mind, such an action aligns perfectly with who you believe I am. The room fell silent again. You've created quite the mess for yourself, Tsuru, Danzo continued after a moment, his eye gleaming faintly. The Uchiha massacre, Shisui's death, the fractured trust in this village, all of it rests on your shoulders. And yet you drag me out of my exile to sit here and entertain your doubts. Truly, it is unbecoming of the Hokage. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze locking onto the bandages wrapped around Danzo's right side. As I've already proven my innocence in this matter, Danzo continued, I have a proposal. Lift my banishment. Allow me to return to Konoha, and I will dedicate myself to uncovering the true culprit behind Shisui's death and the Uchiha's demise. The room froze. Every gaze shifted to Hiruzen, waiting for his response. But the chair where the Hokage had been seated was empty. Suddenly, there was a sharp, tearing sound. All eyes turned toward the podium, where Hiruzen now stood, gripping the tattered remains of Danzo's bandages in his hand. Danzo's right side was exposed, and the sight drew collective silence. His torso and right arm were marred by grotesque scars, half his flesh appearing as if it had been seared away. Jagged lines of burnt, blackened tissue ran along his ribs, and his shoulder was gnarled and twisted. Where his right eye should have been, there was nothing but a hollow, sunken void, ringed by claw-like burn marks. The wounds seemed ancient, yet raw in their horror, a testament to a trauma that should have claimed his life. Hiruzen's gaze shifted from the exposed flesh to the torn bandages in his hand. His voice reverberated through the chamber. I remember the day you lost your right eye, Danzo. When Kinkaku, in his nine-tails cloak, clawed it from your skull. And your right side. Hiruzen's voice grew harder, blown apart by Ginkaku's tailed beast bomb. Danzo's calm mask did not waver, but his voice, edged with subtle indignation, broke the silence. Might I remind you, Hiruzen, that it was I who shielded you, saved your life, when you foolishly pursued vengeance against the Kinkaku force. Hiruzen's voice cut him off. No, he said, you didn't save my life. You were a burden I had no choice but to protect. Danzo's single eye narrowed, but Hiruzen pressed on. That battle wasn't about you. It wasn't your vengeance. It was mine, against the men who murdered Tobarama-sensei. Yet you, Torafu, and Kagami decided to throw yourselves into that fight. Torafu died. Kagami died, and I was left to drag your broken body from the field. So that's how you see it. Yes, Danzo, Hiruzen replied and flung the torn bandages at Danzo's feet. That is how I see it. For decades, I let Torafu and Kagami's deaths weigh on me. For decades, I convinced myself that I owed you something because I failed to save them. I let that guilt blind me, to your actions, to your ambitions, to your betrayal of everything this village stands for. But no more. Danzo's eye fell to the bandages at his feet. Truly hurtful to hear, Hiruzen. I doubt it, Hiruzen replied coldly. His hands blurred in a flurry of precise, calculated strikes, each jab landing on Danzo's torso with pinpoint accuracy. The motions were so fast, so surgical, that it was only when Hiruzen stepped back that the room realized what had happened. Hiyashi's eyes widened as he recognized the technique. It wasn't the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, but something close, an adaptation of chakra-blocking taijutsu that mimicked the gentle fist's effects without the Byakugan. Hiruzen had designed it himself, and it was a technique so secret it was taught only to the Anbu. Hiyashi felt a rare flicker of respect and unease, as he was reminded of the terrifying adaptability of the third Hokage. Danzo's body wavered, his exposed scars began to ripple unnaturally, and then his face melted. The transformation was grotesque, like wax dripping from a candle. The lines of Danzo's features distorted, his flesh reshaping itself as the illusion broke. Within seconds, the man standing at the podium was unrecognizable. His true form was revealed. A younger man with almond-shaped, gray eyes and smooth, shoulder-length black hair. His face bore a thin mustache. Hiyashi's Byakugan flared as he confirmed what everyone in the room already realized. Agari Kaizen, of the Kedoin clan. The room tensed. The Kedoin clan had joined Konoha during the Second Shinobi War, their unique jutsu allowing them to perfectly replicate the appearance, and even the chakra signature, of their target. But they had been all but wiped out during the Nine Tails attack on the village. Agari Kaizen was supposed to be dead. How were you able to find me? Hiruzen's gaze was like iron. You made two mistakes, he said. First, you stretched Danzo's scars too far. The damage to his right side was extensive, but not to the degree you replicated. Second, Hiruzen's eyes flicked to the bandages on the floor. His bandages lacked the hue of the healing ointments Danzo always uses. Subtle details, but enough to expose you. Agari's calm demeanor faltered slightly, his lips pressing into a thin line. And, Hiruzen continued, you underestimated my ability to know when I am talking to the real Shimura Danzo. That was your third mistake. You truly are the professor. Nothing gets past your eyes, even at your age. Then it happened. A huge amount of chakra flared across Agari's chest. Intricate black symbols began to spiral outward from his sternum, forming a glowing seal. The unseen ones who support the great tree of Konoha from the depths of the earth. Agari said, his voice eerily serene. We are root. Reverse tetragram sealing jutsu. Kota shouted. Hiruzen didn't hesitate. Kota had been trained personally by Tobarama Senju in the art of fuinjutsu, and his judgment in matters of seals was beyond question. The reverse four symbols sealing jutsu, a powerful and fatal technique, was unmistakable. Hiruzen's mind immediately worked through the implications. The symbols etched into Agari's chest began to bleed, forming a black orb of chakra that rapidly expanded outward, threatening to pull everything within the sphere into the void. Time seemed to slow for Hiruzen as he recalled every detail he knew about the jutsu. It was designed to erase all evidence, sealing everything within the user's corpse. For a fleeting moment, his thoughts drifted, Minato's Rasengan. He remembered the way Minato had explained it, how it required perfect chakra control to shape and compress energy into a devastating sphere. Then, his mind jumped again, Naruto's fireball technique. Hiruzen began to recreate it, adapting the principles of the Rasengan into something of his own. He had molded pure fire chakra into a compressed sphere, though it lacked the unexplainable life that Naruto's flames carried. His version was far less stable, far more dangerous to the user. But right now, it was his only chance. Hiruzen raised his scorched hand, summoning the unstable fireball, its surface flickering with volatile energy. With a swift, precise motion, he hurled it toward the rapidly expanding seal. The fireball collided with the reverse four symbols sealing sphere. The explosion was deafening, the two jutsu clashing with such ferocity that the chamber itself seemed to shudder. For a moment, it felt as though the air had been ripped from the room. Then, silence. The seal collapsed, its power exhausted by the sheer intensity of the fireball. The remnants of the black orb faded into nothingness, leaving Agari's lifeless body to slump forward on the podium. Hiruzen's hand trembled faintly as he looked down at it, the skin blistered and raw. The fireball was powerful, but it was far from perfect, dangerously so. Hokage-sama. Hiruzen straightened, his mind snapping back to the present. Yes, he said. He cast a glance at Agari's lifeless body. Well, our suspicions have been confirmed. Shimura Danzo did, in fact, steal Shisui's eye and conspired against both the Uchiha and Konoha itself. Hokage-sama, Shimura Danzo is still out there. I am aware, Hiruzen replied, his tone measured but heavy with meaning. And the fact that he sent Agari to this meeting tells us one thing. Danzo still commands resources. His network of root agents survives in the shadows, and we know far too little about it. The tension in the chamber was palpable. Hokage-sama, if I may. Hiyashi continued, I propose a joint venture between the Hyuga clan and Konoha's leadership. We will conduct a full screening of all shinobi within the village, using the Byakugan to identify any hidden root agents among them. While the proposal seemed selfless on the surface, it was a transparent bid for prestige. If the Hyuga clan were to successfully expose root operatives, their political influence within Konoha would rise significantly. Before Hiruzen could respond, Kaharu spoke. It won't work, she said bluntly. Pardon, Elder Kaharu. You couldn't detect Agari when he stood right in front of you, Hiyashi. Even with the strongest Byakugan, you failed to see through his disguise. Do you take Danzo for a fool? He would have ensured that all his agents were trained in the Kedoin clan's jutsu. Hiyashi hesitated, then bowed his head slightly. You were correct, Elder Kaharu. My eagerness to help may have clouded my judgment. My apologies. Hiruzen's expression remained neutral, though he resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He had seen through Hiyashi's motives the moment he spoke, but at least the man had the humility to accept his mistake. Thank you, Hiyashi, Hiruzen said diplomatically. Sume muttered under her breath, fucking politics. Hiruzen's voice was calm, but there was an edge of urgency. We need actionable plans. Danzo will anticipate any overt attempts to dismantle his remaining network. We must operate as if every move we make is already being observed. Shikaku tilted his head slightly, thinking aloud. If we assume Danzo still has a network, he'll keep his agents compartmentalized. Root's operatives won't know each other's identities or locations. He's always valued control over efficiency. But, he has to communicate somehow. Kaharu frowned. You think you can intercept his communications? Danzo doesn't operate through conventional means. He won't leave a trail for you to follow. Shikaku nodded faintly, unfazed by her dismissal. True. But if he's sending orders, they'll need to be encoded or delivered through intermediaries. That's a weakness. If we identify those intermediaries, we can begin unraveling his network. Kota adjusted his sleeves and addressed the room. Danzo's network isn't just a collection of agents. It's a system. A machine built on secrecy and loyalty. To dismantle it, we have to dismantle the system. Start with his resources, cut off his supplies, his safe houses, his funding. Root isn't a rogue faction that operates in the open, Kaharu interjected. If anything, Danzo's hiding in the cracks of Konoha's infrastructure. Strangling his resources will take time we don't have. I agree with Kota. Disrupting Danzo's network is the only way forward. However, it's not enough to dismantle his system, we need to flush him out. And how do you propose we do that? Homura asked Hiyashi. Danzo has lived in the shadows for decades. He'll only come into the open if we force him to. I want a full screening of all former root operatives currently residing in Konoha, Hiruzen began. Each of them is to be monitored and tagged with a chakra marker unique to their individual signature. Ensure they are tracked, and any unusual activity is reported immediately. The room shifted uneasily, the weight of the directive sinking in. Hiruzen didn't pause. I want Konoha's barrier system reconfigured, he continued. The monitoring team assigned to the barrier must be handpicked and vetted, with their sole focus being the movements of all shinobi within Konoha. No exceptions. Hiyashi, the Hokage said, your clan will begin a patrol of Konoha and its borders. Coordinate with the intelligence division. I want your Byakugan to watch for any signs of Danzo's operatives or agents attempting to infiltrate, or exfiltrate. Hiyashi nodded, his expression stoic, though his mind clearly churned with the implications of such a task. Finally, Hiruzen said, I want Shimura Danzo declared an international fugitive. Place a bounty on his head in the bingo book. Detail explicitly that he has Shisui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, that he killed Shisui, and that he is a traitor to Konoha. Why announce this to the entire world, Hiruzen? Koharu demanded. Do you realize how reckless this is? Konoha's enemies will leap at the opportunity to ally with Danzo, to exploit his knowledge of the village. Hiruzen's gaze didn't waver as he answered calmly, and what makes you think Danzo hasn't already sought such alliances in secret? Koharu opened her mouth to retort, but Shikaku spoke before she could, his sharp mind already connecting dots others hadn't yet seen. Do you plan on Itachi Uchiha hunting Danzo down? The question cut through the air like a blade, drawing startled glances from the others. Hiruzen didn't respond immediately, his expression unreadable. But the slight shift in his gaze confirmed Shikaku's suspicions. Hiruzen made a mental note to have a private conversation with Shikaku later. Hiashi furrowed his brow. Would that man even do it? Of course, he would, Koharu interjected dismissively. Danzo robbed Itachi of a battle with Shisui. Itachi would love to kill the man who stole his prey. Hiruzen silently thanked Koharu for the quick lie. It would easily play into the narrative surrounding Itachi and serve to reinforce the image of him as the psychopath he pretended to be. Before the conversation could continue, Hiruzen's attention snapped to the barrier jutsu surrounding the Judgment Hall. He felt a chakra presence outside and gestured to allow them entry. In a swirl of leaves, an Anbu appeared, kneeling before the Hokage and presenting a sealed scroll. Hiruzen took it without hesitation, his sharp eyes scanning its contents. His face hardened, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening with intensity. Any word from Jiraiya? The Anbu nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. We've received word that Jiraiya-sama will be arriving in Konoha in a month. He has found a new lead on Orochimaru. Send Jiraiya a message immediately. Tell him to head to the Wave Country instead. He is to drop everything, even if Orochimaru himself is standing in front of him. The Anbu bowed and vanished in a flicker of chakra. Must be something serious, Shikaku said, his tone curious but cautious, signaling for an explanation. Hiruzen considered for a moment, then chose to share only what was necessary. A few minutes later, he finished. Koharu's eyes narrowed. And you think the Nine Tails granted Naruto something akin to Scorch release? Then it's imperative that Jiraiya checks on the Jinchuriki's situation, Koda added. If it's true, this changes many things about how we approach his training and protection. Hiruzen nodded, silently thankful for Kakashi's speculation. And Naruto's armor? Shikaku asked casually. Hiashi frowned slightly. What armor? Shikaku said with a poker face, his tone, however, amused. Rumor has it Naruto Uzumaki's been running around the village in a full set of metal armor. Very Uzumaki-like, wouldn't you say? Hiruzen's expression didn't change, though inwardly, he sighed. Shikaku was too perceptive for his own good sometimes. It's an heirloom, Hiruzen said smoothly. A gift from his mother. Something passed down to the Uzumaki clan's males. Shikaku nodded, but the faint glimmer in his eye told Hiruzen the man wasn't entirely convinced. Hokage-sama, Hiashi interjected. Jiraiya-sama may take some time to reach the wave. I suggest sending additional backup to Team 7. Reinforcements who can assist, and perhaps help assess Naruto's unique situation. Hiruzen considered this, nodding slowly. You have someone in mind for this, Hiashi Dono. Sakura sat silently in the small boat as it rocked gently over the black, still waters. The sound of the oars cutting through the surface was rhythmic, almost hypnotic. Her mind was numb, her gaze locked on the dark expanse beneath them. The water seemed endless, like a void that could swallow her whole. The boat jerked to a sudden stop. Why? Why did we stop? No one answered. Instead, something began rising from the water, a shape, slowly breaking the surface. Murder. The voice was guttural, as though the speaker's throat was clogged with something thick and wet. Sakura's heart froze, her breath catching as Gozu emerged from the water in front of her. He was bloodied and broken, his dark eyes lifeless yet fixed on her with an intensity that made her stomach turn. A kunai jutted from his neck, embedded deep, blood seeping in rivulets down his chest. His frame was twisted unnaturally, like a marionette held together by fraying strings. Sakura scrambled backward, her palms scraping against the rough boards of the boat as she tried to put distance between herself and the horrifying figure. She backed into something solid. Sakura froze, her head turning slowly to see the helmsman standing behind her. Relief flooded her. She wasn't alone. "Help me," she started to say, but the words died in her throat as the helmsman's face twisted and morphed. It wasn't the helmsman anymore. It was Naruto. But not the Naruto she knew. His face was pale and angry, his blue eyes cold and accusing. His right arm, blackened and charred, hung limply at his side. "If only you were faster," Naruto growled. "I wouldn't have lost my arm." Before she could react, his charcoal hand shot out, gripping her throat with inhuman strength. He lifted her effortlessly, his eyes burning with fury. "Always so slow in everything, Sakura. You wanted to be the cog in the machine of Team 7, and yet, you're the reason I'm damaged." Naruto's voice roared in her ears as he slammed her down, plunging her into the icy black water. The cold hit her like a shockwave, stealing the breath from her lungs. She thrashed against the crushing weight of the water, but it was like trying to fight against chains. Her limbs felt heavy, her movements sluggish. She opened her mouth to scream, but the water rushed in, choking her. "Huh," Naruto's voice echoed in the darkness. "You did it, didn't you? You weren't fast enough on purpose." Sakura's heart clenched. She couldn't see him, but his words surrounded her, suffocating her as much as the water. "You were jealous. Jealous of me surpassing your precious Sasuke." "No," she croaked, her voice barely audible even in her own mind. "No, I would never." "Don't deny it. Murder." Gozu's hands reached up and pulled the blade free with a sickening squelch, blood spurting from the wound. He raised the kunai high, and as Naruto's hands forced her deeper into the water, Gozu plunged the blade downward. Sakura gasped, bolting upright as her lungs heaved desperately for air. Her body was drenched in sweat, her hands clawing at her throat as though she could still feel Naruto's charred fingers wrapped around her neck. Her heart pounded in her chest, the echoes of the nightmare clinging to her like a second skin. "Sakura." Her head snapped to the side to see Sasuke beside her, his dark eyes sharp but soft enough to hold concern. "It's okay," he said. "It wasn't real." Sakura's breaths were shallow and uneven, her entire body trembling. I saw them," she stammered. "Gozu. And Naruto, they said." "It wasn't real," Sasuke repeated firmly. "You're safe." Tears blurred her vision as she stared at him, the weight of the nightmare still pressing down on her. "Naruto said I let him get hurt, that it was my fault." Sasuke shook his head. "Naruto doesn't think that," he said bluntly. "He's an idiot, but he's not that kind of idiot." Sakura let out a shaky laugh through her tears, her lips quivering as she tried to steady herself. "Breathe," he said suddenly, his voice softer than she'd ever heard it. "What?" "Breathe," Sasuke repeated and took a slow inhale, expanding his chest, then released the air in a long, controlled exhale. "In through your nose, out through your mouth. Just focus on that." Sakura hesitated, her heart still pounding from the nightmare, but she followed his lead. Slowly, shakily, she inhaled, letting the cold air fill her lungs, then exhaled just as slowly. Again, Sasuke instructed, his tone calm, almost soothing. They repeated the exercise a few more times, and with each breath, Sakura felt her mind begin to settle. The pounding in her chest eased, and the edge of panic dulled into a faint ache. When her breathing steadied, she looked around the room, grounding herself in the quiet reality of their surroundings. Tezuna's house was small, barely furnished, and the air was heavy with the scent of wood smoke. The old man had laid out a few thin mattresses for them, apologizing profusely about the lack of comfort. Times were tough, he had explained, and Sakura could see it in the worn walls and meager offerings. Her eyes drifted to Naruto, lying unconscious on one of the mattresses, his face pale but peaceful. His right arm was swathed in thick bandages, and the faint smell of healing ointment hung in the air, an ointment Kakashi had taught them to make on their first day here. "It's been 3 days, Sakura murmured. "He still hasn't woken up." Kakashi said the pressure dome jutsu did a lot of internal damage, Sasuke said, leaning back against the wall. "And that's not even counting what happened to his arm." Sakura nodded, her chest tightening at the memory of Naruto's burned, charcoal-like hand. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment longer before she turned away, as if looking too long might make her tears come back. Don't worry, Sasuke added. That idiot's too stubborn to die. Yeah, you're right. But the smile faded quickly as her thoughts drifted. She could still hear Gozu's voice in her head, screaming at her. The memory of his bloodied, broken face haunted her every time she closed her eyes. It's not real. It's not real, she told herself, but it didn't make it stop. Thank you, she said softly, breaking the heavy silence. She wasn't even sure why she said it. Maybe she just needed something, anything, to fill the void. HN. Sasuke's response was his usual noncommittal grunt, but this time, he didn't move away. You want to talk? Yes, please, Sakura blurted out, her voice almost desperate before she caught herself, sitting up straighter and composing her tone. I mean, if that's okay. You don't have to ask, Sasuke replied. I don't mind. Silence. It's not always as comforting as it seems. I thought you liked silence. Not really, Sasuke said. If I let the silence drag on too long, the voices start creeping in, for you, for me. It's better to fill the space before they take over. You can tell. Sasuke gave a short nod, his gaze distant. Of course. After the Uchiha massacre, every day was a living hell. The voices of my clan wouldn't leave me alone. I'd hear them, crying, accusing, begging. Why did I die, Sasuke? I was just a child. I didn't want to go. Why did you get to live when we didn't? It wasn't just anger, it was grief. Their pain, their fear, it was everywhere. I couldn't sleep without hearing their screams. I'd close my eyes, and I'd see their faces. My mother, my father, even the kids I grew up with. And every time, I'd ask myself the same thing, why me? Why was I the one who survived? Sasuke, Sakura whispered, her hands clutching the edge of her blanket. I don't need pity, Sasuke said bluntly. The Yamanaka therapist called it survivor's guilt. Said it was normal to feel like that after everything. But why the screams? Why would you hear their voices? Sasuke's eyes darkened. The therapist said it was my mind's way of punishing me. I lived, and they didn't. So now, it's like they're always there, reminding me of what I survived. Asking why I'm still here, why I didn't die with them. But Sasuke, you deserve to be here. You deserve to live. Sasuke scoffed lightly, but it wasn't harsh. More like he didn't know what to do with the reassurance. The therapist said the same thing. That it wasn't my fault. That I couldn't have done anything. Well, they're right. Maybe. But that doesn't stop the guilt. It doesn't stop the voices. Every time I let myself stop, let myself sit in silence, they're there. Sasuke let out a slow breath, his gaze drifting to the floor. And they never stop asking why. Does it ever go away? Sasuke's lips pressed into a thin line. Not for me. The therapist said it might fade with time if I let myself grieve, if I forgave myself. And did you? Sakura asked hesitantly. No, Sasuke said flatly. I didn't see the point. Pretending to forgive myself wouldn't bring them back. It wouldn't make it better. So I stopped going to therapy and just focused on training. Every time the voices came back, every time I felt the guilt, I used it. I trained harder, pushed myself further. I told myself it would all be worth it when I got strong enough for revenge. Sakura felt her chest tightening. She paused, unsure of how to put her feelings into words. That's a lot to carry. It's better than sitting around feeling sorry for myself. But it doesn't make it any less painful, Sakura said softly. Sasuke was silent for a moment, his gaze distant. No, it doesn't. Sakura hesitated before speaking again. What if you did try what the therapist said? What if you let yourself grieve, or tried to forgive yourself? Would it really be so bad? Sasuke gave her a sidelong glance, his expression thoughtful but skeptical. Maybe. But I don't think it's for me. Not now. Sakura bit her lip. Well, for what it's worth, I think you're stronger than you give yourself credit for. You're still here, and you're still fighting. That has to mean something. Maybe. The silence between them was heavy, but it didn't feel as suffocating as before. Want to try it? Sakura frowned, tilting her head toward him. Try what? The therapist's advice, Sasuke said, lying back on his mattress, his hands resting on his stomach as he stared up at the ceiling. I thought you said it didn't work for you. It didn't, Sasuke admitted. But maybe it'll work for you. Doesn't hurt to try. Sakura hesitated, her fingers twisting nervously in the blanket. She wasn't sure if it would help, but it was worth a shot, wasn't it? Slowly, she nodded. Okay. She lay back on her mattress, mimicking Sasuke's posture, her arms crossed lightly over her chest. The room was quiet, the faint creak of the house settling mingling with the distant crash of waves. For a moment, it almost felt peaceful. What do you think about killing? The question hit Sakura like a wave, her chest tightening as the words echoed in her mind. What do I think? Yeah, Sasuke said. You've done it now. Gozu. What do you feel about it? I hate it, Sakura admitted quietly. It feels wrong. I keep seeing his face, hearing his voice, and the blood. She shivered. It's like it's still on my hands, no matter how many times I tell myself it was necessary. Necessary doesn't mean it's easy, the boy said bluntly. But killing isn't about what feels right or wrong. Sometimes it's just what has to be done. How can you say that so easily? How can you just accept it? I didn't say it was easy, Sasuke replied. I said it was necessary. If it's you or them, hesitation isn't an option. You kill, not because you want to, but because the alternative is death. And if you die, who will protect your teammates? Your family. The people relying on you to stand between them and the blade. Sakura's throat tightened. But doesn't that kind of thinking, doesn't it strip us of something? If we kill without hesitation, don't we lose what makes us human? No, Sasuke said firmly. It doesn't strip us of our humanity, it redefines it. Killing isn't about losing yourself, it's about surviving. The world doesn't care about kindness or fairness, Sakura. It's indifferent. People die every day, sometimes for no reason at all. If we hesitate, if we let guilt consume us, we don't just risk ourselves, we abandon everyone who's depending on us. That's not just failure. That's betrayal. Sakura looked away, her hands gripping the edges of her blanket tightly. His words were brutal, but she couldn't deny their truth. Maybe Naruto's got it right. What do you mean? Sakura asked. He doesn't see people like Gozu and Maizu as people, Sasuke explained. He sees them as threats. Beasts that need to be killed to protect what matters. He doesn't get caught up in their humanity, and that makes it easier for him. Sakura's eyes widened slightly. That's cold. It's practical, Sasuke said simply. He's learned to compartmentalize. We were taught the same thing in the academy. Remember those survival hunts in the forest? Every month, the teachers took us out there to hunt and kill animals, to learn how to survive. Naruto just adapted to it better than we did. Still, Sakura murmured, I don't think I can see it that way. Not yet, anyway. You don't have to, Sasuke said after a moment. You don't have to see it the way I do, or the way Naruto does. But you need to decide what it means to you. If you don't, when the moment comes again, you'll hesitate. And in that hesitation, the world won't stop for you. Someone will die. Maybe you. Maybe someone you care about. Sakura stayed silent, his words sinking in like stones dropped into a still pond. What about you? She asked after a long pause. How do you deal with it? I use it, Sasuke said finally. The guilt, the voices, the anger. I don't let it stop me, I let it push me forward. Every time I kill, I remind myself it's for a reason. A purpose. My family, my revenge. That's what keeps me moving. Sakura frowned. That sounds lonely. It is, Sasuke admitted quietly. But I don't need anyone to understand it. I just need to get stronger. Sakura turned her gaze back to the ceiling, her mind swirling with everything he'd said. She didn't know if she could ever see killing the way he did, or the way Naruto seemed to, but maybe that was okay. Maybe she didn't have to forget the pain of it or ignore the guilt. Maybe she could carry it and still move forward. Thanks for talking about this, she said softly, breaking the silence. Sasuke replied, his usual noncommittal grunt, but there was a faint hint of acknowledgement in his tone. A few minutes of silence passed before Sakura stood, brushing her hands against her skirt. I'll change Naruto's bandages. She left the room briefly and returned with a metal dish filled with water. Setting it down beside Naruto's mattress, she glanced at Sasuke. You know the drill. Sasuke didn't say anything, but he dipped a finger into the water, a faint crackle of lightning chakra sparking around it. The water rippled as it began to heat, steam curling into the air. Thanks, Sakura said, kneeling beside Naruto. She hesitated for a moment, then began carefully unwinding the old bandages. The smell hit her almost immediately, sharp and acrid, like burnt wood and scorched flesh. Her stomach churned, but she forced herself to keep going. Beneath the bandages, Naruto's hand looked no better than the last time she'd checked. The skin was blackened and cracked, and the healing ointment they'd been applying seemed to have done little, if anything. Sakura swallowed hard, dipping the cloth into the warm water before gently cleaning the wounds. How do you think Naruto's going to take this when he wakes up? Probably complain about having to learn how to eat ramen with his left hand. Despite herself, Sakura let out a faint laugh. Yeah, that sounds like him. Her smile faded slightly as she glanced at Naruto's face. You know, she said softly, it amazes me how much he's changed. He's so different now, but, at the same time, he's still the same Naruto. Sasuke replied noncommittally, watching her work. Sakura's brow furrowed as she rinsed the cloth again. Sometimes, she murmured, I wonder if the Naruto we knew before was real. Or if this is the real him. It was real, Sasuke said. But things happened. He's still the same idiot. He just has more tools now. Aren't you curious about where he got all this? The sword, the armor, the crazy jutsu, he lies about it all the time, but it doesn't change the fact that he has them. Don't you wonder? Sasuke's eyes flicked to the Drake's sword lying beside his mattress, its surface hidden beneath bandages. The blade looked less like steel and more like sinew, like torn muscle barely holding together. It doesn't matter, he said finally. Kakashi and Lord Third don't seem concerned, so it's probably fine. That's not what I mean, Sakura said. She dipped the cloth into the water again, wringing it out. It's just, Naruto used to be the loser. The one who, she stopped, realizing how harsh her words sounded. The one who didn't seem special, Sasuke finished for her, his tone neutral. Yeah, but now, there's so much more to him. And sometimes I don't know how to feel about it. As long as he's strong, I don't care. Why? Sasuke didn't answer. Sakura didn't push him, but after a few moments, she spoke again. Sasuke, she said softly, I'll get stronger too. He glanced at her, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Good, he said quietly. I hope you and Naruto are strong enough to keep up. His voice softened. I don't want to lose anyone else. Sakura felt her chest tighten at his words. She suddenly realized why Sasuke always kept people at arm's length, why he never let himself get close. It wasn't because he didn't care, it was because he cared too much. He was afraid. Afraid of losing them, just like he lost his family. Her gaze drifted back to Naruto, his face pale but peaceful. Just wake up, Naruto, she whispered. Team 7 needs you. Me, you, and Sasuke, we're stronger together. As if on cue, Naruto let out a faint grunt, his face twitching. His eyelids fluttered, then slowly began to open. Naruto, Sakura gasped, leaning forward. Sasuke was already on his feet, his expression sharp with concern. Dobi, can you hear me? How do you feel? Naruto mumbled something, his voice low and slurred. What's he saying? Sasuke frowned, glancing at Sakura. Naruto, can you repeat that? Naruto's lips moved again, his voice just barely audible. I want to take a massive dump. Kakashi stood outside Tezuna's house, hunched over as he emptied the contents of his stomach into the bushes. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, exhaling shakily. The chakra pills he'd been relying on to keep him standing were taking a toll. Artificial chakra kept him going, but at the cost of his body breaking down further with each passing hour. His mind was a tangle of exhaustion and paranoia. Zabuza's status was unknown, and the possibility of Gato sending another rogue weighed heavily on him. But most pressing of all was Naruto. The boy hadn't woken up. Kakashi had checked him repeatedly, even using his Sharingan to confirm the internal injuries. By all accounts, the Kyuubi should have healed him already. But days had passed, and while his wounds were closing, Naruto remained unconscious. Was it the sheer extent of the damage? Or was it tied to whatever had happened to his right hand, the charred and useless limb that still refused to heal? He rubbed his temples, forcing himself to push the thoughts aside. There was no time to spiral. His students needed him. He swallowed another chakra pill, ignoring the sharp protest from his body, and forced himself to straighten. Suddenly, Kakashi froze. A flicker of foreign chakra brushed against his senses. It wasn't hostile. It was deliberate, like someone announcing their presence. His body tensed, his mind sharpening as he analyzed the chakra's rhythm. Then he recognized it. Konoha's distinct signature. Relief washed over him as four figures flickered into view, landing in front of him. At their head stood Kurenai Yuhi, her sharp red eyes meeting his immediately. Her long, untamed black hair framed her pale face. She wore a red mesh armor blouse with its thorny pattern, bandages wrapped around her hands and upper thighs. Kurenai Yuhi, the scarlet thorn of Konoha. Kakashi was well acquainted with her, having fought side by side during the Third Shinobi War. He could still remember the day her father had stopped him, Guy, Asuma, and even Kurenai herself from rushing headlong into the chaos of the Kyuubi's attack on the village. While Kurenai had earned her Jonin rank through her unparalleled skill in genjutsu, she was also a war medic, having served on the battlefield since the tender age of 7. Her medical prowess, honed under some of the best in Konoha, had been enough to secure her a path to Jonin rank on its own. But Kurenai had chosen another path, a more personal one. Kakashi, what happened to you? Kakashi waved her off. Nothing. Just ate something bad, he lied, adjusting his posture to seem less strained. Kurenai's frown deepened, but she let it go for now. Her eyes flicked to her team. Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Hinata shifted nervously, her lavender eyes glancing at Kakashi before quickly looking away. He could tell her Byakugan had picked up the state of his chakra network, frayed, overstrained, and held together by sheer will. Shino stood calmly, his hands in his pockets, while Kiba looked ready to jump into action. Let's get you inside. You can debrief me while you rest. Kakashi opened his mouth to argue but stopped himself. He wasn't in a position to refuse help right now. He nodded curtly. Fine. Before they could move, the sound of the front door creaking open made them all turn. Sensei. Naruto's awake. Behind the pink-haired girl, Sasuke emerged, one arm slung around a stumbling Naruto, who looked groggy but alive. Naruto squinted at the misty evening air. Seriously, who the hell puts the bathroom outside? He grumbled, his voice scratchy. It's called an outhouse. Maybe if you'd read a book for once, you'd know that. After I take my dump, I am kicking your ass. Sasuke rolled his eyes, but his arm stayed steady around Naruto's back, supporting him. Kakashi watched the exchange silently, the tension in his shoulders easing for the first time in days. Relief flooded through him, his worries momentarily melting away. Suddenly, to everyone's shock, chakra exploded in the clearing. Man-beast taijutsu. Fang over fang. Kiba yelled, his voice ringing out as he and Akamaru spun into a violent blur of motion. The two launched themselves like twin drills, spiraling at high speeds toward their target. Naruto. Kiba roared. Sakura reacted instantly, her sharp instincts kicking in. She threw kunai to the side, clapping her hands as a glowing barrier materialized in front of Naruto just as Kiba's attack hit. The spinning force of fang over fang crashed against the barrier, sending sparks flying as it absorbed the brunt of the blow. As soon as Kiba stopped spinning, Sasuke appeared beside him in a blur of motion. His dark eyes burned with fury, his Sharingan spinning wildly as his foot arced forward in a precise, devastating kick. Chakra surged visibly around his outstretched leg, the sheer pressure of it causing the air to hum. If the kick landed, it would have cracked Kiba's skull like an egg. But then, everything changed. The scene melted away like mist evaporating in sunlight. Sasuke froze mid-kick, blinking as he suddenly found himself standing back in his original position. Beside him, Sakura lowered her hands, confusion and alarm written on her face. What the? A yelp broke the silence as everyone turned to see Kurenai gripping Kiba's ear, her fury palpable. What the hell are you doing, Genin Kiba? Kiba squirmed under her grip, his bravado fading in the face of her anger. Getting my payback, he whimpered, his voice weak as he tried to tug his ear free. Payback. Kurenai's red eyes burned with fury as her grip tightened. Do you even realize what you just did? Attacking a fellow shinobi without provocation. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, realizing the entire confrontation had been a genjutsu. They'd all been caught in it so smoothly that they hadn't even noticed, until now. Kurenai took a deep breath, her hand still firmly on Kiba's ear. Kiba, Shino, you're staying here to guard the area. And if you ever do anything like that again, I'll make sure your mother hears about it. At the mention of his mother, Kiba froze, his face paling. Why you wouldn't? He stammered. Try me, Kurenai said darkly, finally letting go of his ear. Grumbling under his breath, Kiba turned to leave, casting one last glare at Naruto. He started it, Kiba muttered before stalking off. Shino, as composed as ever, glanced briefly at Naruto before following after his teammate. Kurenai turned back to Kakashi, her face tinged with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Kakashi. I don't know what got into my subordinate. It won't happen again. Kakashi's expression was unreadable as he folded his arms. It's not me you should be apologizing to. Kurenai frowned, glancing toward Naruto. Naruto, I. Before she could finish, Naruto suddenly shoved past her, his face flushed and frantic. Where the hell is the bathroom? Hinata stood frozen, her hand trembling slightly as she pointed toward the outhouse at the edge of the yard. Anyo, it's over there. Naruto turned to look at her, his blue eyes locking onto hers for a brief moment. Hinata felt her heart leap into her throat. He wasn't glaring or angry, he was just looking, but the intensity of his gaze, combined with how much taller and more commanding he seemed now, made her pulse quicken. Thanks, Naruto muttered, his voice a little hoarse but still carrying that familiar tone she recognized. Without another word, he ran past her, slamming the outhouse door shut behind him. Hinata didn't move, she just stood there, staring at the door, her hand still hovering where she'd pointed moments ago. Slowly, she placed it against her chest, feeling her heartbeat pounding furiously against her palm. He's still him, she thought, relief washing over her like a wave. For weeks, she had worried, replaying the terrifying moment from the graduation class in her mind. She had seen it, felt it, the way his chakra had turned dark and oppressive, like a heavy storm cloud blotting out the sun. That wasn't the Naruto she knew, the one she had admired for so long. She had braced herself to see that Naruto again, the cold, unrecognizable one. She had been afraid that the boy who had inspired her, who had always been so bright and resilient, had disappeared. But then, just now, when he had looked at her, Hinata smiled faintly, her fingers tightening slightly around her jacket. It's still him. Yes, he had changed. He seemed taller, stronger, and carried an air about him that was unfamiliar, almost intimidating. But there was something else beneath it. The warmth that had always been there, the essence of who Naruto was, it hadn't gone anywhere. If there was one thing Naruto never thought he'd have to deal with, it was the long-term effects of being in a coma. But now, as he sat trapped in the outhouse, gripping the edges of the rickety wooden seat like his life depended on it, he realized that bodily functions didn't wait for heroics. This is hell. The last hour had been nothing short of agony. His stomach twisted, sweat dripped from his forehead, and every muscle in his body ached from sheer exertion. I'd rather fight Hellkite again. His body was purging itself after 3 days of being motionless. Apparently, when you were trapped in a comatose state, your body didn't just hit the pause button, it still functioned, but inefficiently. The digestive system slowed to a crawl, meaning everything he had eaten before losing consciousness had just sat there, festering. Now, it was making up for lost time. Naruto groaned, resting his forehead against the wall of the tiny outhouse, utterly drained. Okay, never going into a coma again. With that ordeal finally over, Naruto turned his attention to the bigger problem. How the hell did I end up like this? 1 second, he had been trapped in Zabuza's water prison, drowning with no escape. The next, nothing but searing pain and darkness. And now, his right arm felt wrong. Not injured, not broken, just wrong. It was numb, heavy like dead weight, yet tingling like it was both there and not there at the same time. A phantom limb attached to his body. He tried to move his fingers. A faint, sluggish response. Barely anything. His stomach tightened. With growing unease, he summoned his HUD, the golden glow of the interface filling his vision. His eyes scanned through the menus until he saw it. Something was different. His right-hand weapon slots were grayed out. R1 weapon. Zweihander R2 weapon. Pyromancy flame, cursed. Cursed. Experimenting, he swapped the Zweihander to his left hand. To his relief, it worked, the familiar weight of the greatsword settling into his grip. But when he tried the same with the pyromancy flame, the interface refused. No matter what he did, it remained locked. Naruto narrowed his eyes, opening the item description. Item. Pyromancy flame, cursed. Description. A flame born of an unnatural hunger, warped by chakra and bound by the curse of the witch. This flame, once a tool of creation, now seeks destruction, feeding on the body and soul of its wielder. It whispers of demonhood, promising power at the cost of humanity. The transformation was interrupted, leaving only a grotesque remnant, a hand touched by chaos. Naruto stared at the text, unblinking. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to his right arm. He exhaled shakily, his mind spiraling. It's my fault. The realization settled in his gut like poison. No matter how much he tried to rationalize it, he had done this to himself. He had felt it. That wrongness. The pyromancy flame had reacted when he forced chakra into it, twisting, mutating, devouring something inside him. I had no choice. But was that true? Or was that just an excuse? Naruto clenched his jaw, his breath uneven. He wanted to punch something, to vent his frustration, but even the thought of moving his right arm sent a wave of phantom pain shooting through his nerves. A knock on the door startled him. Naruto. Sakura's voice. He didn't answer immediately. How are you feeling? Naruto closed his eyes, trying to push the thoughts away. What he really wanted to do was go to Lordran. To find answers. Kakashi-sensei asked you to come to the kitchen. Kurenai-sensei wants to check up on you. Naruto exhaled through his nose. With a quick motion, he summoned his Estus flask, the warm golden glow swirling within. The effect was instant. Strength returned to his limbs, his muscles repairing themselves, the stiffness from days of atrophy fading away. He stood, pushing the outhouse door open. Sakura was waiting outside, her expression a mix of concern and relief. Despite the fact that he was fully healed, she still reached out, steadying him as he stepped forward. I'm fine, Sakura. She shot him a pointed look. You were in a coma for 3 days. Forgive me if I don't believe you. Naruto didn't argue. She guided him toward the small kitchen of Tazuna's house, where Kurenai was already waiting. Her red eyes softened as she saw him, but Naruto could only look at the floor. Sit down, Naruto, she said, gesturing to a stool. He obeyed silently, his mind still racing. Kurenai moved behind him, placing her palms lightly against his back. Her hands glowed a faint green as the soothing warmth of her chakra flowed into him. Sensei, Naruto asked, his voice quieter than usual, what's she doing? This is the mystic palm jutsu, Kurenai explained. It's a healing technique. By covering the hands in chakra and channeling it into the wounded area, she can repair tissue and promote recovery. Naruto barely processed her words. His thoughts were still stuck on the cursed description of the pyromancy flame. Suddenly, Kurenai gasped. Kakashi stiffened immediately. What is it? His body is completely healed, no signs of muscle atrophy, Kurenai said. And what about the arm? Kakashi asked, relieved to see that the boy's natural regeneration was kicking in. At least the Kyuubi was good for something. Naruto's body tensed as she moved toward his charred limb. Wait, the young Uzumaki blurted out, making both Kurenai and Kakashi pause. What's wrong? I was just wondering. Sensei, is there chakra inside chakra paper? Kakashi was confused at the sudden, seemingly unrelated question. Yes, Naruto. Chakra paper has trace amounts of chakra in it. That's how it reacts to your chakra nature. Naruto froze. His thoughts immediately snapped back to what had happened the last time he injected pyromancy flame energy into chakra paper. That horrifying, demonic creation of life. He didn't even want to think about what would happen if Kurenai, someone else's chakra, got too close to his cursed hand. Naruto, Kurenai said gently, her hand still hovering near his arm. I know this is uncomfortable, but we need to assess the damage. I promise to be careful. I think this is a bad idea, Naruto said firmly. This happened because I tried to inject chakra into my fire. I don't want to hurt you, Miss Kurenai. Kurenai blinked at him, then smiled softly before reaching out and pinching his cheek. Thank you for your concern, Naruto, but I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. No, you don't. Naruto wanted to scream it, but the words stayed locked in his throat. Pyromancy flame wasn't chakra, and no amount of training or expertise would prepare anyone for what might happen. His eyes darted to Kakashi, pleading. Sensei, please. Naruto, how else are we supposed to figure out what's wrong with your arm? We need to understand it if we're going to help you. I know what it is, Naruto said. It's a curse. The room fell silent. Kakashi's gaze softened, but there was no sign of understanding in his expression. To everyone else, it must have sounded like a tantrum, an overwhelmed genin grasping for an explanation. Kurenai, however, took a different approach. She studied Naruto carefully, noting the tension in his shoulders, the way his voice wavered slightly. He wasn't being stubborn, he was scared. Naruto, Kurenai said gently, her tone taking on the calmness of a medic. I know this is hard, but I need you to trust me. If you're hurt, it's my job to figure out how to help you. Naruto opened his mouth to protest again, but before he could say anything, Kakashi suddenly wavered on his feet. Sensei! Naruto shouted as Kakashi collapsed, and Kurenai moved quickly to catch him before he hit the floor. What's going on? Sasuke's sharp voice called as he, Sakura, and Hinata rushed into the room. Kurenai's hands lit up with the green glow of mystic palm jutsu, her focus entirely on Kakashi's limp form. She grimaced as she assessed his condition. What happened? Chakra exhaustion. He's been holding himself together with chakra pills. Sasuke frowned. But he hasn't used any big jutsu in days. That doesn't matter, Kurenai said bluntly. Your sensei's been in this state since his fight with Zabuza. He's been running on fumes, and I'm honestly surprised he lasted this long. Will he be okay? Yes, Kurenai said to Naruto. But he needs rest, at least a month of it. He'll have to eat healthy, avoid any strenuous activity, and let his body heal naturally. No exceptions. Her words hung heavy in the room. The reality of their situation hit her like a wave. Not only were they in enemy territory, but their strongest ally was now a liability. On top of that, there was Naruto's mysterious injury to figure out and the mission to protect Tazuna. Kurenai pressed her lips into a thin line, her mind racing through the situation. Do I call for more backup? What about Naruto's arm? And the mission? Ma'am. Naruto's voice cut through her thoughts, bringing her back to the present. Can I get some fresh air? Go ahead, Naruto. As he turned toward the door, something about his posture made her pause. There was a distance between them, a gap she hadn't bridged. If she was going to lead this team, she had to make an effort. Wait, she said, her tone softer than before. Naruto, you don't have to call me, ma'am. Kurenai-sensei. Is fine. Naruto's hand hesitated on the door handle. Slowly, he glanced back at her, his blue eyes unreadable. You have to earn the right to be my sensei, he said simply. The air in the room stilled. Sakura's gasp was immediate. Naruto. That's rude. But Kurenai didn't flinch. She held his gaze, searching for something beneath his words. Then, just as quickly, Naruto turned back and slipped out, the door clicking shut behind him. Sakura let out an exasperated sigh, bowing her head. I'm sorry, Kurenai-sensei. He didn't mean it like. There's no need to apologize. Kurenai's voice was steady, her expression unreadable. He's right. Sasuke and Sakura both looked at her, confused. Kurenai exhaled slowly, forcing herself to confront the truth she had been pushing aside. These kids are trusting me with their lives. That's not something I can take for granted. Her hands curled into fists at her sides. She had been chosen as a Jonin for a reason. If she hesitated now, if she wavered under the weight of responsibility, she wasn't worthy of leading them. She took a slow breath and turned back to the team. Hinata. The girl stiffened, eyes wide. Why yes, Kurenai-sensei. Come here and check Kakashi's chakra network, Kurenai instructed. Tell me where it's most strained, and I'll handle the rest. Hinata nodded, stepping forward as she activated her Byakugan. Kurenai crossed her arms, watching her student work, but her thoughts remained elsewhere, on the boy who had just walked out that door. You have to earn the right to be my sensei. A small smile curved her lips. All right, Naruto. If I have to earn it, I will. Consider your challenge accepted. So, where's Oscar? That was the first thing Naruto said as he stepped back into Tsunami's house. Not a greeting, not a breath, just that question, direct and sharp. Sakura froze mid-step, her mouth open, only to shut it just as quickly at the look on Naruto's face. It wasn't just serious. He looked different, like he hadn't just returned from a stroll but from a battlefield. Sakura nudged Sasuke hard under the table. Sasuke sighed. We kept him in the closet. Why? Well, for one, he wouldn't stop hissing at people, Sakura said defensively. He tried to bite me, Sasuke muttered. Well, at least he tried. Wow. So this is where we are now, huh? You've really stooped low enough to slander the most precious thing in the world. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. What? Ramen. TCH. Touché, bastard. Sakura rolled her eyes. Actually, we made it cozy. Used blankets, one of Kakashi's shirts. He seemed pretty chill in there. I owe you too, Naruto said over his shoulder, reaching for the closet door, only to find it empty. Naruto turned slowly, like a door creaking on its hinges, and fixed them both with a stare. This, he said flatly, is empty. Sasuke sighed and, with no ceremony, kicked Sakura's shin under the table. OW. Fine, she hissed. Tsunami-san. From the kitchen, Tsunami's voice carried warmly. Oh. You should check the backyard. I let him out to bask in the sun. Inari's been looking after him. Before anyone could blink, a rush of wind stirred through the hallway curtains and Naruto was gone, a blur toward the yard. Outside, the air smelled of damp soil and vegetables. Rows of plants were growing along makeshift wooden beds. A small irrigation pond shimmered near the edge of the yard, fed by a tiny channel from the nearby stream. Oscar was there, half submerged on his back in the shallow water, glimmering under the fading sun like a jewel. His crystals glinted softly. But he wasn't alone. A small hand reached toward him. Oscar hissed and rolled away. The hand belonged to a boy, spiky black hair, tired dark eyes. He wore a green jumper over a yellow shirt and a striped hat tilted low over his brow. TCH, the boy huffed. Really? After all that, and you still won't let me touch you? Naruto's voice cut through the air, amused and exasperated. Oscar, what are you doing? Oscar perked up at once. The moment he saw Naruto, he sprang out of the water and sprinted across the yard, launching himself up Naruto's leg. The boy caught him with a laugh, pressing his forehead against Oscar's snout. The lizard chirped happily, his open mouth revealing his gleaming, crystalline maw. How did you do that? The boy asked in disbelief, wide-eyed. Who are you? Sakura walked up behind him. That's Inari, Tazuna-san's grandson. He's been helping out, took care of Oscar while we were busy. Naruto smiled and crouched down to the boy's level. Thanks, Inari. Really. I hope he wasn't too much trouble. Inari crossed his arms, looking away. Whatever. He didn't even let me pet him. What have you been feeding him? Fish. I caught them myself, Inari said, puffing up just a bit. Naruto's grin widened. You catch fish. Man, that's awesome. When I was your age, I could sit at a stream for hours and barely catch one. You've got real skill. Inari's ears tinged pink. He tried to hide it. Still, Naruto added, Oscar's a bit picky. He can eat meat, sure, but what he really likes is metal. Especially things like iron and steel. Naruto reached into his inventory scroll and pulled out a chipped and broken straight sword. Wanna feed him properly? Inari's eyes widened as he nodded eagerly. Naruto handed him the sword. Here, offer it flat, like this. Inari did as instructed. He held the blade out carefully, his hands trembling with anticipation. Oscar sniffed it, chirped once, then bit down with a satisfying crunch. In moments, the sword was half-eaten, sparks of crystal forming at the corners of the lizard's jaw. That's so cool, Inari said, awe-filling his voice. Oscar licked his crystalline teeth and chirped again, nudging Inari's hand in what could only be called a thank you. From the house, Tsunami's voice called, dinner's ready, everyone. Come and eat. Naruto ruffled Inari's hair and stood up. Come on, he said. Let me teach you how to do belly rubs on this lizard. Inari looked up with wide eyes and tried to hold back a smile. Kurenai stared at the pale green toad with blue streaks sitting cross-legged on the wooden table, his tiny arms folded like a messenger carrying the weight of a much larger burden. Gamadan. Of all the things she expected today, a summoning from Mount Myoboku wasn't one of them. Up until now, she'd been quietly hoping, maybe even relying, on someone like Jiraiya to show up. A Sannin. A legend. Someone with the kind of experience and knowledge to make sense of everything. Naruto's mysterious injury. Kakashi pushing his chakra network to its limits. The unknown threat still lurking in the shadows. Surely, Jiraiya would understand something they didn't. Maybe he could confirm whether Naruto's condition was tied to the Nine Tails, like Kakashi had once suspected in his private notes. That's why she hadn't interfered, hadn't tried to step into Naruto's space. She didn't know how. And now the frog said Jiraiya wasn't coming. I'm sorry, Gamadan-san, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. But why exactly does Jiraiya-sama need to be in Mount Myoboku right now? The toad huffed, visibly annoyed. Look, lady, ma'am, this is above your clearance. I was sent by Elder Fukasaku himself. Jiraiya's presence is required on Mount Myoboku. The reason is between him and the great toad sage. Kurenai exhaled slowly. She was trying to be patient. Truly. I see. Then, how long will he be away? Gamadan scratched his head. Few days at most. Depends on how long the great sage takes with the next prophecy. Gah. Damn it. He slapped a webbed hand to his mouth, realizing his slip. But Kurenai's lack of visible reaction made it clear she had no idea what he meant. No context. Just another strange piece of a puzzle too big for her to solve. With a sheepish shrug, the toad vanished in a puff of smoke. Kurenai sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. She was a Jonin, a genjutsu specialist, a leader of her own squad. And yet lately, she'd felt like nothing more than a nursemaid and a bystander. Should she send word to Konoha for backup? She glanced toward the corridor where Kakashi rested, his chakra signature flickering with exhaustion. No, she'd wait. Focus on stabilizing him. Focus on what she could control. Dinner's ready, everyone. Come and eat. Tsunami's cheerful voice rang through the house, offering a welcome distraction. Kurenai moved toward the dining room, grateful for something simple. Ordinary. But what she walked into was anything but. Sitting at the table, surrounded by rice bowls and pickled vegetables, was Inari, laughing. His face bright, his hands occupied rubbing Oscar's belly. Is that a summon? Kurenai thought, eyeing the crystal lizard as it relaxed under Inari's gentle touch. I never thought I'd see the day, came a voice beside her. She turned. Tazuna. The old man didn't look at her. His eyes were fixed on the sight in front of him. His voice, when he spoke, was quiet. The smile of my grandson. He's just a kid, but this world's taken too much from him. I thought maybe this bridge, my dream, would be the thing to bring it back. A little hope. But it wasn't. Not really. And now, he exhaled, a bit shaky. That lizard, whatever the hell it is giving him something I couldn't. Just one night where he gets to act his age. That's more than I ever hoped for. Kurenai softened. Don't thank me. This is all Naruto. I don't even know what that thing is. Well, I'll thank the brat myself, then, Tazuna said with a small, dry chuckle. Strong one, isn't he? Lost an arm, still walks like he's untouchable. Kurenai gave a faint nod as she sat beside Hinata, who hadn't touched her food. Her Byakugan active, focused on Oscar. Something wrong. Hinata hesitated. I don't know how to describe it. Internally, Oscar is made entirely of crystal. Not bone. Just layers of condensed chakra. Frozen solid, like crystals. Strange you say that, Shino said, lifting a brow behind his shades. My bugs feel stronger near him. Just proximity alone is stimulating them. Chakra saturation, maybe. Kiba scoffed, reaching for a rice ball. It's just a lizard. A weird one, sure. But not worth freaking out over. They all ignored him. Well then, Naruto, Kurenai said, turning her gaze to the boy who was fussing over Oscar's tail, a proper introduction would be appreciated. What is your little friend? Teammate, this is Oscar. And I'm going to train him to be my ninkin. Ninkin, Kurenai corrected lightly. That's the term for ninja-trained dogs. For general beasts trained for combat, it's ninchu. Oh, thanks, sense. Naruto caught himself. Close. You almost earned the sensei title. I'll work harder. Kiba, not amused, muttered under his breath. He named the lizard Oscar. Am I supposed to know who Oscar is? Kurenai asked, glancing around. It's complicated, Shino replied. Naruto's armor belonged to a man named Oscar. There's history there, and the name has caused tension between Uzumaki-san and Inuzuka-san. Kurenai caught it instantly, the way Kiba's jaw clenched, the faint bitterness in his tone. She frowned. There's a story here, she thought. And it's not a happy one. Meanwhile, Inari, who had been quietly playing with Oscar, glanced up. Will Oscar fight too? Eventually, Naruto said. Still gotta train him first. Maybe get some advice from Pakun. Right, Sasuke. Sasuke grunted without looking up, idly spearing a pickled onion. Inari's hand froze mid-pat. His smile disappeared. The brim of his hat lowered over his eyes. Just leave. The room quieted. What did you say? Kiba's voice was sharp. You heard me. Inari's small hands clenched. Just go. Get out of here before Gato kills you all. The warmth drained from the air like a dying fire. What did you just say, brat? Inari glared up at him, a child's defiance blazing beneath a mountain of fear. You think you're strong. You think you can beat Gato. He owns this place. He owns everything. He'll crush you like bugs. Kurenai leaned forward slightly. Sakura froze mid-bite. Even Sasuke paused. Naruto didn't move. He just watched the boy carefully, his expression unreadable. But inside, he understood. That look in Inari's eyes, it wasn't anger. It was terror. Fear that the people you love will die. Fear that no matter how strong you are, it won't be enough. That no one can win. What kind of life had this child lived to make him speak like that? I don't know who this Gato guy is, but I'm telling you right now, there's no way some thug like that stands a chance against me. What are you, stupid? Kiba's nostrils flared. Listen here, you little Kiba. Kurenai's voice cracked like a whip. But the boy didn't stop. Akamaru barked beside him, rising with hackles raised. Inari flinched at the sound but didn't back down, hands clenched into tiny fists. If you don't want your mutt to die, Inari said, then you should leave while you can. Kiba growled low in his throat and took a step forward, and that was when Naruto moved, stepping in between the two. Really? Getting worked up over a kid? What? You think you're some tough guy now? Say that again, dead last. Naruto didn't bother. His eyes flicked to Inari and immediately, he noticed something was off. Genjutsu, he muttered under his breath. His gaze shifted to the side. Tazuna was frozen too. So was Tsunami. The others followed his eyes until they all landed on Kurenai, who had just finished her hand signs. I shouldn't even need to say this, she said, her voice flat with disappointment. How to behave with a client. The respect and restraint required when dealing with civilians. Weren't you taught this in the academy? You tell him, Kiba muttered, clearly assuming she was on his side. Kurenai exhaled like she was trying not to slap a wall. I am talking about you, Kiba. He blinked. What? I can't be mad, the brat threatened Akamaru. He didn't threaten him, Naruto interrupted, earning a sharp glare from Kiba. Shino replied calmly. Kiba-san. The boy did not issue a threat. He voiced a fear, born not from arrogance, but experience. You've seen the state of the people here. Do you really think Tazuna's family has been untouched by it? Kiba opened his mouth to argue. But the look Kurenai shot him, the silent fury of a woman at the edge of her patience, shut him up. She lifted the genjutsu from the civilians with a wave of her hand. Let's eat, she said, voice tight. The table fell into a strained silence. Tazuna and Tsunami tried to smile and play host, but the air was heavy. Everyone ate the modest portions with quiet understanding. When the meal was done, Naruto stood and gave a slight bow, his voice calm and formal, just as Sameir had taught him. That was a fine meal, Lady Tsunami. You have my gratitude. Oh, thank you, Naruto-kun. That's kind of you to say. Kurenai watched him, quietly taken aback. So this was the real Naruto. Not the loudmouth from the academy, not the unpredictable prankster the village gossiped about. No, this boy was disciplined, respectful, thoughtful. She could see it in his posture, his tone, the way he measured his words. There's a man in there, she thought. Someone taught him well. See that, she said to the group. That's how you conduct yourself around civilians. You make them feel safe. Respected. Kiba grumbled. Whatever. Genin Kiba. He looked up, shoulders tensing. You're on night watch. He blinked. Tonight. Starting now. Sakura raised a hand hesitantly. Kurenai-sensei, when will Kiba's shift end? And who'll take over after him? No one, Kurenai said flatly. He's guarding the house all night. Alone. Everyone stared. Let this serve as punishment for his behavior, she continued, eyes flicking to the rest of the group. And let it be a warning to the rest of you. You're shinobi. You represent more than yourselves. You act with discipline, especially in front of those you've sworn to protect. Am I understood? Yes, ma'am. The others chorused, backs straightening. Kiba groaned quietly but said nothing. Akamaru nuzzled his leg. Naruto watched the exchange in silence, then glanced toward Inari, who was staring down at his half-finished meal. He didn't speak, but he did reach under the table and gently slide a tiny piece of bent iron toward Oscar, who chewed it with a delighted chirp. It was small, but maybe that gesture, the silent way Inari tried to share, was a start. As night settled like a blanket over the wave country, the faint sound of crickets filled the humid air outside. Inside the dimly lit room, Team 7 was winding down for the night. Sakura leaned over a water basin, brushing her teeth with small, practiced strokes. She spat, wiped her mouth, then looked over her shoulder. What do you guys think of Team 8? Naruto sat cross-legged on the mattress, his Drake sword laid across his lap like a beloved pet. His eyes narrowed as the faint blue glow of his HUD shimmered across his vision, unseen by anyone else. Warning. This weapon is at risk of breaking. His fingers traced the blade's chipped edge, catching on a crack that hadn't been there yesterday. Is it the chakra infusion? He wondered, frowning. Too much stress on the structure. Or maybe it's like pyromancy, it just doesn't sync with chakra. He clicked his tongue, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. He'd have to ask Andre about it the next time he dropped into Lordran. Maybe get it reforged or reinforced. They're unbalanced, Sasuke said flatly. The Hyuga's quiet, the Abarame's methodical. But Kiba, he's reckless. Loud. He'll be a liability one day. At least they have Kurenai, Sakura added, drying her hands on a cloth. She's sharp. It helps having another Jonin around, especially while Kakashi-sensei's still recovering. I wonder if Andre knows more about these dragon weapons, Naruto mused. Hey, Sakura's voice cut through his thoughts like a shuriken. Are you even listening? Huh, what? You weren't listening. I was. Naruto said way too quickly. I heard things, words. Many words were said. I agree with all of them, or none of them. Possibly a few, but not the bad ones. Datbeo. Sasuke gave him a long, soul-weary stare. That wasn't even a sentence. You know Iruka-sensei isn't here to scream at you anymore, Sakura said. You don't have to keep up the, I swear I'm paying attention, jutsu. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling sheepishly. Fine, fine. I zoned out. What was the question again? I asked if that weird flask of yours, the Estus thing, could heal Kakashi. Oh, Naruto immediately perked up. Yeah, probably. It's healed worse than what Kakashi has, I think. You think? Yeah, well, I don't really know what kind of damage Kakashi-sensei took, Naruto replied to Sasuke. So, do I go and heal him now, or what? Kurenai-sensei said she'd handle his treatment. Told us not to worry. Let her try first, Sasuke added, arms crossed. If she can't fix it, then we use an Estus. He didn't say it out loud, but they all understood the reasoning. That flask wasn't just some convenience, it could change the tide of battle. And Sasuke wasn't comfortable with just handing that power out. Naruto, however, probably would. Okay, Naruto said with a nod, yawning wide. So, what do you think I should do about Kiba? What about him? I mean, I kinda beat him up during graduation. I've been thinking, it might be easier to squash this whole mess if I just apologize. Maybe, but why not wait till tomorrow? Why not now? Well, she said slowly, glancing at Sasuke, I overheard Kiba justifying his attack on you when we first got to the wave. He said he was only returning the favor for what you did to him. Naruto blinked. What? She means, Sasuke cut in, Kiba thinks you, sucker punched, him during your first fight. In his mind, you only won because of that, so his sneak attack here was just payback. Naruto stared, unimpressed. Okay, first of all, I hit him from the front. That's not a sneak attack, that's just called being fast. Second, didn't he use a jutsu during that fight? I remember him spinning or something. If he's blaming his loss on a cheap shot, that's pure cope. You're not helping the whole, resolving conflict thing, Sakura said with a sigh. What? I'm just saying dog breath lost fair and square. Naruto, Sakura warned. Fine, fine, Naruto relented. I'll talk to him. When things cool down. Maybe tomorrow. Right now, I've got more important things to do, like making Oscar a bed. We'll help, Sakura offered, already standing. She turned to Sasuke, who was very obviously pretending to be asleep. You're helping too, Sasuke. HN. That's a command, not a request. HN. Naruto chuckled as Team 7 finished building a small nest-like bed from their spare clothes in the corner of the room. It wasn't elegant, mostly a lumpy pile of shirts, cloaks, and one stubborn sock Sasuke refused to claim, but it had warmth, and that was all Oscar really needed. I'll go get him, Naruto said. Sasuke, stop folding things and start stacking. He's a lizard, not a daimyo. HMPH, Sasuke grunted, but he shifted the crumpled vest anyway. Naruto smiled to himself as he stepped into the hall. For all their bickering, they'd come together for something as small as Oscar's bed. That had to count for something. He reached the crate. Empty. The smile vanished. Did Inari take him out again? A breeze drifted through the open window, cool and tinged with the scent of earth and pine. Naruto's sharp eyes narrowed as he spotted a slip of paper tucked in the corner of the crate. Come meet me outside in the forest. No name. No signature. Just the scribbled words, clearly from someone in a rush. Naruto's stomach twisted. His mind raced through possibilities. Who had motive? Who had opportunity? Only one name rose to the top. Kiba Inuzuka. He was on night watch. He had free movement. And he was the only one still nursing a grudge strong enough to pull something this stupid. For what? Some childish revenge. Hey Naruto, we finished the bed, Sakura called from the other room. Naruto inhaled through his nose, calming the burn behind his eyes. Thanks, he said over his shoulder, tone even. Oscar wants to moonbathe outside. We're gonna go for a little stroll. Don't let him eat the grass. No promises. Night, Naruto, Sakura added. Sleep tight, Naruto said gently. I'll handle this. The boy's gaze hardened, all warmth draining from his eyes as they locked onto the treeline. The goofy, carefree boy who joked and smiled was gone, shed like a second skin. In his place stood something colder. Sharper. The undead knight who had carved his path through the cursed lands of Lordran. He stepped onto the windowsill, a soft click echoing as his armor snapped into place, repaired, gleaming in the moonlight, and ready for war. Whoever thought they could take from him was about to learn what it meant to steal from a warrior who'd fought demons and walked through fire. Oscar wasn't just a lizard. He was family. A few minutes later, the forest was silent save for the soft rustling of leaves and the distant cry of night birds. The moon hung low, bathing the world in pale silver, casting long shadows beneath the trees. Naruto walked beneath those shadows like a ghost. His steps were quiet, deliberate, each one heavier than the last. The boy who once smiled without restraint was nowhere to be found. When he entered the clearing, the sight that met him sent a chill through his spine. Kiba stood alone, holding Oscar by the tail. The crystal lizard thrashed, panicked chirps escaping his throat, but Kiba didn't budge. His grip was firm. Kiba. That single word was low and dangerous. A growl rather than a name. Put him down. What's with the tone? Kiba sneered. That brat talks crap about Akamaru and you're all zen. But now you're growling like a wolf because of this overgrown gecko. Naruto didn't respond. Not to Kiba's words. Not to his tone. His eyes never left Oscar. But the moment he saw a tremor in Oscar's leg, a tiny glint of discomfort in his body, Naruto moved. There was no hand seal. No shout. Only the cold hum of something appearing in his hand. A giant winged spear, 6 feet of sharpened steel, shimmered into hand from his inventory. Naruto's voice dropped to a tone that made the temperature in the clearing fall. If you so much as chip a scale, Naruto said, every syllable like the toll of a funeral bell, I will shove this spear inside you. Out through your mouth like a pig. Kiba's expression faltered. What? I'll rip your tongue out so you remember silence. I'll strip the skin from your arms and watch you crawl with nothing but bone. Oscar squirmed harder, and Kiba's grip faltered. The light caught his face. His calm, empty face, and that emptiness was worse than fury. And if you think pain's your limit, Naruto continued, then I'll heal you. Every night, limb by limb, muscle by muscle, until I can do it in my sleep. And then I'll cut them all again. Kiba was pale now, sweat beading on his brow. He bent down, gently placing Oscar onto the forest floor. Oscar scrambled, slipping free, and bolted to Naruto's side with a chirp. Naruto placed a protective hand on the lizard's head, not taking his eyes off Kiba. There was a moment of quiet. Then, Kiba laughed nervously, raising his hands in mock surrender. You're bluffing. You don't even know medical nin. I can regrow a spine, Naruto said flatly. Want me to start with yours? Silence. Kiba took a step back. Naruto relaxed. Barely. The tension in his shoulders eased, and the spear shimmered out of existence. Then he asked, voice steady and far too calm, what is this about, Kiba? Silence. Naruto's gaze didn't waver. Kiba's breathing had steadied again, his spine slowly straightening as he regained a shred of his usual cocky bravado, but it was brittle, paper-thin over the very real fear Naruto's earlier threat had carved into him. Then came the sound of scratching from the earth. Kiba turned, confused, just in time to see Oscar burst from underground, latching onto Akamaru's tail with crystal fangs and yanking the poor pup down into the dirt with a surprised yelp. What the hell? Kiba shouted, eyes wide in panic. Akamaru. But Naruto didn't move. His face was unreadable, voice cold. You were going to start a fight anyway. I just made sure our partners didn't get caught in the crossfire. He raised his left arm, the heavy gauntlet snapping into place over his wrist with a dull metallic clunk. No tricks, no cheap shots. Just you and me, Kiba. So come on. Kiba crouched low, fingers curling, fangs elongating. His chakra surged around him, distorting the air with the jutsu of the Inuzuka clan. His eyes sharpened into something animalistic. A growl rolled from his throat. I'm gonna show you just how far behind you really are, dead last. Kiba shouted, launching into the trees. His movements were fast, wild, but focused. Leaves burst into the air as he leapt from branch to branch, building speed, power. You keeping up? He called down mockingly. Or did I already lose you? Naruto stood still. No emotion. No reaction. He flexed his gauntleted hand once, adjusting his stance. Kiba burst from the treetops. Fang over fang. He was a spinning blur, a cyclone of claws and fangs. The vortex of chakra tore through the air, shrieking toward Naruto like a cannonball. Still, Naruto didn't move, not until the very last second. With a subtle step forward, he lifted his arm and slammed the gauntlet straight into Kiba's face. Boom. The clearing exploded with force. Leaves scattered. Dust mushroomed outward. Kiba's momentum died instantly as the gauntlet halted him mid-spin. His body hit the earth hard, carving a small trench in the dirt before coming to rest. He groaned, unconscious, a clear imprint of Naruto's gauntlet etched across his cheek. Naruto stood over him, silent for a beat. You talk too much. A faint whimper broke the silence. Akamaru leapt from the bushes, landing beside his partner. He nudged Kiba with his nose, whining softly. Naruto sighed, tilting his head. Relax, furball. He's not dead. Akamaru barked. I think. Akamaru barked again, louder. Naruto crouched down, studying the display on his HUD. Kiba Inuzuka. HP. 1/200th. TCH. Weak, he muttered. Akamaru growled lowly. Alright. Don't get dramatic on me, Naruto grumbled, pulling out his Estus flask and casually dumping a splash over Kiba's body. There. Good as new. Mostly. Akamaru barked again, his tone softening. He turned to Oscar, giving a grateful yip. Oscar chirped in reply, waddling over to nuzzle the puppy's snout gently. Naruto watched, eyes softening just slightly. See, he's fine. Just unconscious. He'll wake up whining like usual in a few minutes. Akamaru wagged his tail, lying down beside Kiba protectively. Naruto stood, brushing dirt from his gauntlet. A few minutes later, Kiba groaned, his eyes blinking open to a starry sky above and the scent of earth and grass thick in his nose. He winced as he sat up and immediately looked over his shoulder at his own rear. Relax, came Naruto's voice, calm and flat. I didn't impale you. Kiba whipped his head around and glared at him. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Who even says stuff like that? You think that was bad? Naruto said, voice quiet and dry. You wouldn't last 5 seconds in Lordran. I saw the Black Knight spear a guy clean through, lift him like meat on a spit. Didn't even blink. Kiba blinked. What the hell are you even talking about? Naruto just waved a hand. Doesn't matter. You're better off not knowing. Kiba groaned and clutched his ribs, trying to get his bearings. He noticed something soft beneath him, a blanket. When had that gotten there? Akamaru barked cheerfully in the background, bouncing around as Oscar scuttled in zigzags through the grass, crystalline body catching the moonlight. The two animals darted around each other with weirdly playful energy. How are you feeling? Fine, I guess, Kiba muttered, confused. His voice was hoarse. His head should have been pounding after that hit, but it wasn't. He touched his cheek, expecting bruises, fractures, nothing. Estes, Naruto said simply, not looking at him. Kiba frowned. Huh. I healed you. Kiba stared at him, dumbfounded. You, why? His voice cracked. Why would you heal me after that? Naruto shrugged. Weird thing to ask, don't you think? How about some gratitude, Dadbeo? That's not what I mean, Kiba said quickly, eyes narrowing. I mean, shouldn't this be, I dunno, some kind of honor thing between us now? Naruto finally turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow. Honor thing. Yeah, Kiba said, sitting up straighter, getting into it now. You know, you beat me in a fight, in front of my partner, made me look weak. I'm supposed to challenge you again and reclaim my pride. That's how it works in a pack. If the top dog gets taken down, he's gotta fight to climb back up or the rest of the pack loses respect. Naruto blinked. Then blinked again. Wait, you thought you were the top dog between us? Kiba flinched, just a little. Naruto tried to hold it in, he really did. But a loud snort burst out of him before he dissolved into full-blown laughter. Oh man, you thought you were the alpha. He wiped a tear from his eye. Bro, we're shinobi, not wolves. It's a principle, Kiba shouted defensively. If it helps you sleep better, sure. Call it whatever you want. But you seriously gotta stop living like life's a kennel. We're not fighting for a food bowl. Kiba scowled, but Akamaru barked again and nudged his side. The puppy's tail wagged as Oscar nudged him back, almost in solidarity. Kiba looked at them. Then at Naruto. Still think your lizard's a weirdo. And I still think you've got a complex, Naruto said. Try therapy next time instead of kidnapping pets. Yeah, I guess I had that one coming. Guess. Kiba let out a sigh and looked away. Alright, fine, I'm sorry. For the Oscar thing. That was low, even for me. Naruto nodded. Yeah, it was. There was a long pause between them. The rustling of leaves filled the silence, along with the distant sound of Akamaru barking at Oscar, who responded with a series of low chirps that sounded vaguely like laughter. I don't know what I was thinking, Kiba admitted. I guess I don't know, man. I got caught up in all this stupid pride crap. Naruto took a breath, then sat back down beside him. I was actually gonna talk to you, Naruto said. Apologize. To me. What for? For graduation day, Naruto said. I shouldn't have gone that far. I was angry at a lot of things. But especially that day. You mean the fight? Naruto nodded. I wasn't mad at you, not really. I was grieving. Someone important to me died before graduation. He was like my teacher, mentor, maybe even more than that. The armor I wear now, the sword I carry, it was his. Kiba stayed quiet, listening. You made some comments that day. You didn't mean them the way I took them, I know that now. But they hit me in the middle of a storm, and I lashed out. Kiba swallowed, guilt creeping into his chest. Damn, I didn't know. I know, Naruto said. You weren't supposed to. To everyone, I was still the class clown, the dead last, you know. Can I ask you something? Yeah, what is it? Kiba hesitated, chewing the inside of his cheek. Was the Naruto I knew, the dead last, real? Naruto blinked. I'm not trying to insult you, it's just, I never saw any of this before. The swordsmanship, the armor, the way you talk about your master. You never even mentioned him back at the academy. It's like that whole part of you came out of nowhere. Naruto's expression didn't tighten or turn cold. If anything, it softened. Because it's kind of new, he admitted quietly. Back then, yeah, I really was the dead last. Loud, clumsy, failed half my classes. I didn't know how to shut up, or how to fight, or even what I wanted from being a ninja. That was me. That was real. He paused, voice lowering. But, is that all I'm supposed to be forever? Just some screw up who makes noise and barely scrapes by. Kiba didn't answer. He could hear something real in Naruto's voice. I'm still that Naruto, he continued, looking at him now. I still love eating too much, I still say datbeo, I still wear orange, and I still act like a clown sometimes. But that's not all I am anymore. I've changed. I've seen things, learned from people who didn't have the luxury of living easy lives. And I guess, Naruto trailed off, letting the thoughts sit heavy in the air. I'm growing into someone I didn't even know I could be. Kiba looked at him. Really looked. And for the first time, he wasn't seeing the loudmouth from class. He was seeing someone who had been shaped by grief, by pain, by battle, and who'd come out the other side of that still standing. There was a long pause. I'm sorry. Naruto blinked. Okay. No, I mean it, Kiba said quickly. For the whole Oscar thing. That was messed up, and I knew it even as I was doing it. And for back at the academy, when I ran my mouth. I didn't know anything about what you were going through. And if someone had said something like that about my mom or Akamaru, you'd have gone for the throat, Naruto finished. Exactly. Naruto stood and held out his left hand. Kiba stared at it, then took it with a firm shake. No honor feud. Kiba smirked, his usual confidence returning. Nah, no feud. But I'm still gonna take you down someday. Reclaim my pride. It's tradition. Naruto laughed. Sure. But you're 0-2 right now. So I'd start training. TCH. Cocky bastard. Akamaru barked again in the distance as Oscar chirped and scuttled around him. The two moved like they'd known each other for years. By the way, Kiba said, eyeing the lizard, what even is that thing? Oscar's a crystal lizard, Naruto said with a proud grin. Gonna train him to be my ninchu. Huh. Kiba scratched his head. That even possible? I'll figure it out, Naruto said. Well, Kiba hesitated, then shrugged. I could help. Really? Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a big deal or anything, Kiba said quickly. I just figured, since your sensei's Kakashi, and his ninkin are kinda famous, you'd get the training anyway. Might as well start now. Naruto blinked. Wait, Kakashi's ninkin are famous. Kiba nodded. Even in the Inuzuka clan. His bond with them's crazy deep. I heard his mom was from our clan, or at least had ties. Makes sense. Huh. Naruto looked thoughtful. So why help me? Kiba shrugged again, avoiding his eyes. Consider it my way of making up for what I said. About your master. That was low. Even for me. Naruto smiled. Not smugly. Not triumphantly. Just softly. Like he really appreciated it. Thanks, Kiba. But you owe someone else an apology first. Who? Inari. Kiba groaned. You serious? Dead serious. Fine, Kiba muttered, shoulders sagging. I'll say sorry to the brat. Naruto clapped him on the back, almost knocking him forward. Good man. That's called growth. Keep talking like that and I'm taking it back. Dog breath. Jerk. They laughed, low and tired, but genuine. As the moon hung high overhead and the two animals darted across the clearing like a blur of fur and crystal, Naruto and Kiba made their way back to the house. Not as rivals. Not even just teammates. But as boys finally starting to understand each other. Naruto crept back into the room, Oscar cradled like a sleepy burrito in his arms. All right, little guy, he whispered, setting Oscar gently on the makeshift bed built. You stay here. Sleep tight. He turned to his own mattress, only to hear scuttle scuttle scuttle. Naruto looked back. Oscar was standing beside his leg. Seriously? Oscar chirped. Naruto sighed dramatically, picked him up again, and dropped him onto the makeshift bed. Stay, he said, pointing like a disappointed dad. I mean it. Oscar blinked once, like sure, buddy, then curled into a crystal cinnamon roll. Naruto dropped onto his mattress, stared at the ceiling, and whispered, "You guys awake?" A groggy Sakura cracked open one eye. No, we're all just telepathic ghosts now. Go to sleep. Naruto ignored her sarcasm. I can't sleep. Womp womp, Sakura muttered, turning over and yanking the blanket over her head. Sasuke, what about you? Naruto asked. Sasuke replied with an exaggerated, way too obvious fake snore. Naruto frowned. Huh, must be sleeping. Sasuke's snore paused, then got even louder. So anyway, Naruto said to no one, I think I can't sleep because I just beat Kiba in a fight. The fake snoring stopped. Completely. And we talked things out. Silence. Oscar, as if moved by the emotional progress, climbed up onto Naruto's chest and curled up again. You wanna sleep with me tonight? Naruto whispered, rubbing the lizard's head. Fine. But no hogging the pillow. The room was finally settling into quiet when. Hold up. Sakura suddenly sat up. We're just gonna gloss over all that. Sasuke grunted from the other side, clearly very not asleep. Guys, seriously, let me sleep, Naruto groaned, pulling the blanket over his head like a burrito. Whop. A pillow nailed him right in the face. Seriously, Naruto yelled, tossing it off. Who throws a pillow like that? Who monologues about emotional growth at 2 a.m.? Sakura snapped. Naruto grabbed his own pillow. Oh, it's on. From the other side of the room, Sasuke stood up slowly, eyes glowing with the silent promise of vengeance. This is why I sleep alone. 3 seconds later, a pillow hit him in the face. Oscar chirped once before diving under the blanket for cover. The Great Pillow War of the Wave Country had begun. Hinata Hyuga was born beneath a sky heavy with stars, as if even the heavens were bearing witness to her burdened arrival. The first daughter of Hiashi Hyuga, clan head of the esteemed Hyuga clan, she was marked from the beginning as an heir. Not a child, not a person. An heir. The clan's future wrapped in swaddling cloth, her destiny decided before her first breath. Her eyes, those pale, ghostly orbs of the Byakugan, were meant to see everything. But they would never see the one thing she most longed to understand, why her life had unraveled before it had ever begun. For a while, there was warmth. Her father was distant, his affection disciplined and measured like the beat of a war drum, but her mother, Tsubaki, was the gentle rhythm beneath it all. Tsubaki's hands were calloused but soft, her voice a hush of cherry blossoms in spring. When Hinata was scared, when the clan felt too cold or too vast, her mother would hold her close and whisper, "The world is already so cruel, little moon. So you be soft, even if it hurts. You be the kindness they forget." That voice would become a ghost. The night everything changed was moonless. No wind, no warning, just a scream, and then silence. A masked intruder breached the Hyuga compound, a Jonin from Kumogakure disguised beneath the veil of diplomacy. His mission? To steal the Hyuga's secrets by taking Hinata, the heir. But he hadn't expected a mother's love. Tsubaki intercepted him before Hinata even fully understood what was happening. She fought with a ferocity Hinata had never seen. She bought just enough time for Hiashi to arrive. Hiashi killed the man swiftly. No hesitation. No mercy. It should have ended there. But Tsubaki didn't rise from where she had fallen. She lived, but not in any way that counted. A shattered spine. No movement from the neck down. No speech. No light in her eyes. The healers said it was a miracle she'd survived. To Hinata, it felt like a curse. She was only 5 years old. Tsubaki was moved to a room deep within the Hyuga compound, ornate, yet lifeless. The clan insisted on keeping her away from public view. A symbol of vulnerability. Weakness. A reminder of failure. For Hinata, it became a place of pilgrimage and punishment. Sometimes Hinata would sit beside her mother for hours, brushing her hair, whispering old stories back to her, pretending the stillness wasn't suffocating. Other times she couldn't bring herself to enter the room at all. The smell of herbs and still air, the empty gaze that never turned toward her, it became too much. Too painful. And in the quiet between her thoughts, a question began to bloom like poison in her chest. How did the intruder get past the Byakugan? Why did father arrive so late? Why did he change after that night? There were no answers. Only silence. Hiyashi Hyuga became harder after that night. Not just toward her, but toward everyone. Especially the Branch family. Whatever warmth or idealism had once flickered in him vanished. He turned rigid. Doctrinal. The caged bird seal was enforced with more vigor. The talk of unifying the clan dissolved into silence, replaced by cold tradition. His grief was invisible but vast, a glacier Hinata was always crashing against. And with her mother's voice gone, there was no one left to protect her. Training began at 6. She was made to spar against older cousins, pushed beyond her limits. Hiyashi watched in silence as she stumbled, as her gentle hands refused to strike with killing intent. He called her soft, weak, unfit. She trained harder. She bled. She cried. Never in front of him. Neji, her cousin, watched her with cold eyes. He had lost his father too, in the aftermath of the so-called Hyuga affair, when Hizashi had been handed to Kumogakure as compensation. Another secret the clan buried. Another scar they never spoke of. And he blamed her, the precious heir, for all of it. Hinata didn't argue. How could she, when she blamed herself too? The final blow came at age 7. Her sister, Hanabi, had begun training. Sharp, precocious, and without the burden of doubt that clung to Hinata like a second skin. The elders whispered of potential, of replacement. And then came the test. A public match, sister versus sister, to determine the future of the clan. Hinata hesitated. Hanabi didn't. She lost. The humiliation was absolute. Her title as heir was quietly revoked. The elders pretended it had never been hers. Her father said nothing at all. She was sent to the academy with the commoners. A last resort. A way to keep her out of sight. The quiet, curious child that once wandered the gardens of the Hyuga estate was gone. In her place was a girl who walked with her eyes downcast, who whispered when she spoke, who folded in on herself like origami. The frost had crept in overnight, layering the academy playground in a brittle glaze. Tiny clouds of white puffed from the mouths of children laughing and shouting as they ran across the yard before class. Hinata Hyuga stood at the edge of it all, her footsteps crunching softly on the frozen grass. Her pale eyes watched the other students from beneath her bangs, her arms wrapped tightly around herself more out of habit than cold. The laughter felt far away, like it belonged to a world she didn't have permission to touch. She wanted to belong. She always had. But the walls around her had gone up long before she ever entered the academy. Some children avoided her because she was a Hyuga. They whispered about her family's jutsu and their rigid rules. They said her eyes were creepy, that she always stared through you, never at you. Others ignored her simply because she didn't talk. She wasn't loud like Kiba or boastful like Ino. She just stood there, quiet, polite, and forgettable. And some thought she didn't even have parents. No one had ever seen them. No father cheering her on at the entrance ceremony. No mother packing her lunches. Just a tall, silent Hyuga clan guard who appeared at the gates like clockwork to collect her. That's all anyone ever saw. And in some ways, that was all she had. Hinata didn't blame them. She barely knew how to talk to herself, let alone anyone else. Still, every morning she came early and lingered just close enough to pretend she was part of the group, telling herself that maybe today would be different. It never was. Oi, Hinata. Her stomach clenched. The voice came from Daichi, the boy who was always too loud, always grinning at someone else's expense. He was surrounded by his usual group of boys, like flies around spoiled fruit. I said, Hinata. He called again, stepping closer. Hey, if you're really a Hyuga, prove it. Let's see those freaky eyes. She froze. All the warmth left her limbs in an instant. I don't want to, she said, barely above a whisper. What's wrong? Daichi mocked, loud enough for the others to hear. Can't hear you. Speak up. Or did your fancy clan forget to teach you how to talk? His friends laughed. Harsh, stinging sounds that cut deeper than any blade. They closed in around her like a tightening net. Maybe she doesn't even know how to use it, Renji snorted. She's probably just some dud they threw out of the house. Hinata's throat tightened. The words stuck behind her teeth like broken glass. Her fingers twitched at her sides. Her mother's voice, soft and almost forgotten, rose from the depths of her memory. You can soften the edges of the world, little moon. Even if it cuts you. But the world was all edges today. Sharp, jagged, cruel. Come on, show us. Daichi taunted. Let's see those monster eyes. Monster. The word hit her harder than she expected. It wasn't the first time. It wouldn't be the last. Why do they always say that? Just ignore her, another kid added. She doesn't talk anyway. I bet her parents dumped her here to get rid of her. Her knees wobbled. Hey! The shout rang out, cracking through the cold air. The circle broke. Every head turned. He stood there like an ember in snow, bright orange jacket, messy blonde hair, a bruise already forming on his cheek like it had been earned that morning. Naruto Uzumaki. The orphan. The troublemaker. The loudmouth no one wanted to sit near. She'd seen him before. Always in trouble, always grinning, always getting back up after being knocked down. What's your problem? He barked at Daichi. Picking on someone just because they're quiet. Daichi rolled his eyes. Buzz off, loser. No one's talking to you. Well, I'm talking to you. Naruto shouted. Leave her alone. Hinata's breath caught in her chest. She couldn't believe it. Someone was standing up for her. Why? Daichi stepped forward. You want some too? Fine by me. Bring it. Naruto yelled, charging with all the grace of a falling log. The scuffle was messy, ugly, and completely one-sided. Naruto didn't stand a chance. But he fought anyway. He clawed and swung wildly, refusing to stay down, even when Daichi and the others kicked him to the ground. Hinata's hands clenched at her sides. Her heart was pounding. Her vision blurred with tears. Why? Why is he doing this for me? And then something flickered in her chest. Not rage. Not courage, exactly. But something warmer. Something she hadn't felt in years. Hope. She stepped forward and activated her Byakugan. The veins around her eyes bulged. Her vision shifted, clear and detailed. She dropped into the gentle fist stance, the one her father drilled into her bones. The one she was never allowed to use outside the compound. Her legs trembled, but she stepped forward, then she slipped. Her foot hit a patch of ice. The world spun. She hit the ground hard. Mud and snow soaked through her uniform. Laughter exploded around her. She can't even stand up. Renji cackled. Two freaks in one, Daichi sneered. Hinata couldn't move. Her eyes burned. Her chest felt hollow. She had tried. She had stood up and failed. Just like always. Hey. Naruto knelt beside her, his cheek bleeding, his lips split, his grin still there. You okay? She stared at him. Words tried to form but caught in her throat. Why? Why what? Why help me? Naruto tilted his head. Because you looked like you needed it. Duh. Hinata blinked. The answer was so simple it stunned her. Before she could reply, her clan's guard appeared behind her, eyes narrow as he looked at Naruto. He didn't speak. He never did. Just placed a hand on her shoulder and guided her away like an object being retrieved. As she walked, Hinata dared one last look back. Naruto waved with a scraped-up hand. His smile hadn't wavered once, and with her active Byakugan activate, she gazed upon his chakra. It was blinding, warm, so bright it almost hurt to look at. It burned at the edges, too full of life, too vast to belong to someone so alone. She never told anyone, not even her vegetative mother, but she liked to sneak glances at Naruto's chakra when she could. It was her strange, secret ritual. A kind of proof that something beautiful could burn quietly in a world so cold. At first, it had been simple gratitude. He'd saved her once, when no one else did. But it became more than that. Naruto Uzumaki became a quiet, undeniable presence in her life. Her eyes always found him in the crowd. She listened more carefully when he spoke. She watched how he failed, and got up, and failed again, but never stopped trying. In a strange, aching way, he was everything she wasn't. Bold, loud, unapologetic, and yet, kind. Kind in a way the world didn't ask him to be. He was a light, distant, untouchable, but warm. Then came the graduation incident. Naruto arrived louder than life in a full suit of armor that looked far too real to be some academy prank. He said it was a gift from his master. Master. That word stayed with Hinata. In all the years she had quietly watched Naruto from afar, she had never once heard him speak of a master. Never saw him train under anyone. He was always alone. So who gave him this armor? And what had they given him with it? She didn't have time to wonder. Kiba said something. Just one of his usual jabs. Nothing worse than what he'd said before. But something about it hit Naruto harder than usual. Much harder. Because the moment Kiba mocked that armor, Naruto exploded. It wasn't like anything she had ever seen. Naruto didn't argue. He didn't shout. He moved. Fast. The next thing Hinata knew, Kiba was flying across the room. The class went silent. The world seemed to still. And then, Naruto's chakra erupted. It was suffocating. Not like the gentle warmth she'd grown used to, that burning sun that always gave her courage. No, this was different. His chakra poured out like a wave of pressure, full of violence and something else. Something darker, colder, alien. The killer intent that radiated from him felt ancient, wrong, like it didn't even belong in this world. It wasn't the chakra of a prankster. It wasn't even the chakra of a shinobi. It was something Hinata had only ever felt once before, when her father struck the Kumo Jonin that tried to kidnap her. Except this was worse. That wasn't Naruto-kun. Hinata wanted to believe that the Naruto she admired was still in there somewhere. That the boy who once stood up for her, who shone like the sun, was just going through something painful, something she didn't understand yet. So when her name was called, Team 8, with Kiba and Shino, her heart sank. Not because she disliked Shino's quiet strength or Kiba's brash energy, but because, deep in her chest, she had quietly hoped she'd be placed by Naruto's side. Especially now, when he seemed lost beneath the weight of something dark. That hope flickered even dimmer when she overheard her father later that night. Cold, unbothered. Let her be Yuhi Kurenai's responsibility. If she fails, she does so outside this house. The sting of it lingered for days. But slowly, Team 8 became her shelter. Kurenai didn't treat her like a failure. She listened. Kiba was loud, but he never mocked her. He filled the silences she didn't know how to break. Shino, quiet and perceptive, treated her like an equal. Not a burden. Not a ghost. With them, Hinata began to breathe again. 2 weeks into her life as a genin, a summons came. Hinata stood before the Hyuga compound's main estate, nerves twitching in her stomach. The doors to her father's office loomed in front of her like the gates to another world. A colder one. She entered softly, her steps as silent as her breath. The room was immaculate. Polished floors. Scrolls arranged in perfect symmetry. Hiyashi sat behind a lacquered desk, the scroll in his hand commanding more of his attention than she did. Hinata, he said, not looking up, how is your training with Kurenai progressing? It's going well, father. Kurenai-sensei emphasizes teamwork. She says unity is strength. I like it. And your missions? Only D rank. Helping villagers, cleaning streets. And nothing major. Silence stretched between them like drawn wire. I've spoken to the Hokage. You and your team will assist Team 7 on their current mission. Hinata blinked. Team 7. That's Naruto-kun. She cut herself off. Too late. Hiyashi finally looked up. His expression unreadable. Yes. You've had a crush on the Uzumaki boy for some time now. The air vanished from the room. Hinata's cheeks flamed red. Her hands flew to her mouth, shame and panic crashing over her in waves. I didn't. There's no need to explain. The elders have informed me, he said flatly. They observe everything. Hinata swallowed the urge to vanish into the floor. Of course they knew. They always knew. Even her feelings were not hers to keep. But that's not the reason for this meeting, Hiyashi continued, his tone colder now. I want you to become close to Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata blinked, stunned. For a moment, she thought she had misheard. Surely this was some kind of strange dream. To be sure, she pinched her arm lightly beneath her sleeve. No, this was real. Why would you want that? Everyone's always said I shouldn't go near him. Hiyashi lifted his hand, silencing her with the same quiet authority he always wielded. Naruto is a complicated figure, both within Konoha and among the clans. His presence draws scrutiny. Any association with him used to be dangerous. For you and for us. Hinata furrowed her brow, uncertain. Isn't he just a normal boy? Hinata paused, realizing then, painfully, that she didn't really know Naruto. Not truly. Watching someone from afar, admiring their light, didn't mean you understood their shadows. Not his thoughts, not his past, and certainly not this new side of him. The armor. The sudden mention of a master. A lineage that no longer seemed vague but carefully hidden. As this about Naruto-kun's changes? Yes. The Uzumaki boy has proven to be a far more valuable figure in the political sphere than anyone previously anticipated. The armor of the Uzumaki clan suggested that Naruto had access to more of his heritage than previously believed, potentially including a rare elemental Kekkei Genkai, such as Scorch Release. Coupled with his position as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, this revelation painted a far more significant picture. Even more telling was the third Hokage's decision to strong-arm Jiraiya into checking up on the boy, a move that hinted at deeper importance. And that wasn't even considering his lineage as the son of the fourth Hokage. Clearly, Naruto held far more political power than anyone had previously thought. To Hiashi, the boy now seemed more valuable than ever. While he saw the potential benefits of a connection between Naruto and the Hyuga clan, he knew better than to push too far. Anything beyond friendship, at least for now, would spark political controversy. The clan could not afford to appear overreaching or greedy, especially given Naruto's growing influence. As for what might happen between Hinata and Naruto in the future, that, Hiashi decided, would be dealt with in due time. Hinata looked down. Her fingers curled tightly at her sides. Father. I can't. I don't want to be his friend because it benefits the clan. That's not right. Hiyashi's composure faltered slightly, the corners of his mouth tightening as he studied her. So, I can't even show you a path to be useful to your own clan. Hinata raised her head, and for once, the words came clearly. Am I speaking to my father, or the clan head? Hiyashi's eyes narrowed. Meaning? Are your orders for my sake, or just for the clan's benefit? There was a long pause. Then a sharp, clipped sigh. Maybe you wouldn't be in this position if you showed this level of strength where it mattered. Huh. Hinata, Hiashi said, his voice turning cool and formal again, your position as heir is already under review. The elders are discussing transferring you to the branch family. The only thing protecting your status is birthright and tradition. And neither lasts forever. The words hit like ice water. She froze in place. I'm doing this for you, he said, more firmly now. Naruto Uzumaki is your opportunity to survive. If the elders see you forging a bond with someone of such political promise, you may hold your place a little longer. Hinata's heart twisted. He's lived with enough burden, she whispered. I won't betray him. I'd rather be branded than use Naruto-kun like that. Hiashi stared at her, silent for a moment. Not angry. Almost contemplative. She didn't stutter this time. She didn't look away. I'm not asking you to marry him, Hiashi said at last. Hinata flushed bright red despite the weight of the conversation. That's not. Just be his friend, he said, with finality. Genuine or not. Do that, and I'll convince the elders not to move forward with your branding. Her breath caught. A small part of her wanted to ask, is there another way? She didn't need to speak it. Hiashi answered anyway. Or you can become an elite jonin, he said plainly, as if it were obvious. Give the clan a reason not to brand you with the caged bird cursed seal. He turned away, his back to her, hands clasped behind him like a man returning to duty. The conversation was over. I'll try to be Naruto's friend, she said quietly. The words tasted like defeat but also, like a door cracking open. She looked down, ashamed that she hadn't said I'll become a jonin. But it wouldn't be true. She wasn't confident enough to lie to herself, that she had the talent to become a jonin. Maybe this was her excuse. To stand beside the boy she'd always watched from afar. To see for herself whether that sun still burned as brightly as before, or whether the darkness she saw at the graduation had already started to spread. Just as her father said, Kurenai delivered the news. The Hokage has assigned Team 8 to support Team 7 for the remainder of their mission. Her first thought was gratitude she would get to see him up close again. Her second was dread. Please let it go smoothly. Please let Kiba behave. But that was probably asking for too much. Even before they had made it past the front gates of Konoha, Kiba had already voiced his frustration, loudly, about being sent as backup. The tension only thickened in the land of waves, where his hostility toward Naruto became impossible to ignore. Hinata had felt it like a stone in her stomach. He'd been sharp, Impatient, aggressive. She could understand why. And worse, she couldn't bring herself to do anything about it. Explain to Kiba that now was not the time to deal with their histories. And yet, Naruto hadn't seemed angry at Kiba. She didn't know whether that made it better or worse. The only silver lining was that Naruto, at least on the surface, seemed like himself again. Gone was the overwhelming pressure from the graduation exam, that eerie power that had rippled off him like heat from a flame too close to consume. In its place was the unpredictable, loud, and genuine boy she admired from a distance. And then, the next morning, something happened Hinata hadn't expected. Naruto and Kiba were talking. Not snapping. Not arguing. Talking. Hinata stared, bewildered. They were fighting yesterday, weren't they? Kiba practically insulted everything Naruto stood for. And now they're fine. Something tightened in her chest. He made peace with Kiba. But I haven't even said hello. She lowered her eyes, silent. Kiba turned, looking past Naruto to the small boy seated near the window. Oi, kid. Inari looked up slowly. About last night. I'm sorry I yelled. I got angry that you said I might lose Akamaru. He is someone important to me. Inari's face twisted. It doesn't matter. People die all the time. You should leave before it happens to you. Kiba frowned, glancing at Naruto. Naruto didn't say a word. He just gave a subtle nod. Inari, Kiba said again, gentler now, who's going to protect your grandpa if we go? The boy blinked. His lip trembled. Naruto stood, shifting the massive Zweihander so it didn't break the table as he leaned it against the wall with a soft thud. There's a reason your grandpa hired us, he said simply. We're here to protect you. All of you. He grinned, and when this is over, you should come visit Konoha. I'll buy you the best ramen you've ever had. Ichiraku. You'll forget what sadness tastes like. Inari didn't speak. He just stood and left the table, footsteps soft. Naruto exhaled. Too much. No, said Tsunami, her voice quiet but firm. Thank you. You didn't say anything wrong. You reassured him. That's more than most adults manage. Naruto scratched his cheek, sheepish. People get scared when they don't understand something. But sometimes, all it takes is knowing that someone sees you as an equal. Someone willing to speak to you, not down to you for that fear to start fading. Wise words for a kid, Tazuna muttered, raising his teacup. You sure you're not secretly an old man in disguise? Just speaking from experience, Naruto said, shrugging as he stood up, readying his gear. Kiba placed Akamaru into his hoodie. Ready. Naruto nodded, picking up Oscar, who clung to his shoulder like a smug lizard prince. They left, chatting easily. Kurenai frowned slightly, watching the door Naruto and Kiba had just walked through. What are they doing? Sasuke didn't glance up from his tea. Kiba agreed to help Naruto train with Oscar. Something about last night's fight. Sakura raised a brow. Wait, didn't Naruto say not to tell you that? He didn't want Kiba getting into trouble. I'm not telling her. I'm just thinking aloud. Kurenai's eyes narrowed. Thinking aloud or trying to make a point? Both. There was a short pause before Sasuke continued, his tone smooth but cutting. Naruto forgave Kiba too easily. That's not something you just overlook. Shino finally spoke. Perhaps it would be best to hear it from Kiba himself. A direct account of the incident would clarify intent and accountability. No, Sakura interjected. The two of them sorted it out on their own. Dragging them back here to explain everything is only going to humiliate them. It's done. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at her. That doesn't erase the fact that Kiba stole another shinobi's companion and baited him into a fight. That's blackmail. And conspiracy. This all happened during a mission. He can be court-martialed, Shino finished for him, nodding once. Kurenai clenched her jaw. I didn't know. I know, Sasuke said. But now you do. I'll talk to him. He'll take a pay cut after this mission. Sasuke raised a brow. Lenient. Isn't that favoritism, sensei? No. It's judgment. He's a genin. He made a mistake. One I'll make sure he learns from. Sakura crossed her arms. Honestly, they worked it out. Whatever happened between them, it ended in respect. Maybe it wasn't the best way to handle it, but it worked. Shino nodded. Conflict can be formative, if allowed to resolve naturally. Kurenai sighed, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Maybe. Still, It's my responsibility to make sure it doesn't happen again. Hinata stayed silent through it all. She listened, absorbing every word, but said nothing. Instead, her gaze drifted to the door where Naruto and Kiba had left moments earlier. They were already gone, walking side by side like nothing had ever been wrong. How did a fight fix everything between them? She couldn't understand it. The way they laughed this morning like they were brothers, after everything. After shouting, after threats, after hurt. Could things really be that simple? That fast? Hinata rose from her seat quietly. The door had long since closed behind the boys. But maybe she could still catch up. So, what do you know about Ninken? Kiba asked, tossing a stick for Akamaru, who caught it midair with a proud bark. They're like talking ninja dogs that can use chakra, right? Kiba rolled his eyes. Pretty much, yeah, but they don't start that way. A Ninken is just a regular dog at first. It takes years of training to sync with chakra. They're not born with it like summons are. I wonder how Oscar would react to chakra, Naruto mused. I mean, he's from another world. Kiba blinked. Wait, so the lizard is a summon? Nope, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Kiba frowned. You just said he's from another world. That makes him a summon. Naruto tilted his head. Oh, that's how that works. Kiba stared at him. You mean you didn't realize? Never mind. Both sides had a different definition of another world in this context. Whatever, Kiba grumbled. Summon or not, you still need to make a binding contract if you want him to be your ninchu. You can't just toss chakra at him and expect magic to happen. Naruto blinked. Binding contract. Kiba crossed his arms and took a deep breath. Okay, let me break it down for you. A summoning jutsu lets you call animals from a specific clan. You sign their contract, boom, now you're their summoner. They're already trained to work with chakra. Naruto nodded slowly. Right, that makes sense. But binding contracts are for animals that aren't part of summoning clans. If you have a creature like Oscar who's just weird and powerful, you need to forge a chakra connection yourself. It's like making your own summoning link, from scratch. Oh, Naruto's face lit up. So that's what you did with Akamaru. Yup. The Inuzuka have a ritual that bonds us for life. Shares chakra, instincts, everything. Naruto looked at Oscar, who blinked at him with glowing, expressionless eyes. I haven't done anything like that with Oscar. Guess I should. Finally, Kiba muttered. Alright, let's do it. I'll show you how to initiate the chakra binding. Wait, he froze, looking at Naruto's right arm. Oh, crap, you can't do hand signs. Yeah, that's a problem. Kiba groaned, dragging a hand down his face. I got my ass kicked by someone who can't even use ninjutsu properly. Hey, Naruto snapped, but Kiba just turned to Akamaru. Can you believe this, buddy? He muttered. A cripple beat me. Akamaru gave a smug arf, tail wagging. Before Kiba could get another word in, Naruto was already jogging away, yelling over his shoulder, I'm gonna ask Miss Kurenai if there's a way to do ninjutsu with one hand. Naruto skidded to a stop in front of Tezuna's house, where Kurenai was speaking with Hinata. Miss Kurenai, he called, waving with his good hand. I have a question. Kurenai turned, surprised. Naruto. What is it? I need to learn how to use ninjutsu with one hand. Kurenai's brow furrowed. One hand. Why not focus on healing your arm first? Naruto hesitated. Because I don't want it fixed. Not yet. There's someone I need to find, and it's tied to this arm. But I still want to keep fighting. I need a way to use jutsu. Kurenai studied him for a moment. There is a method, she said slowly. It's called one-handed seals. Very few shinobi learn them. They're harder to control, and require absolute precision. Naruto's face lit up. So it's possible. It is. I never mastered the technique myself, but I can explain the theory. You'll have to put in the work. Then I'll figure it out, no matter how long it takes. Just you watch. Datbeo. Kurenai watched Naruto with a warm, amused smile. His eyes were wide with excitement, his whole posture alive with energy. He had no idea just how difficult the path ahead was, but he was eager. And that, in its own way, was admirable. Still, she had to find a way to teach him without burying him under abstract theory. Something visual, she thought, tapping a finger against her chin. Something tactile. Something that speaks his language. Her crimson eyes shimmered. With a snap of her fingers, a shimmering genjutsu enveloped the space around them. Naruto blinked and suddenly, a mannequin stood in front of him. It glowed with faint chakra lines, dots pulsing gently along its form. He recognized it from the academy. It had been used to teach chakra flow and tenketsu points. Miss Kurenai, you used genjutsu to help me visualize this, didn't you? She smiled. You're quick to catch on. Yes, I thought this would help. One-handed seals are incredibly difficult, and even I've never mastered them. But I can show you the theory. Alright, so, where do we start? Do you know why shinobi use hand signs? Yeah, they help mold chakra into jutsu, right? Kurenai nodded. That's the technical answer. But chakra isn't just energy, it's intention, shaped by will. Hand seals act like a brush and ink, helping the body write its will into the flow of chakra. She stepped forward and touched a point on the mannequin's chest. It glowed softly, then chakra lines flared outward like ripples on water. A jutsu is more than a technique, she said. It's a pattern, an agreement between mind, body, and spirit. The seals guide that pattern, opening and closing specific chakra pathways like valves, allowing energy to circulate through the body in harmony. Naruto stared, fascinated. That's a lot cooler than how Iruka-sensei explained it. Kurenai laughed lightly. He was trying to keep things simple. But since you're ready, I'll show you more. She raised a hand, and the mannequin's network pulsed again, this time, alternating between the left and right sides of the body. The energy moved like tides, flowing first through the left, then the right. In the body, chakra moves like yin and yang. Two halves in balance. Yin governs the spiritual, the internal. Yang governs the physical, the external. Like the sun and moon. Breath and heartbeat. In and out. So chakra switches between the two sides of the body. Kurenai nodded. Exactly. That flow, alternating between yin and yang, is what stabilizes a jutsu. The hand seals guide that cycle, allowing the body to channel energy through both sides in balance. That's why most seals require two hands to create the full loop. She paused, letting that sink in before snapping her fingers again. The genjutsu shimmered. Now, two glowing figures appeared, Zero-ne standing on each side of a radiant floor etched with symbols. One was Naruto. The other was also Naruto. They moved in perfect unison, forming hand signs together. See, Kurenai said. Each hand represents a side of your inner flow. Yin and yang, left and right. Together, they complete the cycle that allows chakra to take form. Naruto stared, entranced. But one-handed seals, Kurenai continued, require something different. Instead of balancing yin and yang, you must find a way to let one half embody both. You must harmonize them within a single hand. Naruto blinked. So, like combining sun and moon into one. Making the day and night share the same sky. She smiled. Yes, that's a beautiful way to put it. With another snap, the figures merged into one and began performing seals with just one hand. The flow was slower, but denser. More deliberate. The chakra glowed in steady pulses instead of alternating ripples. You're no longer letting yin and yang take turns. You're weaving them into one thread. That takes more than skill, it takes mastery over your own inner nature. You must guide both stillness and motion with a single will. Naruto's eyes widened with wonder. How do you even start with that? To learn one-handed seals, you need someone to complete the cycle with you. At first, like a reflection, the two of you split the chakra pattern, then repeat it together, again and again, until your body memorizes the entire process internally. The mannequin flickered, replaced now with Kiba and Naruto performing seals back to back. When that practice becomes second nature, your mind and body will begin to mirror your partner's energy. That's when the true training begins, when you must become your own reflection. Naruto stared at the scene, awed. Once you internalize both halves of the flow, Kurenai said, you'll no longer need a second person. The cycle will exist entirely within you. Where do I find someone like that? Well, I may have the perfect partner. The genjutsu shimmered and fell away like morning mist, revealing Hinata standing quietly behind them. The weird girl who always looks away when I talk to her. Hinata's breath hitched. He thinks I'm weird. Kurenai arched a brow. Naruto, this isn't a genjutsu anymore. Oh, Sorry. It's an no PP problem, and Naruto-kun. Naruto scratched his cheek awkwardly. Okay. Well, do you know Shadow Clone Jutsu? Kurenai interjected gently. Let's not jump into the deep end, Naruto. Start simple. How about a transformation jutsu? Naruto nodded but then paused, glancing down at his right arm. Actually, I've got a question. Is there a way to, I dunno, block chakra from going into my right side? I don't wanna accidentally spread my curse or anything. Or, should I just cut it off? Kurenai's eyes widened. No, don't do that. Hinata quickly stepped forward. I can help. The Hyuga clan specializes in taijutsu that targets chakra points. I can seal the flow. Naruto gave a grin. Awesome. Go ahead and touch me. Hinata's whole body locked up. Did he just say? Still, she gathered her courage, activated her Byakugan, and gently pressed her fingers to his shoulder. She frowned. Naruto-kun, it's difficult. Like it's resisting me. Naruto winced. Must be the armor. Even though I'm not wearing the full set, the resistance is still there. He pulled off his gambasan to make it easier. Kurenai gasped. What? Naruto asked. Is something wrong? No, she said quickly, composing herself. Just surprised. You've got a well-trained body. Her voice was calm, but inwardly, she was impressed. That kind of build takes discipline, and pain tolerance. This boy has been through more than he lets on. Meanwhile, Hinata had promptly fainted the moment her eyes landed on Naruto's shirtless, well-toned physique. Her brain short-circuiting under the weight of teenage hormones and zero preparation. She lay on the grass, a thin trail of blood running from her nose. Kurenai-sensei. Oh, now I'm sensei. Naruto grinned. You taught me something. That counts, right? Kurenai chuckled. Fair enough. What is it, Naruto? He scratched his head. How do we keep going? I feel weird training with someone passed out beside me. She just got overwhelmed, Kurenai said dryly, giving Hinata's foot a discreet nudge. Stop fantasizing and get up, you silly girl. Hinata groaned faintly, still pink-faced on the ground. Let's give her a few minutes, Kurenai said. All right, Naruto replied, then shifted, his tone more serious. Actually, I wanted to ask, can I see Kakashi-sensei? Kurenai's expression softened immediately. She slowed her pace and faced him fully. Why? She asked gently. I think I can help him get better. Just 1 minute. That's all I'm asking. She placed a hand on his shoulder. I know you want to help, Naruto. And I know how much Kakashi-sensei means to you. But trust me, right now what he needs most is rest. You'll only disturb his recovery if you rush in. Naruto's face fell. How about this? Kurenai added. The moment Kakashi shows signs of improvement, I'll let you be the first to see him. I promise. Naruto hesitated, frowning as he processed her words. He wanted to argue, to say that an Estus can heal Kakashi properly, but something in her voice soothed his urgency. Fine, but don't get mad if I sneak in with Sakura and Sasuke's help. You can try, but keeping sneaky genin out is part of my job. Naruto smiled slightly. Behind them, Hinata stirred like someone waking from a beautiful dream and then immediately wanted to crawl under a rock. Her cheeks burned. Hinata, Kurenai said, I'm sure Naruto is ready to resume. Naruto held out his hand. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, squire of Oscar of Astora. Hinata blinked, confused, but placed her hand in his. Hinata Hyuga, of the Hyuga clan. Kurenai raised a brow at Naruto's odd introduction but said nothing. The moment between them, awkward, innocent, and oddly formal, made her smile. This might be just what Hinata needs. By dinner time, both Naruto and Hinata looked like they'd been tossed through a bush. Scuffed clothes, frayed sleeves, minor burns. Their training trying to harmonize chakra flows to perform a single jutsu had ended with Hinata suffering most of the consequences. Trying to sync with Naruto's wild, ocean-like chakra was like trying to steady a boat in a storm. But Hinata didn't mind the bruises. Dinner was a watery miso broth. Light, fragrant, and barely enough to fill half a bowl. Tezuna's family had clearly done their best, scraping together what they could. But with 2 teams of shinobi under their roof, it was obvious the food was being stretched thin. No one complained, but the silence at the table felt heavier than usual. Naruto stirred his soup with his chopsticks, poking at the floating tofu like it might yield some sort of answer. Tazuna cleared his throat. Good news, he said, breaking the silence. I talked to some of the workers. They've agreed to return to the bridge, under one condition. Kurenai, seated beside him, continued. They've asked that a shinobi be present at all times to guard them while they work. Starting tomorrow, we'll rotate shifts. 3 of us will accompany Tazuna-san, while 2 will stay here to protect the house. Her eyes flicked to Naruto, who looked up from his soup mid-poke. Use the downtime to keep working on those one-handed seals, she said gently. Naruto gave a casual nod. Sure, he said, and then leaned toward Sasuke and Sakura, voice dropping to a whisper. She's still not letting me see Kakashi. Sakura sighed, putting her chopsticks down. Kurenai-sensei, can we visit Kakashi-sensei? Just for a minute. Kurenai didn't even look up. No, I'm his assigned medic, and I won't allow visitors. He needs rest and silence. She didn't say the truth out loud. The state Kakashi was in might shatter the morale of his team. His injuries were worse than any of them had guessed, and seeing their mentor like that it would do more harm than good. Sasuke said, and the sound made Naruto's ears perk. It was the signal. Naruto echoed, followed by Sakura with her own very nonchalant, Oscar bopped his head once with an attempted, which made Akamaru perk up curiously. Kurenai narrowed her eyes at the coordinated nonsense and muttered under her breath, what are they plotting now? Later that night, Sakura quietly shut the door to their room. Hinata and Shino are guarding the outside of the house while she left Kiba on guard duty to her own room, she whispered. And went to check on Kakashi-sensei. I think she's doubling down just to make sure we don't sneak in. She really doesn't want us to see him, Naruto said, tossing a pebble across the room for Oscar to chase. The little lizard sprinted after it gleefully, courtesy of Akamaru's bad influence. That only confirms it, Sakura murmured. If Kakashi-sensei's that bad, she thinks this is what's best for us. Even more reason, Sasuke said quietly. He needs an Estus, and we're the only ones who can get it to him. Naruto sat up. All right, plan B. Yeah, Sasuke nodded. You fight me with the Zweihander. I'll use a longsword. We make a lot of noise, Kurenai will have to step in. Sakura slips past and gets the flask to Kakashi, Naruto finished, pounding a fist onto the floor. Oscar mimicked the gesture, placing a tiny claw on the floor with pride. Sakura frowned. Or, we try my plan instead. Moments later, they approached the room. Kiba looked up from his crouch near the doorway, arms crossed. Kurenai-sensei said you're not allowed near Kakashi. And if you try, she will stop you. Violently. Sasuke stared at him. Relay this to Kurenai. We don't care. Either she lets us in, Sakura added, holding up a roll of high-grade explosive tags, or we destroy the house. Kiba's eyes widened. Whoa, what? Naruto unsheathed the Zweihander with a deep shing, its weight creaking the wooden floor beneath him. Sasuke's kunai crackled with lightning. Oscar hissed from Naruto's shoulder, his glowing eyes daring Kiba to test them. Akamaru whimpered slightly and took a step back. You do realize this is extortion, right? Kiba said, deadpan. You're threatening a civilian house. Pot calling the kettle black, Naruto said without hesitation. Kiba sighed deeply, muttering to himself as he turned and banged on the door. I swear this mission is going to be the reason why mother kicks me out of the house. The door opened slowly. The smell hit them first. The tang of blood, sweat, and something sterile and bitter. Kiba gagged and turned away, covering his nose with his sleeve. Kurenai stood in the doorway, shadows clinging to her like a second robe. Her eyes were tired, but hard. If you're so desperate to see him, she said quietly, come in. She stepped aside. But don't say I didn't warn you. Team 7 stepped into the room then stopped. The air was thick with the sharp, sterile tang of blood and burnt chakra. The single lantern in the corner gave off a soft, flickering glow, casting long shadows across the room. But it was the man in the center that froze them. Kakashi Hatake was barely recognizable. His body lay motionless on a futon, torso heavily bandaged and layered with blood-stained cloth. Seal-marked wrappings coiled around his chest like serpents, glowing faintly with unknown fuinjutsu. A wide gash across his abdomen had been stitched shut with thread. Half his ribcage looked sunken, and a surgical brace had been fastened to hold his sternum together. His mask and headband were removed. His Sharingan covered by reinforced seal plate and gauze. Tubes led from his mouth to a water flask infused with medical paste, and his breath came in ragged, inconsistent pulls, like a dying bellows. She's doing the surgery herself, Sakura realized. No med nin would risk transporting a patient in this state. She's keeping him alive by hand. Sakura staggered back, a hand clamped over her mouth. How did it get like this? Kurenai didn't turn. Many of the body's organs intersect with the chakra network. When the chakra network is damaged, it ripples through the entire system. Kakashi overextended himself, shattered his reserves until his body began cannibalizing itself to keep going. Internal bleeding, lung punctures, burned nerves. His liver nearly collapsed. I've had to restart his heart twice already. Sakura's eyes widened. It'll take months of effort just to help him stand, Kurenai added, her voice tight. But why? Naruto asked quietly. Why push himself that hard? Sasuke's voice answered, cool and low. Because he had to. Zabuza might still be alive. Gato could bring more mercenaries. Your right arm, Naruto. Kakashi didn't know what it was or if it was curable. And Konoha was sending backup. As long as we were safe. I don't think he cared if it destroyed him. Naruto's throat tightened. Nah, he said after a moment, forcing a bad joke. He probably just did it to take time off and read his little orange book. Sakura smiled faintly, wiping her eyes. Then he'll be reading it again soon. She reached for her kunai. Sasuke didn't hesitate, electricity crackling as he launched a lightning senbon directly at Kurenai. She spun away just in time, surprised and angry. Sakura hurled her kunai into the wall, each one landing with sharp precision. With a swift clap of her hands, a wall-shaped, opaque chakra barrier surged to life, sealing off the space between Team 7 and Kurenai. The kunoichi hit the barrier hard with a palm strike. The chakra rippled but held. Naruto ran forward, Estus flask in hand then froze. What are you waiting for? Sasuke yelled. Heal him. Kakashi's Sharingan, he said slowly. That's not his original eye, right? What does that matter? Sasuke snapped. Naruto's grip tightened. Estus regenerates. It heals like turning back time. What if it tries to restore his original eye and destroys the Sharingan instead? Sasuke paused. Would it work that way? Sakura asked. It's a transplanted organ. Could the body reject it if it regenerates the original tissue underneath? No one had an answer. Then, without hesitation, Naruto bit into his own fingers. Hard. Bone crunched. Blood sprayed. He spat the mangled fingers at Sasuke, who caught them instinctively. Naruto didn't flinch even as blood poured freely from the exposed bone and torn skin, dripping onto the floor in steady plinks. You insane bastard, Sasuke muttered, already moving. He took one of the severed fingers, aligned the pointer finger with Naruto's middle knuckle, and poured Estus over it. The glow was immediate. They watched in silence as flesh re-knit, sinew reformed, skin crawled over bone, and the finger flexed again, fully healed in moments. We have our answer, Sasuke said. Good, Naruto nodded, already pale from the blood loss. Then do it. Sakura, keep the barrier up. I'll. Sakura's voice rang out. Hurry, I can't hold her much longer. Kurenai had struck the barrier again, this time with a focused wave of chakra enhancement. It cracked. Naruto yanked down Kakashi's tubes and carefully tilted it between Kakashi's lips. Golden liquid flowed into his throat, while Sasuke splashed the remaining Estus directly onto his ruined torso. The room shook. Kurenai's final strike shattered the barrier, but she halted mid-step, because from the bed, blinding light poured outward like a sunburst. Kakashi's body arched, and then slowly, he sat up. No wounds. No bandages. No blood. Only silence. That was a good nap. Kakashi slowly sat up, blinking against the soft glow still fading from the Estus, healing effect. He felt incredible. His muscles didn't ache. His lungs expanded with ease. There was no tightness in his chest, no residual burn in his chakra network. And most shockingly of all, his eye didn't throb. He reached up and carefully removed the metal brace covering his left eye. The seal tags Kurenai had laced into the brace unraveled, releasing a subtle pulse of chakra. He recognized the technique, an emergency fuinjutsu designed to keep his eye from being reabsorbed by the body in the event of systemic collapse. He'd been warned about this years ago. Obito's eye, his final gift, had never truly belonged to Kakashi's body. While it had given him power, it came with a cost. He had received the eye when he was only 13, and back then, it was a direct transplant done in the chaos of war. No sedation, no nerve mapping, just chakra thread and pressure sealing. The eye hadn't developed properly alongside his growing skull, leaving it physically undersized in the socket. Worse still, many of the ocular nerve endings hadn't healed cleanly. Years of compensating for that damage meant he'd been forced to run a near constant stream of chakra to maintain alignment between optic nerve, chakra conduit, and cognitive function. The result? Constant chakra strain. It was the reason why, despite being a prodigy, he couldn't fight for long with his Sharingan uncovered. Too much feedback. Too much loss. And yet now, as he pressed a palm to his left eye and ran a basic diagnostic technique, he froze. The eye responded perfectly. The optic nerve endings were fully integrated. The dimensions of the eye had adapted to fit his skull precisely. Even the flow of chakra was smooth and symmetrical, as if the eye had always been his. No artificial drain. No feedback. No degradation. His Sharingan was, like his own eye. How? He breathed. He looked up, and the answer came easily. Naruto. Kakashi's gaze lingered on the boy now trying to wipe blood off his shirt, his nose wrinkled in disgust. Of course, Sasuke had mentioned the flask, some strange healing item that Naruto had given to him during the fight against Zabuza. Meanwhile, Kurenai stood frozen, the shattered remnants of the chakra barrier still humming faintly against the walls. How? Kakashi smiled softly. I ask myself that all the time around this team. Despite Kakashi's subtle effort to shield Naruto from view, Kurenai's sharp eyes found him instantly. The flicker of realization in her gaze made it clear she already suspected the truth. Whatever this miracle was, Naruto had something to do with it. Naruto, meanwhile, pinched his nose and grimaced. Ugh, Kakashi-sensei, you reek. Go take a bath. I just woke up from near-death surgery. You still smell like blood, pus, and whatever they use to mop up intestines. Kurenai choked on her breath. All right, Kakashi said, raising his hands in surrender. I'll go. Not exactly how I imagined my triumphant recovery speech going. How long was I out? He asked, turning to Sasuke. 2 days, Sasuke replied. Only 2 days. TCH. I was hoping to sleep through whatever disaster Naruto's bound to cause. Naruto grinned from the corner. Hey, I'm innocent. I've never caused any trouble in my life. Immediately, Sakura, Sasuke, Kurenai, and even Kiba, who stuck his head in through the door, cleared their throats in unison. Naruto threw up his hands. Oh, screw you guys. I'm innocent, right, Oscar? The little crystal lizard let out a chirp that was either an agreement or a laugh. Kakashi allowed himself a chuckle, his chest warming at the sight of his team bickering like siblings. But beneath that warmth lingered a heavy truth. Naruto Uzumaki had barely begun to understand the kind of ripple he carried with him, which at this point was just a constant of his life. Kakashi could already feel it, the tide of the mission shifting. He reached over to the tray beside his bed, picking up a scalpel with a steady hand. Holding it up, he focused his chakra and looked into the reflective metal. His left eye, the Sharingan, stared back at him, Tomo swirling lazily within the crimson iris. With a deep breath, he willed the chakra flow down, tried to suppress it. The Tomos retracted, partially. The red glow dulled, but it didn't vanish. The eye never fully returned to its dormant state. He set the scalpel down, the edge of his reflection now just a single red eye, faintly glowing in the dark. His body was healed. And yet, as he looked back toward his team, toward Naruto, grinning like a spark that hadn't yet reached the powder. The wave was about to change. And Naruto Uzumaki was going to be the stone that shattered still water. Kakashi sat bare-chested on the examination mat, the soft green glow of healing chakra washing over his shoulder as Kurenai's hand hovered over his collarbone. Her expression was unreadable, focused, calm, but there was something unspoken in the way her fingers hesitated every so often, like she was afraid of what she might find. Any word from Jiraiya-sama? A toad from Mount Myoboku arrived yesterday. Said Jiraiya was summoned to speak with the great sage again. Something about a new prophecy. Kakashi's gaze drifted toward the window. The child of prophecy. Her eyes flicked toward him. Pardon. He gave a quiet hum. Minato-sensei told me. Back then, the great toad sage told Jiraiya he'd train a student. One who would bring a seismic shift to the shinobi world. Either salvation or ruin. No in between. Kurenai's chakra faltered briefly as she absorbed his words. He thought Minato was that student. After Minato forced Iwa to the negotiating table, yeah, Kakashi murmured. He believed it for a while. But sensei, he exhaled, he was a man of peace. A light, sure, but not the storm that prophecy hinted at. From your tone, it sounds like you don't believe in prophecy. I believe in people, Kakashi said plainly. Prophecies are like kunai thrown in the dark. They might hit something, or they might be self-fulfilling, if you believe in them hard enough. What if Naruto was the child of prophecy? He looked at her sharply, eyes narrowing. Don't joke about that. Why not? Because carrying the world on your back isn't a blessing, Kakashi said flatly. It's a sentence. There was a beat of silence, the kind that stretched just a moment too long before it was broken by the rustle of parchment. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I don't know how else to put this. Kakashi stared at the final lines of the report in his hands, then exhaled through his nose. My body's brand new. He said it flatly, not with wonder, not with relief, just a quiet understanding of what that really meant. To anyone else, it might have sounded like a miracle. But to Kakashi Hatake, a man who had spent the better part of his life bleeding for the village, who'd lived more days on the brink than most people lived in their entire lives, it was an omen. Because his body was never supposed to be new again. The calcified shrapnel from that Iwa ambush. Gone. The lightning-charred nerves in his left arm from years of abusing Chidori. Restored. The spiderweb of scar tissue deep in his muscles, the silent aches, the phantom tugs where old wounds had healed wrong, all of it erased. And that wasn't just the Estus fixing his Sharingan. Kakashi looked down at his fingers, flexing them slowly. He hadn't moved this smoothly since he was 12. No delay. No pain. He remembered what the Anbu Med Nin had once told him during a rare physical. If you had Tsunade's healing or a decade of rest, you might reach your full potential. But keep going like this, and you'll spend the rest of your life plateaued as a Jonin. Your own injured body is holding you back from reaching your true potential. Apparently, Naruto Uzumaki had just undone 20 years of irreversible damage, with a sip of golden light. This boy was going to be the death of him. Kakashi glanced up. Kurenai hadn't spoken, but her eyes were sharp. She was waiting for something. A hint, an explanation. He opened his mouth, but a voice called from outside, breaking the tension. Breakfast's ready. Tsunami's voice chimed. Everyone, come eat. Kakashi folded the report quietly and stood. Saved by the rice. At the breakfast table, Tsunami blinked in surprise when she noticed him among the others. Oh, I didn't make a portion for you, Kakashi-san. I thought you'd still be resting. It's alright. Still feeling a bit off. Tea's more than enough. Before anyone could respond, Naruto plunked the last Estus flask down in front of him with a clink. Here, the blonde said. Last one. If you're still sick, this'll sort it out. Sasuke rubbed a hand across his face, muttering under his breath. Sakura sighed loudly and looked away. Kurenai didn't speak. She didn't need to. Her expression was carved from stone. What's that do? It heals you, Naruto replied simply. You drink it, and it just fixes stuff. Kakashi didn't touch the flask. His eye flicked to Kurenai, gauging her reaction. She turned to Naruto, her voice level but inquisitive. Naruto, have you ever heard of the Uzumaki clan's healing chakra? The table stilled. Naruto blinked, surprised by the question. Yeah, why? Kakashi narrowed his eye. Kiba leaned forward, brows scrunched. Wait, Uzumaki clan. That's a real thing. There was a clan, Naruto answered, poking at his rice. They were wiped out a long time ago. But, yeah, they had healing chakra. Sealing jutsu too. Beside him, Sasuke picked up a slice of grilled fish. But instead of dropping it into Naruto's bowl, he broke it cleanly in half and set one piece beside his own rice. Naruto stared at it for a moment, then glanced at Sasuke. No words. But he understood. They were both the last of something. Two kids from dead clans, still learning what it meant to be alive. Kakashi would have smiled. Normally, he might have teased them. But right now, his focus was razor thin. Because no one had ever told Naruto about the Uzumaki. So how did Naruto know? And more importantly, what else did he know? Uzumaki-san, Shino spoke up quietly. Why don't you use that flask to heal your arm? His bugs buzzed faintly under his cloak, but they wouldn't approach the flask. Even the most obedient of his Kikaichu recoiled from it, twitching as if in the presence of something extremely powerful. Naruto shrugged, nonchalant. Tried it, but this stuff doesn't heal souls. The silence that followed was almost physical. Chairs shifted. Chopsticks paused mid-air. Every eye locked onto Naruto. What? Kiba muttered, blinking. What do you mean, souls? Sakura asked, half incredulous, half curious. Naruto didn't elaborate. He was too busy tearing off flaky chunks of grilled fish and offering them to Oscar, who chirped eagerly on the table beside him. If Naruto noticed the unease rippling around him, he didn't show it. Hinata's voice broke the stillness, hopeful and soft. What are the limits of this thing? She hadn't meant to let that question slip. Not with so much weight behind it, but the thought of her mother stirred something in her. If this mysterious flask could bring someone back from the brink, maybe, just maybe. Don't know. But it hasn't failed me just yet. The vagueness only made it worse. Sasuke leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. Can the Uzumaki clan use this special chakra in a jutsu? Naruto paused mid-motion, a piece of fish held between his fingers as he tried to recall the details from Tobirama's journals. Some Uzumaki, he remembered, were born with a rare type of chakra, potent enough to suppress the Nine Tails itself. That same chakra was the foundation for the adamantine sealing chains, a jutsu unique to their bloodline. The connection was obvious now. Sasuke's question made sense in that context. With clarity settling in, Naruto nodded quickly. Kakashi let out a sharp exhale through his nose. The steam briefly fogged the inside of his mask. He knew that look on Sasuke's face. Pieces were falling into place, and not in a way Naruto would ever intend. I've got it, Sasuke said. Naruto uses this chakra alongside his scorch release. Tazuna and Tsunami exchanged bewildered looks from their seats at the edge of the table, completely lost but sensing the shift in tone. The shinobi were in deep waters now. Wait, Naruto, is this true? Sakura asked, leaning forward. What's true? That you use fire to make the Estus flasks work, Sasuke clarified, his voice calm but firm. Oh, yeah, I do, Naruto said casually, not realizing he had unintentionally created another misunderstanding. Sasuke's question had been about using fire from Scorch Release, but Naruto assumed he was talking about the fire from the bonfires he used to refill the Estus flask. At the breakfast table, the hum of conversation faded as Kakashi tapped two fingers gently against the wooden bench. A silent rhythm. Measured. Deliberate. Kurenai's eyes flicked toward him. She blinked once. Then a gentle shift of chakra. Subtle, almost imperceptible, and the world around them shimmered. To everyone else at the table, it looked like the two Jonin were simply locked in a long, wordless stare, quiet, intense, and vaguely awkward. In truth, they were engaged in a silent exchange, casting layered genjutsu back and forth, speaking. Why are you pushing so hard for answers you already know you shouldn't ask? Because I've spent years healing soldiers who came back too broken to live. Missing pieces. Hollowed out. Dying slowly in beds like that one you almost didn't leave. And now I've seen something that reverses all of it. She looked at him. Tell me that didn't mean something to you. Kakashi's expression didn't change, but his voice was softer now. It meant too much. That's the problem. Then you understand. Kurenai's voice lowered. This isn't just another anomaly. He could be the next Tsunade. No, more than that. He's creating miracles from nothing. He doesn't even realize it. Kakashi shook his head slowly. Miracles can start wars. And you know the Hokage won't allow this to go unchecked. You think the Hokage sent me here just to check on Team 7? Come on, Kakashi. He sent a Jonin and summoned Jiraiya for backup on an A rank. I know what that means. Kakashi's reply came colder than before. And if you start expecting things Naruto can't give yet, If the village sees him not as a boy but as a tool, what happens then? Kurenai hesitated. We saw that happen to Itachi, Kakashi went on. Expected to become the next Madara. A prodigy with no room to fail. Do you want to see that happen again? The silence hung between them. Then Kurenai sighed. You're right, she admitted. I got swept up in the possibility. I forgot he's still a child. He trusts us, Kakashi said, his tone unreadable. And I'm not going to be the one to break that. Kurenai nodded once, gaze falling. Then I'll leave it alone. For now. The genjutsu unraveled like mist on the wind. Everyone else at the table was staring at them. Do I have something on my face? Sakura arched a brow, grinning. No, but you two were locked in eye contact like it was a wedding vow. Hinata turned beet red. Aye, it looked. Very heartfelt. What? Kurenai jerked upright, flustered. No, it's not. There's nothing going on. Hey, I'm not judging. Good on you, Kakashi-sensei. Kurenai's way out of your league, but shoot your shot, right? Kakashi stared at the kid. I didn't shoot anything, Kiba. Shino adjusted his collar. Emotional bonding can improve field performance. I approve. Sasuke, without looking up from his rice, muttered, HN. One less tragic loner in the squad. That's rich coming from you, Kakashi said dryly. He reached lazily into his vest and pulled out a worn orange book, cracking it open with one hand like it was a natural reflex. Kurenai's face twisted in horror. Seriously? In front of the kids? Oh, come on, Kakashi said, unbothered. You were the one staring into my eye like I was the last man in the leaf. That is not what I was doing. Tazuna squinted at the two of them, raising his cup with a grin. Well, damn, you two bicker like an old married couple. The words hung in the air. Kurenai and Kakashi froze. Meanwhile, Naruto was entirely oblivious, shoveling rice into his mouth with mechanical speed and feeding bits to Oscar, who sat contentedly at his side. Man, Naruto mumbled mid-bite, you're all so dramatic. Pass the pickles. The table dissolved into laughter. Even Sasuke let out a small, reluctant chuckle. Tazuna, trying to steer the conversation back on track, cleared his throat loudly. So, what's the plan for today? Kurenai took the lead. Sasuke, Sakura, Shino, and I will be protecting you and your workers at the bridge, she said, slipping back into professional mode. Hinata, you'll be with me, Kakashi added. What are we going to do, Kakashi-sensei? We're going to the spot where I fought Zabuza, Kakashi explained. I want to confirm whether or not he's still alive. Your Byakugan will be critical for this. Why yes, Kakashi-sensei. What about me? What am I supposed to do? You'll be staying here to protect the house. Kiba's mouth opened for protest, but Shino gave him a quiet, reassuring nod. It's an important task, he said simply. That seemed to be enough to placate the eager Inuzuka. As the table began to settle into the day's assignments, Tsunami spoke up hesitantly. Excuse me, I'll be going to the market today, so if anyone could. Naruto cleared his throat, then stood abruptly, his chair scraping across the floor. It would be my honor to escort you to the market as your bodyguard, he said, straightening his posture with exaggerated seriousness. Then, with a dramatic flourish, Naruto reached for the hilt of his Zweihander and performed a formal, knightly bow. His massive sword planted with a solid thunk against the floor. Tsunami blinked. Thank you. No need to thank me, ma'am, Naruto said, voice noble and full of faux gravitas. It's my duty. The silence that followed was deafening. Sakura blinked slowly. Was he always like this? HN. Kiba raised a hand. So, can I go with Naruto and protect Tsunami-san too? No. Sakura, Sasuke, and Shino moved in a diamond formation with Tazuna positioned safely in the center. As they approached the incomplete bridge, they saw groups of workers scattered about. Tools like hammers, saws, and wrenches were strewn across crates, while stacks of wooden planks, heavy stone slabs, and coils of rope lined the edges. Metal girders and support beams stood half-finished, their surfaces rusted in some places. Buckets of cement and barrels of water sat beside piles of gravel and sand. The workers themselves were a scrappy lot, dressed in patched-up uniforms, some carrying tool belts loaded with nails and small tools. A few were slumped on crates, drinking water, while others leaned against steel beams, chatting. Well, would you look at that? The old man actually shows up sober this time and protected by a bunch of kids. The group around him chuckled, the laughter loud and careless. Don't laugh too hard. These kids are the reason we can work without worrying about what happened last time. The workers quieted immediately, the joking atmosphere evaporating. Sakura frowned and turned to Tazuna. What happened? The bridge was originally funded by the daimyo of the Land of Waves. We thought that meant we were protected, but Gato sent death threats and even planted a bomb to scare us. It was just to send a message, but it worked. The daimyo pulled all funding and protection for the project. That's horrible. Tazuna nodded grimly. Luckily, we'd already bought most of the equipment and materials, but without protection, we were dead in the water. Speaking of distractions, a loud, boisterous voice cut in. Not sure we'll finish this project with a beauty like you walking around. The man who spoke was broad-shouldered with a scruffy beard and a hard hat tilted slightly on his head. His name was Hiroto, Tazuna's right-hand man and the foreman of the crew. Tazuna sighed apologetically and glanced at Kurenai, who raised an eyebrow. I think the snakes on your head are more distracting. Snakes. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in horror as he felt something on his head and then the hiss. What the? There's a snake. Get it off. Someone get it off. He stumbled back, frantically swatting at his hair as the hard hat toppled from his head and clattered to the ground. The other workers burst into laughter, doubling over as Hiroto spun in circles, completely losing his composure. What the hell, you bastards? Hiroto yelled. Get a shovel or something. One of the men wheezed between laughs. What snakes, Hiroto? There's nothing there. We just saw you freaking out and falling over. Hiroto froze, his eyes darting around wildly. I guess my beauty must have played tricks on your mind. Careful, or you might imagine something worse next time. Like a tiger. Hiroto paled, raising his hands in surrender. No, ma'am. No tigers, please. Good, Kurenai said. Now, please get back to work so I can focus on mine. Tazuna took the opportunity to step forward and begin organizing the workers, while Kurenai turned back to the genin. Alright, you three. You've heard about the previous incident. What's the best way to protect the client and the workers? Sakura raised her hand. I can place kunai with seals to create barriers around the bridge in case someone tries to attack. Kurenai nodded. Good. And how quickly can you set them up? It depends on the size of the area, but I can do a basic barrier in about 20 seconds, Sakura said. That's impressive, Kurenai said, but 20 seconds is still a lot of time if someone launches a surprise attack. Do you think you could maintain a barrier while setting up the others? Yes, I can do that. Good. I'll want details on how you plan to implement that. Sasuke. Sasuke stepped forward slightly. I'll use my Sharingan for surveillance. It'll help me track movement and pick up any signs of an ambush. Excellent, Kurenai said. And you? Shino adjusted his glasses. I can use my insects to tag each of the workers. Once tagged, I'll conduct a thorough sweep for hidden explosives or potential sabotage. You don't trust the workers. It's not about trust, Shino said calmly. If Gato could intimidate the daimyo into pulling out of this project, it stands to reason that weaker men might be bribed, threatened, or coerced into sabotaging it. Fair point. With the initial plan outlined, she straightened up. All right, I think we have a solid plan moving forward. Everyone knows their roles, so let's make this count. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, their expressions oddly contemplative. Yes, Kurenai asked, catching their looks. Sakura shook her head quickly. Oh, sorry, Kurenai-sensei. It's just, you're very different from Kakashi-sensei. Different how? A lot more positive reinforcement, Sasuke replied bluntly. Kurenai blinked, slightly taken aback by the unexpected compliment. It's likely a habit she's developed from training Hinata, Shino said, his tone factual. A faint blush spread across Kurenai's cheeks. She cleared her throat, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Well, she needs a bit more encouragement than most. She doesn't need encouragement, Sasuke said flatly. She needs a push. Kurenai couldn't deny his reasoning, but she hoped that being Naruto's one-handed jutsu partner and playing a key role in a Jonin's strategy would help Hinata find a little more confidence in herself. Kakashi and Hinata landed lightly on the remnants of the dock where Team 7 had clashed with Zabuza. The wooden planks were splintered and charred, some barely clinging to their supports, yet the space was alive with activity. Vendors had set up makeshift stalls on the broken dock, bartering and selling as if oblivious to the chaos that had once unfolded there. They're still using this place, even after all this destruction. Kakashi tucked his hands into his pockets and gave a nod. Life finds a way, doesn't it? People adapt, even when the odds are stacked against them. Hinata nodded silently, then activated her Byakugan. The veins near her temples pulsed as her vision expanded, the dock and the surrounding area coming into sharp focus. She inhaled sharply. There's so much residual chakra, it's overwhelming. Can you identify it? Hinata hesitated before answering. Yes, this is Sasuke-kun's chakra. Over there. That's Sakura-san's. And, she trailed off, her voice softening. Naruto-kun's chakra is everywhere. Kakashi's single eye gleamed with interest. You can distinguish residual chakra so clearly. That's an impressive skill, Hinata. Hinata flushed at the compliment. It's just basic training, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi snorted lightly. Basic training. Trust me, I've known Hyuga in the Anbu who would disagree with you. Being able to sort through residual chakra in a battlefield like this is no small feat. Hinata's gaze lowered modestly. There's just so much chakra here. It's hard to imagine Team 7's strength. They must be so powerful. The older man studied her for a moment, noting the quiet. Tell me, Hinata, Kakashi asked, what's the range of your Byakugan? 500 meters. Kakashi blinked, genuinely surprised. Most Hyuga he'd encountered had a range of 100, maybe 200 meters at best. But 500, that was extraordinary. Her field of vision was broad enough to encompass the entire dock, shore, and surrounding market, yet she managed to pinpoint individual residual chakra signatures with ease. 500 meters, huh. That's impressive. Kakashi's tone turned thoughtful. You know, if you're ever interested in joining the Anbu, let me know. They'd be lucky to have you on a recon team. Hinata stiffened, her blush deepening. Anyo, I don't think I'm suited for the Anbu, Kakashi-sensei. I'm not talented enough for something like that. Hinata, do you know how many Anbu captains would fight to have someone with your range and skill on their team? Hinata bit her lip, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. But, it's nothing compared to Neji Nisan. He's so much stronger. His range is greater. His techniques are flawless. He's everything I'm not. And what exactly is his range? Hinata fell silent. Kakashi pondered his next words carefully. Hinata, he began, it's fine to admire others, but don't lose yourself in comparisons. Every shinobi has their own strengths. Placing others on a pedestal only blinds you to what you bring to the table. Instead of worrying about where you fall short, recognize what you excel at. Own that. Hinata's eyes flickered to him, the weight of his words sinking in. Slowly, she nodded, closing her Byakugan to center herself. I've found 6 distinct chakra signatures, she said after a moment, her voice steadier. Kakashi's expression sharpened at her words. He immediately connected the dots. 6. Looks like Zabuza had some help after all. Do you think his accomplice saved him? Hinata asked hesitantly. Almost certainly, Kakashi replied. Can you find any tracks? Anything they might have left behind? They covered their tracks well. I can't see anything unusual. If they're good enough to escape a Hyuga's eyes, they're dangerous. We need to prepare for another confrontation. Zabuza Momochi won't stay hidden for long, and whoever helped him might be just as formidable. Hinata nodded, her resolve hardening. What should we do next, Kakashi-sensei? First, we report back. Team 7 and Team 8 need to know what we're up against. Kakashi glanced at her. Good work, Hinata. You're sharper than you give yourself credit for. Hinata's cheeks flushed again, but this time it was with quiet pride. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. As they turned to leave the dock, the faint sounds of the bustling market faded behind them. In Hinata's heart, Kakashi's words lingered, a small but steady light kindling within her. Naruto and Tsunami walked through the narrow, crowded paths of the market. The air was thick with the stench of damp wood, sweat, and rotting produce. Makeshift stalls lined the muddy streets, many barely held together by rusted nails and fraying ropes. Vendors shouted over one another, their voices hoarse from long hours of desperation. A few stalls displayed sparse offerings: bruised fruits, stale bread, and watered-down fish, while others sold odds and ends like chipped tools, faded fabrics, and cheap trinkets that had seen better days. Malnourished children darted between the crowd, their thin frames barely visible in the sea of bodies. A man with hollow cheeks stood to the side holding a sign that read, "Will do any job." His eyes were dull, resigned to his fate. Naruto pulled his tattered cloak tighter around him, the pyromancer set blending in with the surrounding misery. "You fit right in," Tsunami commented quietly, her voice tinged with something between humor and sadness. Naruto's eyebrows twitched, but he kept silent as a few beggars gave him sympathetic looks. Further ahead, Naruto spotted a group of kids crouched in a corner, sharing a single piece of stale bread. One of them, a girl no older than 6, had her hand outstretched, asking for change from passers-by. Naruto paused and knelt, fishing out the few coins he had. "Here," he said, handing the coins to the girl. She stared at him with wide, mistrusting eyes, then snatched the money and scurried away without a word. Naruto stood, his expression unreadable. Money is better than candy, he thought bitterly. You can't eat kindness, and most people only see you as a nuisance anyway. Memories of being kicked out of the orphanage flashed through his mind. Breaking the silence, Naruto glanced at Tsunami. "Miss Tsunami, I hope it's all right to ask, but why does Inari believe so strongly that we are going to die because of Gato?" Tsunami's grip on her shopping basket tightened. She looked away, her face clouded with pain. "It's personal," she said curtly. "I'd rather not talk about it." Naruto nodded, sensing it wasn't a wound she wanted reopened. It took 2 grueling hours to gather everything they needed. The market's meager supplies meant they had to visit nearly every stall, haggling over every ryo. Tsunami was relentless, arguing for better prices with an intensity Naruto hadn't expected. Naruto, on the other hand, was regretting volunteering to help. His right arm, charred and stiff from its curse, was being used as an impromptu hanger for bags of rice and vegetables. Should have let Kiba do this. As they stopped at a stall to inspect some wilted greens, Naruto's senses flared. Way of focality revealed someone inching closer behind him. A pickpocket. When the thief made his move, Naruto turned quickly and caught the man's wrist in an iron grip. The would-be thief, a scrawny man with a bald head, a tattered blue shirt, and baggy pants looked up at him in panic. Let go. I wasn't doing anything. Sure, buddy. I was swatting a fly. The man stammered, tugging at his arm. But Naruto's grip didn't budge. The pressure increased, and with a sickening crack, the man's wrist gave way. He screamed, a blood-curdling sound that silenced the entire shop. Tsunami rushed over, alarmed. "What did you do?" Naruto released the man, who cradled his broken wrist and whimpered on the floor. "He tried to pickpocket me," Naruto said simply, his voice even. "I only squeezed his hand a little." "You call that a little?" Before Naruto could reply, the commotion drew a group of men into the shop. Their presence changed the atmosphere immediately. The leader, a burly man with a cleaver-like sword strapped to his back, stormed in, flanked by 2 others. He had a scar running down the side of his face, and his clothes were stained with grime and oil. "There he is," the leader growled, pointing at the pickpocket. "I told you he'd be here. Stupid bastard." The pickpocket froze, terror written across his face. As the burly man and his lackeys approached, he scrambled to grab at Naruto's leg. "Please," he begged. "You're strong, right? Don't let them take me. They'll kill me. Please, I'll do anything." Naruto stared down at the man, conflicted. "Oi, brat," the leader barked. "This isn't your fight. Walk away before I decide to do something about you, too." He unsheathed his cleaver, slamming it against the floor for effect. The blade chipped slightly at the impact, making Naruto's eyebrow twitch in irritation. What kind of idiot ruins his own sword like that? "We don't want any trouble," Tsunami said quickly, grabbing Naruto's arm and trying to pull him away. "Let's go." Naruto followed her reluctantly, but his gaze lingered on the pickpocket, who was now being dragged up by one of the lackeys. The leader cracked his knuckles and sneered. "So, where's my money, huh? You thought you could just walk away from us?" The pickpocket spat weakly, his face contorted in fear and defiance. "You bastards, you ruined my life. You and your stupid gambling rings. You took everything from me. The leader's sneer widened into a cold grin. Cry me a river. No one forced you to gamble your life away. You came to us begging for money, remember? I didn't have a choice. Yeah, the leader punched him hard in the gut, doubling him over. And now you don't have a choice but to pay up. That's how this works, Haru. You want money, you take the risk. You lose, you pay the price. The man fell to his knees, coughing and clutching his stomach. You tricked me, he croaked. You said I'd win. You said I'd be able to take care of my family. But you knew I'd lose, you knew. The leader crouched down, grabbing Haru by the chin and forcing him to look up. Yeah, I knew. That's the game. You either play smart or you get crushed. Guess which one you are. Naruto's fists clenched at his sides. The sight of the man's broken, desperate figure burned in his mind. Come on, Naruto, Tsunami whispered, tugging his sleeve. This isn't our fight. The first precept, a knight's purpose is to serve, to protect those who cannot protect themselves. The choice was made before he even realized it. The gang leader raised his cleaver, ready to deliver a brutal blow, when suddenly a blur shot past his ear. His lackey, the one holding Haru down, was struck squarely in the chest by the blunt end of Naruto's club and sent sprawling into a pile of empty crates. What the hell? Well, Naruto said, since I don't want to kill anyone, this will have to do. He tapped the club against the floor. The leader's confidence wavered for a moment. That speed. This kid's not normal. But he quickly forced himself to regain composure, his scowl deepening. Why are you getting involved, brat? This doesn't concern you. Maybe it's because you're ugly. Ugly. Naruto took a step forward, planting a light kick into the second lackey's side. The man flew out of the shop, crashing into a nearby stall. You little bastard. The leader's face twisted in rage as he brandished his cleaver, his grip tight enough to make his knuckles turn white. You're going to pay for that. What are you doing? Naruto asked, his tone completely nonchalant. I'm teaching you a lesson, punk. The leader adjusted his stance, preparing to charge. With that stance, you're completely unbalanced. Anyone could knock you over. The leader faltered, confused. What are you talking about? I'm saying, Naruto said, pointing at the man's feet, you're standing like someone who's never held a sword properly in his life. Were you dropped on your head as a kid, or did you just teach yourself how to look stupid? Why are you even telling me this? Because I don't want to feel bad for beating up an idiot, Naruto said, smirking. With a roar, the leader lunged forward, swinging his cleaver wildly. Naruto sidestepped with ease, ducking under the swing and closing the distance. In one fluid motion, he slammed the club against the man's exposed ribs, sending him sprawling to the ground. You really should have listened, Naruto said, his voice calm. He lifted the club and swung it down again, hitting the floor inches from the leader's face. The wood splintered under the force, and the leader froze in terror. Naruto exhaled, looking around. The shopkeeper stared at him with wide, fearful eyes. Naruto fished out some ryo from his pocket and placed them on the counter. For the trouble. I don't want anything from you, the shopkeeper stammered, his voice trembling. Just leave, please. Naruto frowned but nodded, stepping outside where Tsunami was waiting. The pickpocket was long gone, and the crowd had either scattered or busied themselves with helping the gang. Naruto's victory felt hollow as he walked away, his grip on the club tightening. As Naruto and Tsunami walked back through the winding streets of the market, the air hung heavy between them. Naruto's gaze was distant, his expression unreadable. Are you upset because no one thanked you? No, I wasn't doing it for praise. I did it because it was the right thing to do. There was such conviction in his tone that Tsunami felt a pang in her chest. It reminded her of someone she had loved and lost. She sighed, brushing at her eyes to catch a tear before it could fall. Men and their ideals, she murmured. They'll cling to them, even if it means dying for them. Naruto glanced at her, sensing a deeper meaning in her words. What's really bothering you, then? Tsunami asked. If you know you did the right thing, what's weighing on your mind? Naruto hesitated before answering, his voice tinged with frustration. I don't understand. Why were they so scared? Why would they even try to help those thugs after what they did? Tsunami slowed her steps, letting out a long breath. Do you want to hear a story, Naruto? Naruto nodded, his curiosity piqued by the somber tone in her voice. Kaiza, my husband, he wasn't born here. He was a traveling fisherman, looking for a fresh start. When he came to the land of waves, it was already struggling, but he saw hope. One day, Inari fell into the river, and Kaiza saved him. From that moment on, Inari adored him. Kaiza became his hero, his role model. He taught Inari so much about life. He always said, you have to protect the things you love with these two arms. Tsunami paused, her voice growing quieter. When Gato came, everything changed. Kaiza tried to stand up to him. He thought he could protect this village, protect us. But Gato made an example of him. Naruto stiffened, sensing where this story was heading. They dragged him into the town square. Tsunami continued, her voice trembling. In front of everyone, they cut off his arms. Gato mocked him, saying he couldn't protect anything without them. And then, they executed him. Publicly. While Inari watched. Naruto's heart sank. Tsunami stopped walking and turned to face him. You ask why they were scared, why they helped those thugs. It's because they've seen what happens when someone tries to fight back. They've watched their heroes fall, watched the people they look up to be crushed. They've been taught that resistance only leads to suffering. And now they believe it's better to stay quiet and survive than to risk everything and lose. Naruto stayed silent, her words cutting deep. That's why no one thanked you, Tsunami said softly. They don't see you as a hero. They see you as someone who might bring more trouble. And they're too scared to risk that. Should I have just stayed quiet? Naruto asked, his voice unsteady, trembling like a rope about to snap. Should I have let those guys make an example of him? Silence filled the air like it was holding a breath. Maybe it would have been better, for the majority. What do you mean? What do you think is going to happen when Gato's men hear about what you did? When they find out a stranger stepped in and took down one of their gang leaders? Naruto opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. They'll come looking for answers, she continued. They'll come to the people who live here, the ones too weak, too scared, or too beaten down to resist. They'll demand names, details, anything that leads them to you. And when they don't get what they want, the older woman took a shaky breath. They'll make an example out of someone else. Someone innocent. A farmer, a child, an old man just trying to survive. And then what? Will you be there to stop them every single time? Can you fight an entire system built to crush us? Naruto thought back to the pickpocket, begging him for help, to the look in his eyes as he fled into the chaos of the market. I thought. Naruto struggled to find the words. I thought I was helping. I didn't want to just stand there and let them hurt him. And you did help. You saved him in the moment. But the world doesn't work the way you think it does, Naruto. It doesn't end in a happily ever after, just because you beat the bad guy in front of you. Sometimes, the consequences of doing what's right for one person ripple out and hurt others. Sometimes, saving one person costs another their life. Then what should I have done? Just walked away. Pretended I didn't see it. Tsunami turned her back to him, her voice quieter now, tinged with exhaustion. Sometimes, that's the only thing you can do. Not because it's right, but because it's what's necessary. Right now, the best thing you can do is protect my father, protect the bridge. That's how we take Gato's power away. Not by fighting his men one by one, but by building something he can't control. When the bridge is finished, the power will shift back to the people. And when that happens, the gangs will lose their grip on the land of waves. Naruto stood rooted in place, his heart hammering in his chest. He felt like the ground beneath him was crumbling, like the ideals he had clung to so fiercely were slipping through his fingers. But, if I just think about the majority, if I just let bad things happen to people, what does that make me? His voice cracked. What's the point of being a knight, of protecting people, if I have to choose who gets hurt? Tsunami didn't answer. Naruto clenched his fists, the precepts of his code swirling in his mind, battling with the reality Tsunami had laid bare. A knight serves to protect the helpless. A knight's actions must be just. A knight must not hesitate. And yet, was it wrong for him to help a single person? Would it have been better to think only of the majority? His breathing quickened, his chest heaving as the weight of doubt pressed down on him. He thought of Oscar, of Samire, of Solaire, of their unwavering faith in the knight's path. What would they do? What would they say to him now, when every action seemed to lead to pain for someone? Tsunami began walking again, her steps steady, her back straight. She didn't look back at him. Naruto stayed behind for a moment, staring at the ground. His resolve wavered, the cracks in his beliefs widening with every passing second. Miss Tsunami, he called out weakly, but she didn't stop. Her voice, quiet and distant, drifted back to him. Keep walking, Naruto. You'll find your answer eventually. And then she was gone, leaving him alone with his thoughts, the weight of his actions, and the uncertainty of what it truly meant to do the right thing. And what it means to be a knight.